I think it should be separated because I believe we had a prophet who also worked in a secular system in the time of the pharaohs.
Yeah, and
So-
the reason that I ask you this is if you're basing
All
like, the
stations, we
reasoning
are
for
green to
being
go. Stand by
pro-life
for deployment.
off of the basis of your faith, well, like inherently by voting for like legislation on the basis of the church, this is like very antithetical.
But I don't think pro-life and abortion is something for a secular system. I think it's a liberal idea that you're trying to mix up in a conservative.
Resurgence. Survive and your team
System.
can redeploy. Eliminate targets to
No.
bring them back faster.
This is a good landing zone.
But why should my question to you is, why is
Enemies
abortion
dropping into the AO.
a thing for a secular system? Like, what makes the secular system a liberal system? I don't understand that.
I'm confused on the question.
No, I want to
understand the
know.
question.
No, why are you making pro-life a discussion in
Guardian
the
is
secular
active.
system?
Friendly Guardian
Like,
is
why
active.
is
There's secular defenses of the pro-life worldview?
Yes, but what runs the secular system? Liberals or religious people? Because religious people can also run a secular system.
Religious people can run a secular system.
Heads
but if
up,
you-
an
if you're
enemy squad marked you as a
recognizing
bounty
that
target.
isn't being a secular system, well, then by inviting, right, like moral beliefs based upon like the pure basis of your religion, there seems to be antithetical to that notion. But I mean, like maybe Parker has some more specific critiques of like the Abrahamic notion of a god or like Islam as a whole, because I really
Jack
don't.
and Piper, thank you for the subscription. Thank you.
Yeah, we can run perfection. We can run the problem of evil. You can run anything, right? Like, why is there evil in the world if God is all good, all knowing, and all powerful?
Because he only punished the people who were unthankful to him. There's a reason behind it. Look, I believe that God knows what we don't know. And he made
Guardians lost
he made
power.
a system and he put some rules on us that we should obey. Like, it's easy, I think. We cannot just make our own system.
So are you
and
just
own-
saying free will? So does God make it so that if we do not eat food that we starve to death?
Well, I'm a hardcore determinist. I don't believe in free will.
Oh, if you don't believe in free will, then God causes all
You
suffering
got a
and pain in the
loadout
world.
drop inbound.
Yeah, but
If God
why are
causes all suffering and pain in the world, are you saying there is no evil in the world?
so? If there was no God, if there was no God, would be still there evil, or not?
There would still be evil without the context of God. I'm just asking you, like in this scenario, God causes evil because it is the case that it's determined. So is everything good in the world? Because God's all good.
God is all loving, but God also
So is he not all good?
he's all good. But if you're unthankful, he will
You're
cause
losing
problems to
ground.
you.
Okay,
Move
so
it.
if you're all good, how can you be that way if it's determined? So you only do what God
All our
wants of you.
decisions- Because all our decisions are based on our past. We cannot make free will because we are picking someone.
So if it's not free will, then what is it determined by? God, right?
Yeah, why doesn't God just stop all evil things from happening?
It is determined. If you
Wait, why didn't
If you-
God stop the Holocaust?
because there's a reason behind God. Look,
So
you
the
can't-
Holocaust
you-
was
why
ultimately
doesn't
the Holocaust
No.
was
You're-
good?
you- the problem here is you are thinking from an ego perspective.
Real,
You
is
have
the
to
Holocaust good?
think- Of course not.
Oh, okay,
God
so then
let
God
that
did
happen.
something evil.
God did something evil because the Holocaust happened.
Yes,
Yeah.
because the Holocaust was evil and God caused it to be. Therefore, God did something evil.
So did God create Hitler to commit that Holocaust?
Yes.
God caused him
No,
because it's
that's
determined.
wrong. That's wrong. God
Then
gave
what
Hitler
determined the
free
action?
will. God
Wait,
created.
now we have free will.
Yeah,
What?
now we're
Dude,
back
what is
to
he
free
saying?
No, God created Hitler to put him in life. He tested Hitler.
Let's go
and
into
Hitler made the
prison,
wrong
guys.
choice.
I mean, your system
That's
is
that's
like this.
that's
Friendly
that's the
loadout
difference
drops
between
on the way.
determinism and
Supply
free will.
box is
Under
marked.
your,
Secure
under
those
your-
locations. The enemy lost track of you. Good work down there.
Free will, unless you're saying there's such a thing as like non-free choice.
Enemies are dropping
Look,
into the area. Watch the
Free
sky.
will is different from determinism. You know that, right?
Yeah.
But I'm a compatibilist, so I believe they can both be true simultaneously, but not under your worldview because there's an actor. It's not like a natural set of circumstances not determined by an actor.
Right. Like,
Enemy UAV
yeah,
in the
so
area.
God, like, why, okay,
Supply box secured.
here's a question
2
that
to
I
go.
don't think you really answered. Why did God allow the Holocaust to occur?
But the question is wrong.
No, it's not.
Like, why are you putting? I'm
No,
trying
it's
to
not.
understand something. You are putting God equal to human beings that are also can create causes to
Wait, but
create something in
there's
the
no
world.
free will, right?
Teammate, kill him.
There's no. There is free will and choices, but there's no free will as in free will how you believe it.
Okay, so what do you mean by free will?
Free will.
Your squad is down. Stay alive to bring them back. Your squad mate's back on station. Good work. Your squad mate's redeploying. Well done. Moving here. You got gas moving in. You got reinforcements inbound. All squad members are in the safe zone. Enemy UAV is online. Two supply boxes secured, one remaining. Contract complete. All supply boxes secured. An enemy squad's hunting you. Stay sharp.
Destroy that target.
Fire sale active. Buy station prices have been reduced. Resurgence is about to end. Make it count.
Y'all res, teammate.
Attacked me!
Teammate, I'm crawling to you.
I will not let you die!
Gas is inbound.
Teammate, close the door. Oh my.
Enemy soldier incoming. Your squad made it to the safe zone. Fire sale's over. Adjusting prices.
My bad.
Squad
I'm
mates
so sorry.
redeploying. Well done.
You're fine, you're fine.
Resurgence has been deactivated. This is the end game. Supply crates are restocked. Advise you load up now. Get ready. You're redeploying. Gas is closing in. Squads outside the safe zone. Less than 25, we're still standing. It's a valiant effort. Keep your head up. Return to base for...
Return to base for redeployment I shall. Try again?
Are we in real life?
No,
I don't know.
unfortunately.
Yes, we are. But I look at things from all perspectives, not just one.
You can't even answer Lydia's
No, you
question.
don't.
Do you agree with my definition or no?
Be heckin'
Yes.
for real.
You do? You said? Sarah, do you agree with my definition of murder?
Yes.
Okay. So now we're working with the same definition. I just wanted to. We at least got to get there, right? Otherwise, we can't really continue.
Okay, so yeah, now you've said it's unjustified. Well, yeah, we specifically find abortion to be justified, right? Because we don't think it's morally wrong to end the life of something that isn't sentient. Like, for instance, this explains why we find it okay to cut trees down, right? They're alive, but, like, we don't say it's wrong because they're not sentient. This explains why we think it's okay to pull the plug on brain-dead patients. They're alive, but we don't think it's wrong because they're not sentient. And we're effectively going to say the same thing about a fetus. Before 24 weeks, a fetus isn't sentient. Right? So this is why we'd say it's justified for...
Enemies dropping into the AO. Check your gear and weapons. We'll be deploying shortly.
Okay, well, that's y'all's opinion.
Right, Sarah, we're having a conversation about different opinions. It's a debate, so we're going to see which of our opinions holds up the best under scrutiny. So do you have a response to what he said? That might refute what he was saying?
Nope.
Whoop. There we go. So, do you think the one with an IUD is murder? Right? Because in some cases, an IUD would simply implanting something alive in it.
Birth control does not always work.
That wasn't the question.
I didn't ask you if birth control always works, Sister Sarah.
Yeah, I think we've transcended reality.
On a scale of 1 to 10, between 1 and 10 being 10, right? Where would you say the 1 to 10 would be in the 1 to 10?
4. Sarah, do you want Dean to repeat his question?
No, I'm good.
Did you come up here to debate, Sarah?
No, I just came up here to.
All right. Well, you have.
Wait, Sarah, I have a question.
Enemies are
What
dropping
temperature
into
in
the area.
Fahrenheit
Watch the
does
skies.
water freeze?
I don't know, and I don't care.
Sarah, how many phones?
I don't know, and I don't care.
What part of a woman's body does a fetus develop in?
I was so scared.
Taking effective fire.
I don't know, and I don't care.
All stations, green.
She's real for that.
Sarah, do you have kids?
So real for that, Sarah.
Ignorance is bliss. I mean, come on.
No, it's not being It's not being
So
ignorant.
wild.
It's called not knowing everything, and it's called being special needs.
Knowing everything, girl.
Yep.
Resurgence. Stay alive to keep your squad in the fight.
Hey, I am 38.
Enemies are dropping into
I'm
the
pro-life,
area.
but I
Watch the
have
skies.
questions. I'm curious if you guys have heard of this feminist movement called 4B and why it would matter if the population increase declines.
It wouldn't.
I don't think it would either. We have a massive overpopulation problem on the globe.
Oh
is that
no, it
correct?
wasn't. We're not.
No.
Not
Yeah.
by any stretch.
No, am I wrong about that?
Yeah, we actually have an ongoing underpopulation problem because fertility rates have been below replacement rates since the 70s in the U.S. and around the entire developed world. It seems like as people become more developed, right, that they tend to choose to have less children.
I'm glad you're answering me, Parker, because I've seen you in other debates and I really respect your opinion. Yeah, and I was taught in college that we had an overpopulation problem globally. But then I was on this other TikTok and they were telling me that there's this movement called 4B where women are boycotting relationships and sex and pregnancy.
They're not boycotting relationships. They're boycotting.
Okay, that's really helpful. Thank you.
Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let's go to the next person. Yeah. So oh, I'm sorry. The 4B movement isn't even like abortion. The 4B movement is like not
I think that the 4B
Resurgence.
really
Go get
shows
your
that
revenge.
which
No, that's
really
true.
pisses men the fuck off.
Yeah. No, I agree. It shows that.
Wait, Dashika, isn't this your?
You know what I want. Why we gotta play this? Here's the thing. And let me be clear, that was not sexual in any way. I want to debate. That's why I came
What the fuck was that?
What do you mean
by that? I
Let's
didn't
be
hear
clear.
anything sexual. I didn't hear.
Stand by for redeployment.
Okay, but you know, you got some people in the chat that they don't. So I just want to be clear. No Diddy over here. Anyway.
No what?
Weird. What is it?
No Diddy. No Diddy.
No Diddy?
We're not.
What's it?
Catch up. Anyway,
Gas is moving.
I have a challenge for all three of you. This is my first time seeing you, Lydia. So hello. And I've been waiting to catch you, Parker, on live. So I wanna say a special hello to you as well. But you guys got to stop picking on low IQ people.
So
Well, no,
we probably shouldn't have a conversation with you. No, I'm just trolling.
Wow. Okay, Parker.
I was just
You can do
messing,
better.
man.
You
No,
can do
actually-
better, Parker.
Actually, I fundamentally agree with Parker.
Wait, I was just messing, man. I thought
All
we were,
squad
we
members
were
are
poking
in the
fun.
safe
No, I don't have an ego in any of this.
Lydia,
So
for the $11.11. I know.
Two
At this point,
things.
it's giving
Two-
me a training order.
you don't feel that way. Anyway, I got like 8 minutes before my next meeting, so I'm gonna be quick about it. One is I am pro-life, and I think that the fundamental differences in why we have a different viewpoint on this topic is that fundamentally you guys don't understand the sentiment community. I think you guys have a very close, approximate understanding, but you don't have a full understanding of sentient being. A sentient being is just not based around consciousness.
Grenade
A
out!
sentient being has the ability to experience pleasure, pain, fear, any range of emotion, right? Which any animal that has that is a sentient being. So if you all eat, and I don't know what you're eating, Parker, I couldn't get up here fast enough. If you're eating any type of animal or animal byproduct, but yet you claim to be pro-choice, that is a fallacy. Like you don't even believe.
No,
it.
no, not at all, not at all.
Well, let's go down that path. Let's go down that. Let's start there.
Similarly to how pro-life people will say, I care about life, but it's obviously going to be related to human plus life.
Why is there a distinction if but you guys aren't saying sentient humans?
Wait,
You
one
say-
second. Yeah, well,
you're
like Parker's
that-
saying, we could just apply this back to you, sir. Do you think that the
Ding,
government
ding,
should
ding,
force
ding.
everyone to
Look. This is what we're gonna do. We're gonna keep this very orderly, and I'm gonna debate
If you were going to do
you
it
on one at a
orderly, you
time.
wouldn't have cut me off.
LJ, first of all, Parker.
No, and I apologize.
LJ, first of all, Parker wasn't done talking. I don't know why.
Okay, let's let Parker finish.
I don't know why
will
you
not
something
die
simple.
here.
You think that the vagina
Attack
is
me!
fake skin. I just want to remind everyone of that.
That's never. That's not what I said.
Wait, LJ, I need to ask you a question. Do you think the government should force everyone to be vegan?
Can Parker finish his question first?
Yeah, sure. He's gonna ask you the same.
So, what I would say is that human plus life is valuable. Similarly, you could say with sentience, so human plus sentience is valuable. So it's a conjunction of the characteristics, right? And the reason why we're going to say that humans are more valuable than non-humans is just because they're part of the species as a particular
Effective fire!
but again, individuals amongst the species in which are sentient human would be granted this particular value.
Are you done
that's what I
speaking?
would
So,
say.
are you done? I want to make sure you're done before I respond.
Tell me you weren't listening without telling me.
And then I'd like to hop in.
No, I was listening. No, I'm a very good active listener. So, Parker, what I would say to that is two things. One is removing the goalpost. In none of the conversations that I've heard you participating in on this particular topic have you ever been as detailed about your position as you just were. So I think and I'll accept what you say as your ultimate belief, but I think that you should be.
Dean, how long have I been making this argument?
We are returning you to the front.
For months.
Earn
For months
this.
and months and months. Okay, the reason
I just
that
don't
people...
specify because we don't talk about animal ethics that much.
Yeah, the reason that, like,
So are we
maybe,
gonna
like,
be-
Parker...
are-
Can I... LJ, please. I've been trying to speak so many times, and LJ, you keep on...
Yeah, but you keep cutting me off. But I'm gonna grant you the grace and let you speak. Go ahead.
But
Yeah,
you're gonna
so,
do
like-
that regardless.
This is why you guys win debates. is 'cause you
LJ,
really
no
don't
one
want to-
gives a fuck.
So
Okay,
the
but you can't
LJ,
say you want to
no one
understand.
gives a fuck.
Because you know I got the
No
mental
one
corral too.
gives a fuck, LJ.
So the reason...
All right, get to your point, Dean.
Excuse me? I can't, if you keep interrupting me.
Well, I
Thank
wasn't.
you.
Go ahead.
What are we, delusional now? So, like, the specific reason why Parker doesn't specify this every single time he, like, fleshes out his position is because it's not, like, necessary.
Using
given the
tear gas!
context. Like, for instance, with, like, a lot of the last guests, I've told them that...
You're the
only
last
value
one
life
standing,
forms
soldier.
that have the
Survive
ability
until
to
your
voice
squad
their
can
consciousness.
redeploy.
But,
Fire
like,
sales
natural
active.
position is
Buy
I only
station
value life
prices
forms
are
that have a
adjusted.
conjunction of
Be
past or
advised,
present
there's
and
an
future
enemy squad
consciousness,
gunning for you.
right? But just depending upon the specific context,
Squad mates
we leave some
redeploying. Well
things more simplistic and more consuming. So when we're making the delineation between humans and non-humans in this regard. But like my question back to you, LJ, is well, under your worldview, you value all human lives regardless of sentience. And I think that this same critique that you're trying to posit on Parker's
got
worldview
reinforcements
could
inbound.
just be turned around and applied to yours. In the same way, you're saying
Watch
about all
your six.
sentience, well, you sir only care about life, so therefore you have to care about all life. So do you think that the government should force everyone to be vegan?
I'm going to say this. The way that you positioned that, you're trying to walk me down the path. I'm not going to take the bait. What I will say is this. I'll respond this way. Valuing only life with consciousness is a narrow perspective that overlooks the inherent worth of human life at all stages of development. So, and if you want to specifically apply it to human life, we can have that debate all day long. My only point to Parker was that I've never heard. You see, you keep cutting me off, but then you want that respect. So just give me what you want, and then I'll give it in return. So Parker, what I was saying to Parker is that in the past, when I've heard him debate these topics, he's never been that clear about what sentient being meant to him. So now that we have that understanding that he's referring to human life, I can then make the argument that all life, with consciousness or not, has the ability to develop. So it inherently has the right to life.
LJ, are you a vegan?
You just didn't listen to anything I said.
No,
I never said
I
anything
love
about
him.
just life.
Right, and then he also didn't listen to anything that I said. I actually specifically asked him a question.
LJ,
and he
if you're not
specifically didn't
vegan-
answer.
Your squad mate's back on station. Good work.
Go ahead, Lydia.
LJ, you're not
Has
vegan.
closed. No more second
Oh,
chances.
sorry. I'm sitting in a driveway right now. I don't know. Can you hear me?
Well, I can hear you.
Yeah,
Okay.
we can hear you fine.
Okay. Well, look, I'm vegan, right? So I would disagree with everyone on the panel right now about their stance on it. But Dean is right, and Parker is right that it would be the same critique for you too, regardless. So it's not really relevant. I mean, do I think it's kind of hypocritical to not be
It's
vegan?
very hypocritical.
But they're right in saying that they can turn it back around on you and make the same argument. Because if you're saying that you value all life, they could just say the same thing.
No.
Yeah, Lydia,
never- How
Lydia
Be
will call us
hypocritical
both
if
hypocrites.
Let's be clear. Let's be clear.
Relevant difference, though, because the relevant difference we're applying is that it's a part of a species that is, well, I mean, I think any person who's vegan is even going to say this, right? There's more value to.
You got gas moving in. Ten remain. You're almost done here. Gas is moving. Only 4 remain. Finish the job. Only 10 were left. They hit us hard that time.
At the ISCO, which is the innermost stable circular orbit, which is the place where you can orbit stably, then about for every 1 second that passes for somebody at the ISCO, actually less time passes for somebody far away.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Orbits
We'll
are
stay
weird.
on topic,
General relativity is weird. Yeah. People are getting mad that
definitely
we're
going
on topic.
far too. We're going far too into the science topics. So anyway, you do believe that there's a deterministic universe, right? You believe it's a deterministic.
Yes, I'm a determinist. Yep.
Okay, I am as well. But if there is a deterministic process behind that, then why would you say that there could not be a God in that process?
Well, it depends on what you mean by God. If you mean like some sort of being that exists outside of space and time that created the universe, then I have a problem with that. If you just mean like a dude like Thor, then sure, a dude like Thor could exist.
No. Okay, so I'm never going to be talking about a dude like Thor because that's dumb. That's not what we're like even trying to argue. If that would be so far from like what you consider God, it'd be stupid. But all right, what I'm arguing for is someone, and when you say exists outside of space and time, right? If we were in a simulation, then
I don't just mean our space and time. I mean all space and time.
I mean, could it not be? No. Hear me out. We're talking about becoming the mind of God, right? And the idea of like a Matryoshka brain. But could it not be that something? We're essentially a dream of the mind of a god.
Does the god exist in time?
Does time? We don't know that time applies to this universe or even space, right? Like this.
Well, look, I just don't think that minds function if there's no such thing as time.
Okay, I could agree with that because causality, like, there's got to be some sort of causality at that point. So, okay, so time exists and some sort of dimensions where it can maneuver and move bits around.
Sure. So in that case, yeah, we could be like the dream or the simulation of that. But then, did it create its own universe?
Well, I mean, we are talking about like Russian dolls all the way down, no matter what. Like, there's no way.
Well, look,
that a singular...
then there is no single there is no being that created everything.
But you're saying, so I guess it could go on forever, right? If infinity exists, it could just be an endless Russian doll. Okay, well. I mean, that's a fair argument. As far as like the idea of like the thought of God spreading and manifesting itself into the real world, like what's your conjecture to that, or like what do you?
Well, I just don't think that concepts are real things. So,
I mean, let me put it this way: concepts are. Do you not agree that they're information?
I think that they point to configurations of matter.
So you're just meaning like symbolic references to God, but so say for example.
No, I mean like when we talk about a concept, we're pointing towards a classification, like a class of similar states of matter that represent that concept.
Okay. Okay, so like, I guess the thing is like, even if, now let me put it this way, is the software on your computer real? Is it really there?
Insofar as it's represented by physical matter, yeah.
I think it's weird to me that you have like a matter dependence on the idea of information. Like, you think information couldn't exist without matter?
Well, and matter and bosons, I guess.
Well, I mean...
Yes, I think that you need physical stuff in order for information.
in the New Testament, God
Sir,
allowing. Hold
sir,
on.
that's not
Can I
the
finish?
question. No, so see,
Can I?
see how you don't answer questions. Not the big. I'm not gonna do this with you, bro. You see how you don't answer questions? You're saying things are wrong. I asked you not what things you claim to be wrong. By what standard do you say anything is right or wrong if there is no God? If there is no God, morality is subjective. So this is called a self-refuting position. You just refuted your own position, okay? Morality is subjective if there is no God. So for you to say something is wrong, you have to believe in a God. Okay? So now you can come back.
Anyways, like I was saying,
Sorry, did you just hear anything I just said?
I heard everything.
Yeah, so what God do you believe in to say anything is actually wrong?
You said what God?
Yeah, what God do you believe in to say anything is objectively wrong? Because if you don't believe in God, again, moral propositions are contingent upon the human mind, which means they're subjective.
I
So,
believe in a God, but it doesn't have a name. He
okay, so your
doesn't
God
have
doesn't
a
have a
name.
name. So, perfect. So, do you realize that's inconsistent with reality?
Why is that?
Yeah, because the parameters of the cause are always going to be outside the parameters of the effect. If we see relationships in the effect, then there must be some sort of relationship in the cause, which would necessitate God would reveal himself and have a relationship with his creatures. So, what you just said is not consistent with what we observe in reality, unfortunately.
So,
I just refuted deism, by the way.
so my God must have a name.
Your God must have revealed himself in some way to his creatures. Yes.
So God told you his name.
Yes, I do
What's
know
his
that.
name? What's his name?
The one true God's name is none other than Yahweh.
Okay. So he told people that, right?
Yeah, obviously that's how things get. That's how
So
information gets spread.
did he tell you that? I just want to
Yes,
know
he
if
did.
God told
Yes,
you that. I
yes,
just
he
want to
did.
know if God
Yes,
told you that.
yes, yes, he did. Yes,
Really?
yes.
Or did you read a book?
Headshot is it?
My go-to Chipotle order. My order right now. White rice, chicken, or steak, just depends. And then corn salsa, green salsa, cheese, and then sour cream. It says Z.
How you want me to, I can't love you. How you want me to, I
You look really well.
How you want.
Why do you not think that?
I just don't. I just haven't been offered convincing evidence.
So I'll give you convincing evidence in the fact that we can see what we observe in our universe and the trend that we're going toward, right? So we can see that
What trend?
Computation, the emergence of intelligence as a force in the universe. That's what I would say.
I don't see how that's evidence for a simulation.
Well, at some point, again, we go back to the Matryoshka brain. At some point, you're gonna have non-biological systems, right? AI that wants to that needs a space to interact and engage with other AI. It needs a tangible reality.
Sure.
And it may not even be something really cool like a virtual world. It could be, for example, the internet, where there's just a bunch of pages, like hypertext pages. That's their universe, but it's still a universe.
Yeah, I mean that's true, but it's not a it's not a universe like our universe. So the question is just how universe-like does it need to be? Our universe is very complicated. I mean, I guess all I'm saying is that like I said, we're either the top or the bottom, and if we're the top, then there's a possibility that it's impossible to simulate simulations. If we're the bottom, then obviously it's possible to simulate universes. At best, that gives you a 50-50 shot.
I don't agree with that, though. Life could emerge elsewhere in the universe and create their own simulations. They may already have many simulations right now, simulated universes, right? In fact, what I'm saying is, if we take this down to the most granular level, what I'm saying is we're already simulating reality in our web browsers every time we open our computers.
I don't know if we're simulating reality. I don't know if that's a good way.
We're simulating a reality.
Discussing
it's a minutia in complexity compared to the real world.
Okay, so then when you say reality, you just mean any sort of computation.
That's where we're coming from, right? We're coming from the mathematical universe hypothesis.
Well, you're coming from that. I think it's bunk.
But I don't understand why. Why do you think that?
Because I think that math is invented.
Okay, I give up.
All right, later 42.
All right, later, man.
All right, Nathan Thompson, the challenge is out. Talk with me. Tell me, what did I do? What did I do wrong? Is he still here? Oh, he may have already left. Oh no, he's still here. Invite sent. Challenge sent. Or are you too cowardly to come up? Nathan? Where's my real human brother? Driving back from the real human eclipse. Savarinen. Feel free to hop up. Let's have a conversation. Do you think that God is a better explanation for the universe than the Big Bang?
There's happened like 3 dimensions.
Oh my god, it's Eternal Recycler. I thought it was... fuck. No, I'm not talking to Eternal Recycler. Oh my god, he's such a waste of time. I would recognize that Finnish accent anywhere. I thought that was some random new guy. I thought I banned him. I thought I blocked him a while ago. Alright, let's get the block going. Block. Easy. Easiest block of my life. Oh, that's such a relief. I'm sure he impersonates me on another account. Yeah, so live has been slow tonight. Sorry about that, everybody. But expanding quarks, but dark energy or something. I don't know what he says. It's been a long time since I talked to him, and it was such a waste of time last time. How's math invented? Well, you write down definition, then you write down a few more definitions, and then you write down theorems. Does watching lives use a lot of data? A fair amount. What did Flirth say about the eclipse yesterday? I haven't talked to any Flirths yet. You'll debate you and Mike Brigandy 1v2? I mean, I don't think I need Mike Brigandy to help me, but if you want to, you can come up right now, Tanner. Come on up. Cassidy Morris, you can come up too. Oh, no, you can't because you don't have enough followers. I did talk to Jay quickly, that's true. Why do you talk so fast and clear? I don't know, it's just a habit. Flirps are flat earthers, yes. Prime numbers aren't invented. Oh, Mr. Astrolabe, you could come up. Oh, bummer. Anyone convince you of anything during your debate? Yeah, I've learned a few things here and there. Oh. Viper, how's it going? Yeah,
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing okay. Slow night though. What do you want to talk about? What do you think about this background here?
God is a myth. No, I don't think he is. I think
interact with it, maybe we could. I don't know. It seems really weird. Seems really weird. I don't know what to do. Shadowband, yeah, yesterday was working though, so I don't know why. Maybe it's the background, I don't know. Restart, I did just restart, so I don't know. I think I should try to restart without a background. I think that's the idea.
should be asking is why does the rain fall?
Because water has weight?
No, that's not the question I'm exactly asking. All right, so we know that water has weight when there's a lot of it. So why rain falls to water the trees and the plants that are on land? Why does that happen?
Well, where else would it fall?
Who knows that it's supposed to happen that way? Like,
Nobody decided that when there's high concentrations of water vapor and it condenses on dust, it falls.
But you don't find it strange why there is water evaporation and the trees needs water to survive? Because if
Water
there's no water
evaporation
to
is a
water
result of physical processes.
Yeah, but you don't think it's logical for everything to be watered, the trees and everything?
It rained long before plants existed.
How do you know that there was, well, all right, so I'm not going to go with that direction, but I get what you're saying.
Well, because there was water prior to plants existing.
Okay.
You there, Viper?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry about that. All right,
It's okay.
so you've seen a lot of pictures and images where people show that there is a design in the plants, in our nervous systems, in every single living
Well,
organism.
people show pictures and then they say, "Hey, look, it's designed," even though they have no evidence to prove that. So,
Right, but when you say evidence, what kind of evidence are you trying to say? Are you looking for to say that?
I don't even know how they like. I just want them to give me a way that they can tell whether something is designed or not. Like, what's the criterion?
No.
Everyone, tab that screen, share the live, everyone. Comment if you do want to interact with each other. I would appreciate it as always.
$6 on pump 2, please.
Sir, that's a shopping cart.
I don't see what the make and model of my vehicle has anything to do with the $6 of cold hard cash I just laid on the counter.
My apologies, sir. Go nuts.
There you are, you piece of shit. I've been looking for you. Who? Me? No, the other dumb fuck pouring gasoline into a shopping cart. I'm the general manager at the Kmart down the street. We've been looking for the bastard who keeps taking carts and dousing them in gasoline before returning them to the fucking cart corral. Sir, this ain't no ordinary shopping cart. This is a NAS cart. I'm gonna beat you to death, you little... My mistake. You have a good rest of your evening. $6 on pump 2, please.
Sir, that's a shopping cart.
I don't see what the make and model of my vehicle has anything to do with the $6 of cold hard cash I just laid on the counter.
My apologies, sir. Go nuts.
There you are, you piece of shit. I've been looking for you. Who? Me? No, the other dumb fuck pouring gasoline.
I accidentally upgraded my Goombella. Because I don't know when I'll get my...
There's water down there.
Yeah, Gordon, I'm thirsty.
Go for a little dip.
No.
Take a little swim.
How about you do? I'd like to see you do that. Maybe I'll go if you go first.
There's water down there.
Yeah, Gordon, I'm thirsty.
Go for a little dip.
No.
Take a little swim.
How about you do? I'd like to see you do that. Maybe I'll go if you go first.
There's water down there.
Are you gonna?
I'm the ignorant one.
Yeah, he said that. That's what he told me. He said he'll debate you anytime. Cause I asked him like you should debate.
Yeah, because I've cut him off a long time ago because he said some creepy weird shit about what's acceptable for adults engaging with minors.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you ever? Do you know Mike Burgundy?
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys friends?
Like on TikTok, yeah.
Yeah.
Like we're friends, but I mean, I don't know him like personally. Like I've never talked to him outside of the app.
Yeah, I also told Q-Top to debate him.
Use this time for some target practice. Real things coming soon.
Q-Top's debated everyone. Everyone's dog.
Well, that's not what he said, though. Yeah,
he's literally a flat earther. Okay.
Yeah, the Earth is
He's literally deluded. Be so fucking funny.
What if the Earth is flat?
What if you don't have a brain?
Then the Earth will be flat.
Okay, all right. Well, don't look at him as like someone you should look up to. Terrible influence. Oh, I think Ann agrees. I think Ann
All
accidentally
stations, this is Shadow 01. Deployment to the war zone has been
I
authorized.
accidentally clicked it. Yo, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
19.
Are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
No, but I just want to say that Q-Top is really north.
Agreed.
Resurgence.
How old are you?
Survive the
Yeah,
timer
exactly.
to secure
Are you gonna vote for
redeployment.
Trump in
Earn
2024?
points to speed up the countdown. Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies. Drop points marked. XP boost inbound.
So you want to racially discriminate and only hire white people? Black Lives Matter protested against people who are black being brutally murdered by police officers.
Well, the thing is that what about all the times that black people commit crime against white people in the face and then try
What
to
about
get
all
away
the times where black people have been historically oppressed and continually oppressed in this country by white people?
What about all the times that black men are basically abusive towards the white women?
That's going to be an extreme amount of the crimes comparative to the historical oppression targeted towards black people
Yeah,
in
but
this
what-
country
but
from
what-
white
but
people.
what about-
What about
what
Jim
about-
Crow laws? What about
Yeah, but-
slavery?
But
what about redlining?
What about
What about
laziness? What about the black people that want to be lazy
lazy?
and make the white
you're,
women work?
you're crazy, bro. Crazy, bro. Actually crazy, man. Holy fuck, dude. Literally just like saying people are black.
Yo, gangster, why do you piss off Tom Support? You said you could get some bitches, yo. This
What are you
gang,
doing, bro?
You ain't gang, bro. I'm kidnapping you, good. You ain't gang, bro.
What's wrong with people, bro? Why are people like this, bro? What the hell is going on? What the fuck, dude? These are the people voting for Trump? What is up with this account, bro? Those were some weird fucking guesses. Why the hell was that person so racist? I appreciate the hint so much. Like
Enemies
literally
dropping into
arguing
the
for
AO.
racism like it's good. Like, what the fuck, dude? Yo, what's up? How old are you? Alright, let's get this next person ever. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
17.
You gotta be 18 plus to join the live TikTok rules. You're good. Let's do the next person up here, everyone.
Gas is
Yo, what's up,
moving.
Anthony?
rounds.
Hostile Mosquito is online.
Alright. Next person, next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 32.
For sure, will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Probably.
Enemy
I'm not
soldier
voting
incoming.
for Biden.
Why so?
I think Biden makes the country look weak.
How so?
I think his stance. Well, first of all, like, you know, obviously his age, and you know, Trump is no better, being basically like, you know, almost the same age. But
Yeah,
like, you know, you
so-
could kind of see what like from his start of his term to now, he is a completely different person, Biden, and it's like
I don't even think that's true.
why?
I mean, he seems pretty similar cognitively, but like I would say that there is cognitive decline over the past few decades of Biden. But I would say that similarly, Trump has had cognitive decline. I mean, he claimed that he didn't sexually abuse E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type.
Enemies are
in
dropping into the
deposition
area.
mistook
Watch
E.
the
Jean Carroll
skies.
for his ex-wife.
And I like I've heard similar arguments where as of late, especially when he's been talking now, he kind of sounds different, and like a lot of people assume that like
Hostile counter UAV overhead.
the reason he used such simple terminology when he speaks is because of his
Occupation scan.
cognitive problems. But
Avoid
I'd
enemy
rather
surveillance
have
by staying
Trump
low or
in the
using the
office
water for
than-
cover.
Appreciate that
than
mustache. Thank you so much.
than
But
Biden.
why? You have to give me the relevant difference between say that one candidate is better than the other.
I think one is more threatening to other countries than the
Enemies
other.
detected.
So like Trump would
Locations
be
marked.
a bigger threat to other
How is
countries.
Trump a bigger threat?
because he like you've seen him last term. Like he went off the handles
This
on
guy?
Twitter. Yeah,
Him just going off the handles on Twitter does not mean he's a bigger threat.
I think
It just means he's like deluded.
World leaders look at him differently.
Yo, Georgia Gal, thank you so much for the flying jets. Yo, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you. W Georgia Gal in the comment section. Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Sorry, go for it.
But I think he's I think in terms of world leaders, especially the ones that are kind of like anti-democracy and all that stuff, they're I
Only
think
25
they-
left. Keep up the
Trump
good
gives
work.
them something to like think about. Do you know what I mean? Like you're not gonna like I don't know the because he is so he's not a politician, he's a businessman, so like he doesn't speak like a politician, he doesn't have to be politically correct.
He literally is a politician.
But like now he is, but he hasn't been in.
Before he was a politician? Yeah, neither
no.
was any other politician.
But I'm
They
saying
weren't a
he's not-
politician before
no,
they
no,
were a politician.
I don't think you understand. Like he's not a
Gas
career
is
politician.
closing
He's
in.
not somebody who went up through the Senate and then from age
Okay,
32
so
up
career
to, like,
politician. Okay, so what specifically about that means that he's a good candidate? Because he's a proven sexual abuser, he's a proven fraudster, he's been lying about the election for the past few years, not accepting the fair and democratic election results when he clearly lost, right? He's called for the death penalty, which 4% of people on death row die that are innocent. He's called for tax cuts that have led to lower after-tax income for the middle class, for the lowest quintile, and higher after-tax income for the top 1%, the highest quintile, and the top 0.1%. So he's literally argued for policies that benefit rich people at the expense of poor people in this country.
But look at what Biden's doing. He's basically spending money that like American people don't want to spend, like on what? On nothing. On wars that we have nothing to do with. Like we could use that money. Like we don't need to be giving it out to Ukraine or Israel or any of that. Like why is that happening now? And I don't think Biden would. I don't think Trump would do that. He would be like, no, you owe us money. You owe us money. Now it's time for us to pay up. Like that's basically what I'm saying is like he keeps other countries on their toes basically, and they're not gonna bullshit or give them a sob story that he's gonna believe. So I think that makes him a stronger president than Biden.
Sorry, say that one more time because I just saw something that's kind of creepy.
So I just think he would make a stronger leader than Biden. He would, because he has a business mindset. He looks at our economy through that lens. He thinks that it's not like, oh, we have we're allies with this country and that country, so we need to maintain. It's more of like, okay, well, this is what it is. Like, you owe us money, you're gonna give us that money, otherwise our relationship's gonna end. So like, like, oh, well, because of other
Here, I have a question.
Sure.
Is this gonna be a good president?
Resurgence window is ending.
You gonna give me a
Watch your
tip?
six.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years.
Okay, let me, okay.
Thursday night. You're going up the escalator? I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years.
That was a 10-year-old.
All right, so here's
That was
the
a
thing.
10-year-old going up the
Oh,
escalator.
Here's the thing. I'm saying that
Gas is inbound.
all pedophilia and all that sexual whatever is wrong, right? So you think like pedophilia and all that stuff is wrong, right? Okay. So in our past, in our history, have there been great presidents that have done fucked up shit like that? Or sorry for cursing, but it's like not like
Fire
pedophilia.
sales
I'm
over.
not saying-
Adjusting
I'm
prices.
saying, like when slavery was.
Wait, are you gonna justify this?
No, I'm not justifying, but I'm just saying.
So you're gonna say we
because
should
of
vote
his-
for the guy?
Because of his private life, you're
We
gonna.
shouldn't
you're
vote.
gonna
We
assume
shouldn't
that
vote for the guy, right?
No, but because of his private life, you're gonna assume that his political views or whatever, his way of running the country is wrong.
Wait, so you're saying, because you don't care about this enough to say that you'd vote for Biden?
Because where his penis goes is not my problem. It's where it's. Do you know what I mean? Like, I
So if he grapes
No
someone,
more
is that
second
a
chances.
problem?
As long like yeah, I don't want him to rape anybody, but I'm not.
He said
saying-
he's a proven sexual abuser, and he also just said to a 10-year-old that he'll be dating her in 10 years.
He'll probably be dead in 10 years. He says shit because he's crazy. It's not.
Bro,
it's not because...
bro, this is from 1992.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know.
Okay,
then.
so was he dead in 2002?
No, he was not. Was he dating that girl?
Nobody said that. Not to
But
my
he
knowledge,
did
at
it.
least.
He did it. Look,
Do you
because
say
he
that to a
said
10-year-old?
something,
Do you say that to a 10-year-old?
No, I wouldn't say anything like that.
Is
to
that
a
who you want to vote for president?
I'm not basing my decision on
You
whether
got
or not
gas
I'm voting
moving
on
in.
him, off of what he said 10 years ago to a 10-year-old girl.
10 years ago, 1980. Okay, but yeah. So again, as it relates to this, you don't care enough to say that you're not going to vote for him.
I don't think that. Well, the things that you have issues with are not my concern. My concern is the state of this country. I'm not concerned about, like, there have been fucked up presidents that, throughout our history that have done messed up stuff. Do you know what I
That
mean?
doesn't
Like,
justify you voting for a president that literally just said that he would date a 10-year-old in 10 years.
Only 10 left.
that doesn't unjustify it either. Do you know what I mean? Like,
To a
I don't
10-year-old.
understand your argument. Like you're saying because he said shit that I wouldn't say to a little girl. I shouldn't vote for him because what?
Thursday night. You going up the escalator? I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Okay, so what about Washington, right? President Washington, he had slaves.
And I condemn that. Do you not?
I condemn that, but does that make him a terrible president? That's what I'm saying.
Yes. He's terrible for that. Terrible person. Would I want to vote for them? No. Would you vote for George Washington, knowing that he was a slave owner?
I mean, I'm not now. No.
No. Okay, so why the fuck would you vote for someone who's a proven sexual abuser? Just said that to a fucking 10-year-old.
Because I don't know. I don't think the politics plays a part into his sexual deviance.
What? You don't think it's relevant? So if someone raped someone, would you say that to be relevant?
Irrelevant to what? That's what
Would
I'm
you
saying.
vote for a rapist in the presidency?
I guess not. No, I don't know.
No? Okay, so then why is sexual abuse and this not enough?
Why is sexual abuse and this not enough?
Papi, tú eres un chivero de mierda.
I don't know. I don't know. It's just for me.
You don't
for
know?
Me, here's the thing.
For me, it's just not enough.
No. Listen, it's the choice you make, right? You have somebody. You have Biden. You have Trump. Okay, Biden is an old senile guy who'll probably die in office if he gets reelected.
Counter UAV is blocking enemy
Let's say he does. Kamala is a way better person than a proven sexual abuser, a proven fraudster, an election denier, someone who's argued for abortion rights to go away in this country as it relates to the context of overturning Roe v. Wade.
Okay,
right?
so do you agree with Biden's the way he's giving out money, just like right and left?
What specifically? Because Trump added
only
25%
5 remain.
of
You were
the
close.
federal debt during the
Failure ain't fatal. Just
Because
an
of
opportunity
COVID.
to do better.
Because of COVID.
Well, Biden, there was also because of COVID, right? And
But
then also
Biden's
before,
giving out billions of dollars to Russia and
yeah, and before COVID, Trump was increasing the military budget, giving money to rich people.
Last
I mean,
chance. Finish the job.
I don't know. Good points, but you know, I'm still not changing my mind on Trump, because I don't think Biden is. First of all, like, if you look at Biden's history, also he's also a known racist.
I believe both Trump and Biden are racist.
Okay, so you know what I mean, like. I guess.
Again, we're asking for relevant differences to say that you want to vote for one comparative to the other.
I mean, relative differences would be, you know, I guess, you know, his foreign policy is, you know, it's not lax. That's the thing. Like right now, we need secure borders. That's all we need. And I
Yeah,
don't think
and
gonna do
Biden's trying to pass that, and Trump said, "Blame me for the border bill if it doesn't pass," because he doesn't want to compromise on funding for Ukraine.
Well, well, I mean, I'm at a talking point, so thank you for having me.
You're not gonna respond to anything else. You're done.
I really, because I don't think it'll be back and forth for nothing. You know what I mean? Like it'll.
What do you mean?
Because like what you're just gonna point to how Trump is a racist and child whatever a pedophile and all this.
You're just
other
not
stuff.
willing to change your mind?
I'm willing. I just don't think. I don't think like.
Name one policy that you like that Donald Trump helped to get passed that benefited the middle class.
Middle class? I'm not saying he was.
No, just name one policy.
I can't name. I know he wasn't the Robin Hood of his time. Do you know what I mean? He's not giving rich, taking from the rich and giving.
Yeah,
it to
he's the
poor.
anti-Robin Hood. He's taking from the poor and giving it to the rich.
Yeah. And well, what is Trump doing? I mean,
he's corporate Robin Hood.
Biden doing? What is
He's corporate Robin Hood.
But what is Biden doing that's different? He's not doing anything. We're not seeing any of this
He didn't
money.
advocate for this particular tax policy. Plus, he's also engaged in plenty of things like infrastructure bills, PACT Act of Inflation Reduction Act, things that are investing in American jobs.
Gear up fast. We're about to get evil.
I'm on right now, dude.
Thank you for having me on. I really
You're done?
Yeah, I'm done. Thank you.
All right.
Look on y'all.
Let's go to the next person. Everyone only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. We are in debates. Do tap that screen, everyone. Keep the 500,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Push the sweet memories. Thank you so much for crying. Hello? Okay, this person's not here. Let's go to the next, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 20.
Are you driving?
Sorry, you just cut out. What did you say?
Are you driving?
No, I'm not.
Enemy soldier incoming.
What'd you say? You cut out. I can't hear you currently.
All stations,
Sitting in a
green light.
parking
We are
lot?
deploying to the
For
war
sure.
zone.
So are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I am, but what I was gonna say for the last guy, it's not just Trump or Biden. If you think we're both bad, there's 3 Democratic candidates this election, and there's always third party. So if you think
None of
they
them have an
both
option.
are wrong,
And also the
then
3 Democratic candidates. Who are the 3 Democratic candidates?
listen,
Resurgence.
I had it.
If you stay alive till time expires, you've secured redeployment. More points to earn.
It's
Back to that
Biden.
Marshall tick.
Sorry, my phone pauses when I switch. It's Biden, Williamson, and
No, that's all over.
Drop points marked.
Yeah, those
XP
are-
multiplier
No,
inbound.
no, no. You're talking about like the primaries.
okay.
So
wasn't
it's
sure
it's
if
Biden versus Trump. Plus, the third parties have no chance in America. Historically speaking, there's no evidence to substantiate that that's going
Okay. I was just thinking if you hate both candidates, because I feel like
There isn't another option.
Trump has shown a lot that he, like my sister brought up how he has said many degrading things about women and whatnot, and then there's flaws to Biden too.
Yeah. So I can bring this up. Trump's proven
Enemies are dropping into the area. Watch the skies.
Elections for the past few years, undermining our democracy by not accepting the results of a fair and democratic election. Right, his tax cuts specifically were targeted to benefit the rich. Right, he called for the death penalty, which is going to lead 4% of people to death or dying. He called that it should be illegal to burn the American flag. Right, so there are plenty of things I can point to Trump. as
XP
advocating
multiplier
for that in this
active.
There's 3 different ones that overturned Roe versus Wade that led to 13-year-olds in this country being forced to go through the context of pregnancies due to their state's abortion laws.
I knew most of that. Yep. I do have a question. If Biden goes into office again, will Roe v. Wade will that be
Enemies
overturned?
dropping into the AO.
No. Roe
Because
versus
I
Wade
don't
already
think-
was overturned, right? Try to get it passed in the context of Congress as well. Enough to past like the filibuster and things like that. So it just depends on those particular things. But obviously, a Democratic president like makes it more likely to deliver, and also allows for us to put Democratic judges in the Supreme Court if any were to die, or in the context of federal courts, which would be important for the Democratic legislation.
Of course. I come up here to learn a little bit more and say what I thought. I thought there was more people, but thank you for telling me that, because
For sure.
I didn't actually know that.
For sure, appreciate you coming up.
Gas is moving.
All right, let's go to the next person. Thank you for the coral. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. If you want, Wesley, what's up?
Enemy soldier incoming.
22. For sure. Are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
I would.
Okay, if you're not gonna vote, then it seems like we're just gonna go to the next person. We sent a guest request. If you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello?
Hello?
Yeah, are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
I will only vote for Trump in 2024 if the world ends the next day. I
will vote for Trump. Yo, Evan, thank you so much for the $10 on that. I appreciate that. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 25.
Enemies dropping into the
Are you
AO.
gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah.
Why so?
Yes, because he wants to Biden over here. He don't even know what he's doing.
Got a loadout drop inbound.
How much older is Trump Biden than Trump? Christian had mustache things.
By a couple of years, because like
Only a couple of years? So so then Trump's too old as well, right?
No, because Trump knows what he's doing. Biden doesn't.
Oh, okay. So did Trump know what he was doing when he said that when he mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who was proven to have sexually abused, with his ex-wife?
Yeah.
He knew what he was doing?
Yeah.
How? Oh. For the next person, everyone always send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all.
It will take more than that.
You have how old are you? Or could you have Zell? Yes, I would.
I miss you, Parker. I love you. Parker. I love you.
Fuck is this? That was so good. The next person, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump.
Enemies are dropping into the area.
Most definitely.
And why is that?
You're back on station.
Just
Go
basic
get
simple
after it.
facts that he's a better president than Biden. And a lot of other presidents that were wanting to go up.
Well, what facts demonstrate that?
Well, I was hearing your other thoughts about like the grape and all that, but the way I think about it is this new law that's getting passed where immigrants are able to come to America, and in most of the sentence, their country has the most sex trafficking, the most rape, and worldwide.
What country specifically?
Mexico. 2022,
so-
they had 802
25
sex
remaining.
trafficking incidences in 3 months, and we won't see
The rate of that, and then compare that to other nations. What is the rate of it compared to other nations?
I understand what you're saying, but the fact that our
Oh.
president is still able to sit here and be like, let's go.
I know, we're just, again, the Biden administration has brought back asylum-seeking approval rate to the exact same rates it was prior to
All
Trump.
of them are asylum seekers. dude. All
No.
of them.
So Biden hasn't changed policy to anything different than was prior before Trump, right? And there was less people coming to the country. So I think it's primarily dependent upon environmental conditions.
I think all of it's on all of that, dude. If I wanted to come to the U.S., I'd use the same excuse. Come on, dude.
Again, as it relates to this, the filter system, fuel systems. Angela, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Do you think that people shouldn't be able to asylum seek into the country?
Definitely not.
Oh no. So you don't think
No.
we should have? You don't think that anyone? Okay, so no one in like a country worldwide, even if there's like a genocide occurring, should be able to come to the United States for safety.
If they have a green card, sure, why not?
Yeah, but sometimes it takes. Sometimes if they're trying to seek asylum.
Fire sale is active. Buy station prices are adjusted.
That's something that's life. Even with
Leads to people dying. You understand that, right?
Time for vengeance. You're
Isn't that insane?
redeploying.
Don't you not want people to die? Don't you want people to have better living conditions?
if it's messing up America, then no. That's
how
simple.
is asylum seeking messing up America?
Overpopulated. That's
overpopulated. The low replacement. To require immigration.
Populated and homeless. We already have that bad enough in America.
People who are coming here, immigrants, are more likely to work than people who are not here. So they're actually less likely to be homeless, by the way.
It's less likely and most likely, but the thing I'm saying is I could drive around, you could give me a set of directions, and I promise you I'm going to see at least one of those immigrants on every corner selling something or doing something that's... I understand that it's low and the statistics are low on it, but when you sit there and see it with your own eyes, I've been to many states.
We are returning you to the front.
2-3 months, I've been to 4 or 5 different states. I've seen the same thing in every single one of them.
Yeah, so this would just be like an anecdotal claim. We'd have to be able to see like broad scale statistical evidence to indicate this on a broader scale. If you can't indicate this statistically, it seems like it's just related to the particular places you've been in.
There was 400 and...
Yo, Trump lost! Thank you so much for the email message. I appreciate it, Trump lost. And W name, by the way.
There was 482 police reports across one state in the span of 5 minutes saying that buses were getting overrun with immigrants. They were coming and they were vandalizing everything for no reason.
Yeah, can you show me that evidence?
I can't physically show you it. To look it up and see it, yes.
Can you tell me like the title of something I could find that?
I mean, I basically just gave it to you.
No, you gotta have a title of something
no longer active.
It was just on the
We
news.
lost that one, but we'll
What
get
news?
those some bitches next time.
NBC.
And what was the title?
I don't watch the news enough to look at titles. I just overheard it. Well, my girlfriend was watching the news.
How do you know you're interpreting it correctly if you don't put flavor into it?
Well, when a news reporter says that there was 482 police reports of immigrants vandalizing a state in 5 minutes, then I'm pretty sure it's not misinterpreted. That's the exact words.
Yeah. So, as it well, I mean, I would just have to see if as it relates to the context of this, right? How do you know this is indicative of some sort of bad circumstance occurring that isn't necessarily normal, or something that is just occurring at the time? There are lots of different types of claims.
Well, if Trump was in office, it wouldn't be occurring at the time. That's the whole point of it all.
Yeah. So when you say that, like, this wouldn't be occurring if it was Trump, one, you'd have to give me a reason of that. Two, again, I just need statistical evidence to indicate this is happening, right? I could point to people who are in Texas who claim that it's not as crazy as people are saying like it is, right? And that would disagree with your claims, right? And that's based upon their anecdotal experience. Similarly, how it's based on your anecdotal experience. How do we differentiate between these claims? Well, you base it on large-scale statistical evidence.
Yeah, that's true as well.
So if you don't have anything to base this claim on, well, then how can you say that the reason why Trump is going to be a better president is going to be because of this?
Well, because it wasn't like that when he was president. I can't base the future. If I was able to base the future, I would know who would be president. There would be no reason to vote. But what I'm saying is, if we compare Biden's in office and Trump in office, Trump did spent way more money for communities than Biden did.
Really, name one policy that you like that Trump helped pass that helped the middle class.
I don't know any off the top of my head.
Yeah, he did so much, but I can't name one off the top of my head.
No, I'm not really into the whole, like, I just vote. I'm not into like.
Yeah, so you're voting like it's a sports team. I like
no,
the Broncos.
No, not really. I just.
Well, then can you give me any reason? Like, you have no policies that you like of his that are benefiting people in the middle class.
Well, that's the thing is, like I said, like I look into the policies, but I don't study them. You know what I mean? I can't just name one off the top of my head.
Not even one?
Not really. No.
Don't you think that's an issue?
Well, it might be, but it's not.
I think that means you're an uninformed voter, and that you're voting based upon just whatever you feel like, right? Not based upon what the evidence indicates or what's reasonable.
Well, I'm voting on a president that has already been in office and has already known the works. Why would I vote for?
Wait, then vote for Biden. He's done the same. He's been in office. He knows the works.
He is in office currently. What I'm saying though is like,
yeah,
Trump,
so he must know the works better. He's more familiar with it.
That doesn't make no sense.
Well, he's been in office for significantly longer. He's been vice president. He's been first year. What did Trump just literally went through like 4 years? He went through one term, and that's all he's held political office.
And he's did more than Biden the whole time.
Yeah, and you can't even name one thing.
How much continents are there?
How many continents? 7.
Yeah. Can you name all of them?
Yeah. I've done this a million times on the live.
So you're intelligent, somewhat. Correct?
Yeah.
So you still vote for Biden? You make no sense, dude.
At what temperature does water freeze in Fahrenheit?
Hey, as cold as it needs to get, dude.
Name it. How much?
Well, let's see, dude. My drip freezes around 182 negative degrees.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know, chat. He doesn't know at what temperature water freezes, and he tried to ask me how many continents there are as a gotcha. I can't even.
So let's break that down. We have freezers where you put a water in so it freezes itself. Why would I need to know at what temperature water freezes when I could just throw that bitch right in the freezer and it freezes for me?
Yeah, so
why
would I need to know the 7 continents then?
Okay.
I did know the 7 continents, and obviously I've said that a million times in my life, but my point is that like what you just brought up kind of contradicted each other, because you don't need to know either of that information, yet you were using that as a gotcha.
Yeah, but that's not true at all. If you wake up in the middle of nowhere and someone gives you a map of their continent and you're like, oh, okay, I know what continent this is, then yes, that's helpful. You're not going to wake up in the middle of nowhere and be like, hey, we need this cold of a temperature to freeze water. Do you see what I mean? That doesn't make no
I think
sense.
it's a pretty common thing to know that. I can ask you other things. Can you name the days of the week?
Crazy, yeah. But you do need to know those. You're still contradicting
Can you name them?
Yeah. Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay,
that was
just
easy,
making sure.
dude.
Well, yeah, I'm just making sure that you have basic level cognition.
No, I know, but
Angel, what's 5 times 3?
Crazy, dude. That's 15.
Okay, what's 5 squared?
5 squared, that's 25.
Oh, okay. Hey, yo, you know what?
But this is what
I'll
I'm
give you
saying.
that, bro.
Can you listen though, without like cutting me off?
Yeah.
The questions you're asking me are things you need to know somewhat. I don't need to know at what temperature water freezes. Do you understand that?
Okay, I'm not saying you need to know that. You don't need to know how many continents there are either.
Yeah, but you said that you didn't need to know how much continents there were, and then you asked me what temperature water freezes. You don't need to know that.
Because I was testing your reasoning, my guy. You were literally using this as a gotcha. First of all, you didn't get me. 2, I just gave you something right back, right? And you couldn't answer.
You didn't get me.
I did get you. You didn't know.
I said 25, 5 squared. What are you talking about?
No, but that was with those. I was talking with the water freezing.
Oh yeah, because I don't need to know that. That's what I'm saying. That's irrelevant information.
It's not really. So is the continents if you want to base it on that.
What scenario would you have to know what water freezes, other than
to set your freezer at the correct temperature, to know whether or not rain is going to turn into snow?
Or you just let the life do that and it's going to turn into snow.
Or you just let life do that. Yeah. So like, can Give me an actual argument here. Like, why are you going to vote for a proven sexual abuser, a proven fraudster, an election denier, someone who literally said that it's okay for him to walk into changing rooms of girls at beauty pageants because he owns the place? You know, just like, why do you want to vote for this guy?
Because that has nothing to do with the way he runs the country.
What do you mean? Appreciate the Starlight. Thank you so much. A lot of these do.
Well, he's not going around and passing laws that rape is allowed. That's what I'm saying. That what he does in his personal life and even in his
Okay, so
public,
would you vote for a rapist?
if they have good political views, yes. That doesn't make no sense. It's a presidency. I'm not voting
Not
for
only
a-
does Trump not have good political views, but the fact that you said that you'd vote for a rapist is crazy. Would you vote for Hitler if he had good political views?
if his political views were not to wipe out a whole entire thing, yeah, I would.
So if Hitler espoused the same things as Trump, right, but has
But
done that in
you're-
the past, you would still vote
What
for him?
you're saying though is, would you vote for Gandhi if he had no idea how to run a country? You would vote for Gandhi?
I'm not saying Biden has no idea on how to run a country at all. But would I
not
vote
saying
for?
you didn't
Would
say
I that,
rather?
would I rather vote for someone who has good character than someone who does not have good character? Absolutely.
I'd rather vote for someone that knows how to run a country. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, and you think that's Trump? Are you kidding
Yeah,
me?
I do indeed.
Yeah. So, so how does Trump know how to run the country?
I mean, he just does everything that Biden can't.
Like what?
Biden-
Name what? Oh, like the infrastructure bill?
Yeah,
Yeah. And who got that passed?
Biden, thanks to Trump. If Trump would have never put it in, Biden would never have it. That's just how that-
Dude, I just think it's so funny that you didn't realize what you just did, bro.
If you gave him 4 years, he'll pass it himself. But no, Biden took it, so he has
He
to
had
pass.
4 years.
No, give him 4 more, he would have passed it again
Why couldn't he pass it when he was president?
because his day was over for office.
He could have done it during the 4 years, like Biden did it during the 4 years. Biden only had 4 years. Why could he do it when Trump couldn't do it in 4 years?
Because things take time. There's a process.
Yeah, things take time, but apparently it didn't take too much time for Biden.
Yeah, 4 years because Trump was too busy setting it up for him.
Oh, so Trump set it up and then Biden did it. How do you know that?
I just know, dude.
You just know?
Like, it doesn't take a rocket scientist.
So how do you know?
I just told you, dude. How do you know? You feel me?
I just know.
You see? Now you sound like me. Now we're both dumb.
I was joking, dude. I was joking.
Maybe
That's
I was
obviously a dumb
joking.
response. If
Maybe
your
I
whole
was
point is
joking,
trust me,
huh?
bro, dude, I'm not gonna say that's good enough evidence. I'm gonna
Maybe
say
I
we
was
shouldn't
joking,
believe
dude.
you're dumb. Sorry. What's
Yeah.
up? Percy the champion. Thank you so much, Adam. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Are you gonna give me any actual reason, or are you just gonna give me trust me, bros? Can we get some trust me, bros, in the comment section, please?
Let's get some trust me bros down in that comment section now, please.
Yeah, you're the one. Trust me, bro.
Yeah, that's why I said let's get some trust
And
me
also,
bros
can we
in
get a
the
Trump for prison too? Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much.
Yes,
I appreciate
sir.
it.
Trump 2024. Woo!
Yeah, Trump for prison 2024. Yeah. Trump 2024 prison.
That's what
Trump
I'm saying, dude.
2024 for prison. Woo! I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. The only Trump 2024 I could get behind is Trump for prison.
Yo, Donnie Miller 1966. You probably call timeout right before you're about to get tagged. I don't want to hear it from you in the comment section, boy.
What?
Yeah, see, you're illiterate. You can't hear me. You don't speak of the
You
English.
don't even know what illiterate means. Illiterate is referencing reading.
Yeah, you can't read.
Appreciate the blooming. Thank you so much. I wasn't reading it. You were telling it to me audibly.
And I'm not talking to you.
You were talking to me, Angel.
No, I was
You literally
talking
told it
Donnie
to me.
Miller 1966. That's
You
who I was
told it to
talking
me
to,
after.
little
It
boy.
wouldn't be illiterate if it was fucking verbal or auditory.
It wouldn't be illiterate if I was talking to you either, but I wasn't. I was talking
You
to
literally started talking to me if you can't remember.
I was talking to Dylan.
Yeah, and then you started talking to me.
Yeah, because you started talking to me. Now we're talking to each other.
No
to sell
fucking shit. We're on the fucking panel having a conversation. Angel,
So why
thank,
would
thank
you
you for
bring
letting
it
me know.
up? If it's a no shit, why would you bring it up? Of course we're talking to each other. You didn't let me.
You said we're not. Dude, this guy, I can't do
Because
it, man.
Dude, I wasn't talking to you. I was talking to Dylan, and then
But
you
then you started talking
so
to
I
me,
started-
dude. Oh my
yeah,
gosh,
'cause
bro.
You started talking to me.
No fucking shit. We're on a panel having a
Okay.
conversation.
So what else am I
Circle,
supposed
circle,
to do?
circle. What's up?
Smoky one. Cry about it. I ain't crying. I'm laughing, dude.
Dude.
It's just some funny shit, dude. Look, I can't even lie
You
to
have to
you.
be. Is your voice a troll, bro?
Why would my voice be as troll? That doesn't make no sense whatsoever.
Your voice literally sounds like a troll voice.
And how is it a troll voice? That doesn't make no sense. How do I?
I kind of feel a little bit bad because it might be real. And I'm not sure.
What I don't understand though is that like a racist claim? Is it because like what? How
A
is
racist claim? How?
I'm not saying you're racist. I'm saying what makes you say that it's a troll voice? That doesn't make no sense whatsoever.
Your voice just sounds like a kind of like someone who's trying to do a country accent but isn't country.
No, I just grew up in California, dude, and then I moved to Missouri for about 4 years. Yeah, I grew up in California and I moved to Missouri for about 4 years and I picked up the accent, but that's about it. It's not a troll voice. It's just how I sound. That's it.
Yeah, I apologize, man. I don't mean to. I just kind of sounded like that. I apologize. I get people who do that.
No, you're good, dude. Just don't let it happen again, dude.
Okay. Yeah. So, again, I'm not seeing any good reason here to vote for Trump at all. Do you want to provide?
It doesn't matter who we vote for. I made you laugh. You made me laugh.
It does matter. It does matter who you vote for, right? Because you're voting for someone who's restricting the rights of women to get access to abortion. You're voting for someone who's undermining our American democracy. You're voting for someone who's a proven sexual abuser. You're voting for someone that influences tax policy that takes from the poor and gives to the rich. You're influencing someone to be a president that is trying to get people off of their health care, right? By repealing the ACA, right? And not even providing an actual plan to replace it by any means, even though he claimed he would.
Let me just put it straight, dude. I walk into the voting office, dude. I close my eyes, I wiggle my finger, and I plop my finger down on the paper. That's how I vote, dude.
Yeah,
it is what it is.
And no offense, you're an absolute fucking... Okay, right? This is why this country can't fucking progress, is because we have dumbass... people like you, bro, that literally can't fucking use your brain, use your rationality, and vote based upon information, right? Rather than just literally, oh, I like the Denver Broncos.
Yeah, well, what I do is I pick up the pencil from the front of the entrance and I just throw it at the voting paper, and whatever it marks, dude. It's not my problem.
Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello?
You seem old enough. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Oh, no, I would never vote for that. I would never vote for that. I mean, here it is. You got somebody who come up with...
Appreciate it, man. W. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo, Parker.
How old are you?
I'm 24.
Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
24.
You are?
Yeah, I don't want to waste your time, so if you want to end it, you can dip, but I thought we could have a slightly more, productive chat. It's in terms of...
When did I say end it?
I don't want to... No, I mean, I'm not voting for Trump. I'm not voting for Trump or Biden. I find them both to be terrible options.
Okay, well, it's one or the other, right?
Well, I mean, there is a third option with about 24% of the vote.
Yeah, he does not have 24% of the vote by any poll.
Federally. By a lot of polls. But also,
show me one poll that has RFK at 24%. Federally. Or, across the whole country. General.
Yeah, there's a margin for error or discrepancy, but I mean, a lot of people have them around 14.
Can you just give me a single poll that has them at that much?
Well, perhaps 24% was a misspeaking
over
on my part, but But
How much? 14%? On which ones? Is that the most progressive one you're referencing, or not progressive? The most highest one you can give? Because I've seen ones that are like literally like 2%. Okay.
just about. But
Yeah.
regardless,
So if that's the
would you say
highest
it's
one,
fair
he
to
still has
say,
no
like,
chance.
a bad idea for someone to like do a protest vote and think, like, I don't like either of these options. I want a more radical change in this country.
That's not going to do anything. Okay. If you use your brain, you look at political history, you know that's not going to do anything.
Well, I mean, Teddy Roosevelt got pretty close.
Yeah. Do you think that the same conditions are prevalent here? And was he already president before? He was already notable. He already was in one of the political ones and was elected already. Okay. None of those are true for RFK.
Well, he's notable. I would say he's a well-known figure.
He has not been elected into presidency before.
Okay, but it's I find it easy to poke holes in Trump's candidacy, and that's like, you're great at doing that. But I feel like there are problems with Biden as well.
Oh, I mean, I'm going to agree. There are huge problems with Biden, but he's better than Trump. Do you disagree with that?
Is he better than Trump? I would say it depends what you value.
Based on what you value?
Yeah, he's better in a lot of what I value.
Then vote for him. There you go. That's
I
your
just
answer.
have a hard time voting for someone who's pretty much like an establishment elite, someone who's going to go toe in line with the CIA operations that we probably won't know about for another 50 years.
Yeah. Say you disagree with certain things he's going to do. If you think he's better, if you're rational, you'd vote for him. Okay? That is just a fact.
I wouldn't say. First off, I think it's easier for someone to have. It's easy for humans to adopt bad ideas, and I think like kind of that Angel guy was impossible to listen to. I can't believe I stuck through that, but like I don't find it helpful to be like making fun of accents and like calling people down on their bad ideas. Like, it's easy for people to adopt these bad ideas. Like, just like I say, it's weird for you to gloss over. Like, I think it's an issue that Joe Biden's crime bill put people in jail for exactly what his son does, or for his withdrawal of Afghanistan being a complete shit show, or him pressuring.
I mean, you can say these things, but if you think he's better, if you're rational, you'd vote for him. Okay, that's just how it works. You're not responding to my point that what you're doing is you're saying Biden also bad. Okay, when did I say differently? Right? He's a better individual under your own worldview. If you're rational, you vote for him.
I think there's a large amount of people that you're kind of putting off that are actually that want more.
I'm not
radical
talking
change.
to them right now. I'm talking to you right now. You think he's better, right? And it is the case that you should vote for him. I want plenty of change. I want more change than probably you might even advocate for. Okay? I don't think you're even acknowledging that. What I'm saying is that given what we have right now, this is the best option we have. You already agree with that. Okay? Given your own values right now, you already agree with that. You're just not voting because you feel disenfranchised. And because you feel disenfranchised, you're not going to vote in one of the most important elections when there's someone that's undermining our American democracy, a proven sexual abuser who's trying to take away rights from women to be able to have access to abortion by literally putting Supreme Court justices in office that then literally overturned Roe versus Wade, that led to 13-year-olds in this country being forced to go through pregnancy. So you can sit there and you can cry all you want saying that you're disenfranchised. That doesn't actually help people, okay?
First off, I think there's a lot.
That's
more
not helping
overlap on what
anyone.
we
You
would
voting for a
agree
third
with
party
and
is taking away from that.
I actually disagree. Voting for a third
No,
party.
you don't. You
can
just
build
said it was
momentum
better.
in
You just
future
said that Biden
elections.
was better.
No.
Voting for a third party
Voting for a third
isn't going
party
to do anything.
can build momentum in future elections and promote a more radical change that people want in the future.
We need ranked choice voting to make third parties viable. Okay, third parties are not going to be viable under this two-party system. You just have to accept reality. Okay.
All right, but hypothetically, over the next 3-4 elections, if Americans see the amount of third-party voting going up, I think that could be an indicator of people are fed up with the system. I want to be a part of that.
No
momentum.
shit.
I
People
don't want
already
to
know
be a
that
part
people
of
are fed up with the system. You need ranked choice voting. That makes third parties actually politically viable. Right now in America, they're not politically viable. Are you really gonna fucking try and get someone like Trump elected because you want to just like try to say fuck you to the establishment right now? I fucking hate the establishment, right? I don't like it, but it is absolutely better than Donald Trump. Okay.
I think there's good ways that, like, we don't
Unequivocally
need to resort to like fucking this and like it's a little emotional. There's good ways to have productive conversations, and I like a lot of what you say, but in terms of just kind of targeting the Trump people instead of like trying to bring them over, trying to like enlighten them, I find it a little shallow or like kind of cheap.
I don't give a fuck what you find shallow or cheap. I'm telling you should vote for this because you yourself find it to be more valuable. What the fuck? I don't give a fuck.
All right, man. I was hoping to have a productive
How is
chat,
it?
and
How
you
is
didn't-
it shallow for me to
Well,
say that I want
I
a better
think-
system for people in this country? How is it shallow for me to argue for the rights of women to get
When did I
access
say
to
it was shallow
abortion?
for you to say
How is
that?
it shallow for me to argue for this democracy? How is it
said it was
shallow
shallow for
to hold a
that.
sexual abuser accountable? How is it shallow to sit on here and socially advocate for people to have better conditions for themselves? Okay, I'm not
said
sitting here
that.
and saying
Did I
that what
say
Biden
any
is
of
doing
that?
is great and Biden is doing is the best I've ever seen. What I'm saying is Biden is better than Trump, and that is a fact. And what you're doing is you're saying that too, but you're also not willing to act upon it. Okay.
I think if you have a good understanding of history and what people like, Joe Biden's effectively a puppet.
And you have no
line with
evidence
what-
of that. Give me the evidence.
Being a puppet?
Yeah, give me the evidence that Joe Biden is a puppet. Yeah.
Wait, would you not agree that a vote for Joe Biden is just a vote for his cabinet? Do you think he's making
Can you
his
give
choices?
me any
Do you think
evidence
he's
to
the one
indicate?
behind
Hey,
the
hey,
infrastructure
I'm
bill?
asking
Do you think
you.
he's the one?
Dude, obviously there's Congress involved in that like any other president. Give me evidence that he is a puppet.
He's calling the shots.
Dude, are you listening to me? Yes, he is calling some shots. Can you give me any evidence he's a puppet?
Evidence he's a puppet? Like
Yes.
what? Like I need like documented proof that there's like someone behind him calling shots.
Give me any evidence that he's a puppet. You're making the claim he's a puppet. Do you have any evidence of that?
His inability to speak coherently.
He speaks coherently. Have you watched the State of the Union? I'll pull up a video of right now Biden speaking coherently. Would you want to put money on it? Oh, the first video I look up of Biden speaking to the public is of him speaking coherently.
Of what you define as coherent or what someone else would.
Come on, you would. I guarantee when you watch the video, you'd consider it coherent.
All right. I mean, Parker, I think it'd be probably good for you to like come in the middle and be like, here's some things I don't like about Biden. Could you give me a couple of those? That'd probably be
Yeah.
productive.
So while giving aid to Palestinians, he at the same time gives missiles, gives money for guns and weapons to perpetuate the unaliving of people in Palestine. Right.
All right. Yeah. No.
That's an example, right? I think that's really bad. I think that's really, really, really bad. Okay.
100%. And that's actually one of like the biggest issues I have with RFKs is unequivocal support for
Yeah,
Israel.
and same thing with Trump. Trump says he's the best for Israel. Okay. So again, that wouldn't be a relevant difference between the two, but it's bad. Biden's also racist. Okay. He said that if you don't vote for me, you aren't black. Right. He's helped pass the crime bill that literally put black people in prison to extremely high extents. He's referred to black people in negative manners as it relates to the context of he doesn't want to live in a quote unquote racial jungle. Right.
So you're
He's
voting.
also
You're cool with
specifically
voting for a racist. Is what
both
you're
Trump
saying?
and Biden are racist. I've already clarified that a million times. Okay.
Sorry, I
I'm
don't
sitting
watch all
here
your
and I'm
videos,
willing to
bro.
acknowledge. I'm sitting here and I'm willing to acknowledge the bad shit on both sides and say there is a better of the two candidates. Okay. I'm not saying I like
fair.
Joe
You know what?
Biden. I'm saying he's
I
a
respect
better.
that.
He's
I
less
respect-
shitty than the other side.
If you think it's cool, you're okay with voting for a racist. You know what? Like that's on you. Like if
They're
you're cool
both
standing by
racist.
that,
You can't get around that.
gotcha.
That's not a relevant
If
difference.
you want to vote for racist, that's fine. I won't. I will not vote for a racist.
So again, both sides, right, are racist, right? One president is going to be in the office regardless of the scenario. One leads to significantly worse outcomes for people comparative to the other, although both of them are bad people. Would you rather have, if you had to eat if you had to eat a plate, would you rather have a plate of shit or 2 plates of shit? You have to eat the whole plate.
One plate of shit, Parker.
Obviously, you don't want the plate of shit. The plate of shit is not good, right? But it's better than 2 plates of shit. Okay.
I just don't think it's crazy for young people wanting neither of those bad options, right?
I don't think it's crazy
double
either.
racist.
I get
Okay,
you. I understand. But what you're doing is impractical. Okay. I totally get it.
I'm willing to concede that voting for a third party in this
You're cutting
2024
out.
election is probably you're throwing it away, right? You're throwing away an election, whatever. You're throwing your vote away. I think
For the
that
person who thinks I'm an actor in the comment section, DEG, get enough followers, send a guest request. I'd love to talk to you about it. You can continue.
yeah, no problem. I think it's silly to kind of say like it's pointless to vote for a third candidate because, like I said before, I want to see over time.
Can I also address
momentum
this?
build
For
in
someone
that
saying that I
direction.
think racism is okay, no. I clearly said that I think that's bad. I clearly am against it, right? I think everyone should be anti-racist. What I'm saying is that both sides, I think, are racist. And I have to acknowledge that, again, just describing one side as racist isn't going to provide a relevant difference to vote for one over the other. And there's significant other things like abortion rights in this country, like someone undermining American elections, like giving money to rich people at the expense of poor people in this country, the rhetoric as it relates to the context of immigration, saying that immigrants are poisoning the blood of this country, right? Plenty of things that are significantly worse on the side of Trump, okay? Like, what are you talking
Yeah,
about?
sure. No, 100%. And Biden and Trump alike, they both pressured Julian Assange and pressure WikiLeaks and are behind that whole persecution. So, like, as you are someone who's in the space, you know, you're trying to become maybe a journalist or in the media space, that should be an issue on your forefront. But, you know, I think it's possible for us to have these, like, productive chats and disagree without getting to a place of animosity, and I think that's something you're pretty good at. And I mean, I'll hop off here and say like we agree to disagree on some stuff, but yeah, I mean,
Wait, no. So again, why don't you want to vote, given that you acknowledge that Biden's better?
no, I fully plan on voting. I think there is a third
And
option.
you're gonna
that's
vote
better
for
than both
Biden?
of them. No,
You know that's not going to happen, right? Andrea, thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. The party isn't going to do anything for anyone. Okay, I understand what you want to do, but he's not helping anyone.
I don't disagree.
Okay, if you think he's not helping anyone by
Refuse to vote
voting
for
that way,
evil.
why would you do
I
it?
refuse to vote for evil. How about that? Can you understand?
Don't you consider
that?
RFK evil? He has
Evil?
unequivocal
I don't think he's
support
evil.
for Israel. Do you consider that evil?
Wrong about stuff, but
He is
I
unequivocal.
wouldn't say he's evil.
Okay, so he has support for Israel. It's committing genocide in Gaza. Do you not think that's evil?
I've seen him advocate for a two-party solution. He's not as radical as a lot of the other options.
Is he supporting Israel in the genocide?
I haven't gone that deep into his, but I know he supports a two-state solution. I know for a fact.
Okay, so does Joe Biden.
Yeah, that's you know a step in the right direction.
Okay, that doesn't answer any of my questions.
I kind of want to just wrap it up and say like we agreed to disagree on some of this stuff, but I do think it's a good sign that more and more people want to vote.
To be totally honest, you know you're not doing anything though. Okay, when you're voting for third parties, I understand you don't want to vote for someone who's evil. All of these options are evil people. Okay.
I think like that's like a self-fulfilling prophecy to keep saying you only have these two options. You only have these two options.
Appreciate the dinosaur. Thank you so much, Jack. I appreciate it.
Racist.
Yes, under the context of this current system, we only have two because of the two-party system.
Prophecy.
You need ranked choice voting for there to be third parties that are legitimized in this country. That is just a fact, okay? It's not a self-fulfilling prophecy if you just acknowledge the political history, okay?
My AirPods just died, so I'm gonna have to hop off the audio. I hope you can still hear me. Are you good?
Yeah, it's honestly better.
Oh, my bad. All right, well, yeah, like I said, I just
Georgia Gal,
that
thank you
it's
so much for the
pointless.
meteor shower. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
But yeah, I'm gonna let you get back to talking to Trump voters.
All right.
I hope you can sway some, but
Sure. All right, only set a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. We are just looking for some debates, y'all. I appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. All right, let's get this next person, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
24.
For sure. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes.
And why is that?
And there's a big reason. So basically, the reason why I'm voting for Trump for 2024 is that to change like the transgender view. So like it's between Biden and Trump, Biden has idolized way more the transgender people, as much even for little kids than it is for Donald Trump. So we didn't know anyways. So what Trump will do in 2024 is that he will just destroy whatever's like transgender, like to like illegalize the use of hormones and hormone blockers. So like kids under the age of 18, or whoever.
And for adults.
Yeah, and for adults too.
Yeah, so adults shouldn't be able to get access to gender affirming care? That's anti-freedom. Okay, that is absolutely anti-freedom.
Well,
unequivocally. Okay. So you're arguing against people's freedoms to self-express.
Well, I'm arguing because there's only two genders, bro.
Okay, trans people aren't even arguing more than two genders. Okay.
Really?
Do you believe in the Christian God?
I believe in God. I believe in the God, like God the Father, God the Son, God the Holy Spirit.
Okay. So God the Father, prior to incarnation, prior to Jesus existing, does he have any biology? Does he have any chromosomes, any gametes, any genitalia?
It doesn't matter. Like
you still respect his gender identity, that he's a man, that he's a father, and you still respect his pronouns, that he's he, him. Okay.
He's the Alpha and Omega.
Answer the question, right? Do you respect his gender identity and his pronouns?
What I'm saying is that he's the King of all kings.
Do you respect his gender identity and his pronouns?
I'm saying that he's the King of all kings, so you should respect him, bro. So
hey, do you think you should respect his gender identity and pronouns, even though he doesn't have respect of biology, chromosomes, or genitalia?
All I'm saying is that I respect God as the Alpha and Omega, our Father.
You can't answer it.
Our Father, your Father, my Father.
Daily, I appreciate the galaxy. Thank you so much, Daily.
Everybody's Father, bro. So I'm saying that. Let's get back to the question.
Yeah, and he doesn't have gametes, he doesn't have chromosomes, and he doesn't have genitalia, and he doesn't have any of those things. Yet you still respect his gender identity and his pronouns.
Why are we going to the Bible?
Why accept God's gender identity and pronouns, but not trans people?
He doesn't respect to the fact that you can't even change your own gender. You're still a man. I'm still a man.
Answer the question. Why do you respect God's gender identity and pronouns, but you don't respect trans people's?
I respect gender identity to God because he's a man. He's the king. He's the man's.
Yeah, and can't you say that for a trans man? Can't you say that for a trans man? What a king.
That's a woman. The trans man.
No, he's not.
A trans man is a woman.
Okay, well then God's a woman.
No, he's not.
Yes, she is. Yes, she is.
So you're just disrespecting God in any way because you're just saying that
the mother says that you need to start calling her the mother. Why do you think it's Mother Nature, buddy? So respect the mother. Okay? the daughter, the mother, and the Holy Spirit, okay?
You just trigger so many people to the fact that they're just literally coming to the point where...
Oh, you're triggered by that? You're triggered by that, buddy?
No, I'm not triggered.
So you think it's respectable to disrespect trans people's gender identity and pronouns, but when I disrespect God's gender identity and pronouns, then it's not a fucking issue.
You know what? I'm just saying that everybody's freedom is that they have to be, man is man and woman is woman.
Justin,
and
thank you for the $6.66. Thank you so much, Justin.
Why does Biden have to disrespect so many people that way? That you can't even celebrate the resurrection of Jesus.
It's not disrespecting people to have a trans visibility day. Come on, get a fucking grip, dude.
He can't even respect Jesus. He can't even celebrate the resurrection of our Lord and
Respect
Savior.
Jesus? He's literally Catholic and goes to church. Trump doesn't even fucking go to church every week. What are you talking about?
He goes to the Bohemian Grove. You know what the Bohemian Grove is?
Wait, when did Biden go to Bohemian Grove?
He goes there all the time. Like he does rituals.
Give me evidence?
To do some rituals with other
Give me evidence that Biden has gone to Bohemian Grove.
Well, you have to go to Ryan Garcia first.
Of course. Okay, can you give me any evidence that Biden has gone there?
Yes, he did. Yeah, in California, what he does with his other elites, they go to the Bohemian Grove.
Can you give me evidence that they did?
Whatever games they have, they do some rituals.
Hey, Omega, can you give me evidence that he went to Bohemian Grove?
There was a giant owl that they worship as their type of God.
Can you give me evidence that Joe Biden went to Bohemian Grove?
As their type of God, and then they literally...
I saw Ryan Garcia said it! He said it!
Like how Carthaginians sacrificed their kids to Bob.
Stop describing to me the process and give me the evidence.
He basically does sacrifices to other little...
Hey, I'm not asking you to give me a description of what's happening. I'm asking you to give me the fucking evidence, my guy, right? So if you're not going to give me the fucking evidence, right, I'm not going to let you take me up to the Appalachian Mountains, okay? So we're gonna wait for you to give me the evidence.
I just did, sir. I just said...
Nope, no evidence. Give it to me.
I just said it in front of you with my own mouth. I just said it. Like I said, Bohemian Grove. They take little kids and they basically just...
You're describing the process. Appreciate this invest. Thank you so much.
And I'm saying this in public, so I wouldn't even get my own self canceled because I had to tell the truth. I'm saying the truth.
Hey, you're not answering my question. I'm not asking...
I did answer your question. What are you talking about?
Hey. I'm not asking how the process works. I'm asking for the evidence.
All I'm saying is XX for woman, XY for man. And what I'm saying is Trump can literally...
Okay, well, does God have XY chromosomes?
XY chromosomes. Yeah, I have XY chromosomes.
Does God have XY chromosomes?
He does, and he's the alpha omega.
Does the father have XY chromosomes?
Because I just said I just answered that long time ago.
No, the father doesn't have XY chromosomes. Yeah, he's still a man.
So you're just basically to the point where you want to, like, gaslight. To the point
I'm not
where
gaslighting shit. I'm just showing you how your fucking ideology makes no sense. Your whole reason
My
for voting for a
ideology
proven
makes-
sexual abuser,
I
a
just
proven
said-
fraudster, and election
I just
denier
said it.
is because you don't like trans
Oh.
people. And because
Oh,
you
really?
don't like trans people, that's what
I
you're
didn't
voting
say
on.
I like
And I
trans
showed
people.
you
I
how
said
your
that
own
trans people
ideology
can
and your own religious beliefs actually get you committed towards believing trans
Oh,
identity
I
is
said
valid.
Trans people
Okay, I'm
can
gonna finish what
change.
I'm saying, and you're not
They have to
understanding.
change, like,
okay? Your ideology commits you to believing trans identity is valid, okay? Because God has pronouns and has gender identity without gametes, without chromosomes, and without particular fucking genitalia, okay?
Yeah, just like how
you
Joe
are
Biden-
committed to believing trans people are valid.
Just like how Joe Biden sniffs people's hair in camera.
I like
Hold
how
on,
you're
no.
pivoting and not acknowledging that you need to accept trans people, buddy.
Here's how Joe Biden acts. Joe Biden
Accept
acts
trans people. Accept trans people.
Joe Biden acts like a little nitwit, where he basically
What'd you
goes
say?
on.
Wait, what'd you just say?
Joe Biden acts like a nitwit.
What'd you
I
just
said
say?
that. He literally look how his memory works. He basically
say
just
what you
goes
just
out
said.
in public,
Omega,
and
Omega,
when
what'd
he
you just say?
leaves, He basically just lost his own
What
mind.
did
He-
Yo, stop. What'd you just say?
Do you want me to turn on my camera and see how he acts?
Can you
I
tell me
bet-
what you just said? Tell me what you just said.
I'm gonna bet you to the point.
What does he
where
act like? What did you just say?
Let me turn on my camera and I'll show you how he acts. How he acts.
Can you just tell me what you said?
I just said that what I said to the public.
Can you tell me what you said? If you can't tell me, I'm gonna go to the next person.
He said he's an iniquit.
A what?
An iniquit. He is. He literally is.
I can't hear what you're saying.
An iniquit.
A what?
An iniquit. I just said it in front of your face.
I don't know what you're saying.
Yes, you did. A nitwit. I just said that. You didn't even hear me. Nitwit. He is very mindless. Like literally.
Okay, I thought you
he
were.
literally watched to every bite.
saying. I thought you were saying a slur. So like I don't know what you were saying.
What I'm saying is that he's basically to the point where his memory's lost so much that. Do you want me to turn on my camera so I can show you how he acts like when he leaves? Like when he leaves the podium. Trump has literally mocked him too. I want to mock him too. I want to show you how I mocked Biden.
Yeah. So you're just gonna make fun of his stutter? Is that it?
I'm not gonna make out sorry. I'm just gonna make fun of it to the point where he actually.
Well, you got flagged for hate speech, so I have to go on to the next person. Let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. Keep tapping that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 100,000, 250,000 likes, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hello.
Are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
Oh, absolutely not.
Okay, for sure. I am just looking for people who will vote for Trump in 2024.
64
Appreciate you coming up, though. Appreciate you coming up. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
41.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes, sir.
Why so?
First of all, I enjoy your show, man. You do a really good job. So, basically, economic reasons, border reasons, and we'll start there.
Okay, so what economic reasons and what border reasons?
Well, absolutely working to quit sending so much money to places that aren't needed. We could have built a border wall 60-some times with the money that's been sent.
You mean it's like Ukraine? So if you want to talk about that, do you know what the Budapest Memorandum is?
No, sir.
So it was specifically like a deal that we signed with Ukraine that if they gave up their nuclear weapons, that we would defend them. So they gave up their nuclear weapons, and now it's our turn to defend them. And if we don't hold up this particular deal as it relates to the context of nuclear weapons, how can we expect Iran or other countries around the world to accept deals with the United States, right? Given that they have shown that they don't respect them.
Well, this might sound a little off, but nukes quite possibly could be fake. Nobody's ever really seen one. Carpet bombings or what happened.
Nukes are fake? So, like, what about Nagasaki and Hiroshima?
They were carpet bombs.
So you don't believe that Nagasaki and Hiroshima were nuclear weapons? You don't believe that nuclear power plants are using nuclear energy? You don't believe that that there's been any atomic bombs dropped around the entire world, even though there's very clear, sufficient evidence indicating that even the radioactive material from these bombs specifically are even like across the entire world, right? So, I mean, we can literally see very clear evidence that nuclear weapons are being used.
Well, I understand that there's nuclear power, absolutely, but
What does nuclear power come from?
From fusion.
No, fission. It comes from the same sort of material and whatnot that we would use for nuclear weapons, right? It's just the reason why it can't be necessarily very easily like recreated if it were to be through the context of these nuclear power plants is because it's extremely hard to isolate these particular types of things.
Well, I mean, so if they're so dangerous that they can't be used near people during testing, of course they.
Well, you have to do specific types of regulations.
Well, yeah. Well, so all the evidence of the testing is from an inside source, not an outside source.
What do you mean?
So, well, you have to believe the government to see the testing.
So, are you saying that all the information we have as it relates to the context of studies are wrong?
Studies can be doctored.
Okay, so what studies were doctored and how do you know they were doctored?
I don't have evidence of any of this.
So are you just assuming that these studies are doctored?
I'm not the one to go down the path, so to say, on this. I've just watched a few things, I've heard a few things, and I just use my own intelligence as far as, you know, what I can see with my own eyes and what I can relate. And basically,
what about the videos of nuclear testing?
Okay, which video would you be speaking of? Because if you're talking about the one where they got the camera and the whole city blows over, well, what happened to the camera? Why is it still there? And in that video, right before the blast, a car actually shows up a frame or two before the house blows over.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know the specific one that you're referencing, but I am very sure there are particular, I appreciate the little ground, thank you so much, particular types of things where they have tested and even videoed nuclear test results or nuclear tests and stuff like that. So I think there's plenty of evidence that this is the case.
And stuff like that. So I think there's plenty of evidence.
Hold on. You have to swipe out of the app and then swipe back in, man. But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. It's right up to 250,000 likes, everyone.
But yeah, tap that screen, everyone. It's right up to 250,000 likes, everyone.
Hey, man, I just told you to swipe out of the app. I just told you to swipe out of the app, swipe back in, man. All right. You should be able to unmute yourself now. I can't unmute you because I just or actually I can't unmute you. There you go.
All right, sorry about that, man. I got an appointment that I got to go to, but I appreciate you having me on. I wish I could have been on a little longer.
For sure. All right, we'll go to the next person. Appreciate you coming up. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are simply just looking for some debates, y'all.
Hey.
How old are you?
I'm 4.
Hello?
Can you hear me?
Yeah. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yes.
Why so?
Me personally, it's just that I feel that we need a strong America. It's as simple as that for me.
And what makes you think specifically that Trump brings a strong America?
Well, it's like, does Biden make us strong? And it's like, no, obviously not. But Trump,
Does Trump make us strong?
We were.
Can you give me evidence that Trump makes us strong?
No new wars during his presidency.
What do you mean by new war?
There was no new war started. It's like everybody was at bay.
Can you just define war for me?
War, new war would be something popping up all of a sudden, like what happened in the
I'm not asking for an example. I'm asking for a definition.
I don't have a dictionary with me to give you that. But what's your definition?
So, wait, so you don't have a definition?
Do you have a definition? I'm just curious.
Yeah, so I would typically just relate to like an armed conflict between two countries, right? And Trump has increased armed conflict in the region, right? Specifically, he has increased armed conflict in the Middle East, 450% increase in military drone strikes, right? Trump also backed a Saudi blockade that starved Yemeni children. He also engaged in a proxy war in the context of Syria against Russia. So, like, there's been plenty of things that Trump was involved in worldwide.
Do you think so you won't vote for Trump?
No.
Is there a way we can change your mind?
Huh?
Is there anything that can change your mind?
Yeah, good reason, but I doubt there's any good reason to indicate that I should.
He's for you. He's for all of us. Biden is only for like
Can you
illegals.
give me one policy that Trump helped pass that benefited the middle class?
Don't you feel safer with Trump in office?
Can you name one policy that Trump helped pass that benefited the middle class?
I mean, I wasn't really into politics until not too long ago.
No, you can't name a single one.
I can't name anything Biden did either. So it's like they're.
So then you're just
So
an
no different.
uninformed voter.
Yeah, I feel comfortable with Trump.
Yeah, so why? Because you have no reason, it seems. You can't name a single
I
policy
feel
he did to benefit
Trump's-
people.
He's more for America, all of us, you, me included.
Yeah, and how do you
And
know that if you
Biden
don't
is
know any
more
of his
for-
policies?
But Biden is more for the border. That's a big thing. I like the wall being constructed. That was a good idea, but they said no. But he's for us. Biden is for illegals, and he's for the LBGP people. LBG, whatever it's called.
LGBTQ. So
Yeah.
he should be for LGBTQ people. And how is he for undocumented immigrants? What do you mean by that? He's removed 3.5 times as many people from the country as the Trump administration.
Illegal immigrants.
Yeah, we're talking undocumented immigrants.
Yeah, so they're just flowing over the border like it's water, like it's a free for all.
Nah. Could you give me any evidence specifically to indicate that it's
Yeah.
because of
You
Biden's?
got New York is being overrun.
Could you give me any
you got
evidence to
Chicago.
indicate that it's because of Biden's border policy?
Yeah, he said come.
What border policy specifically caused this?
The lack of a policy caused it.
Okay, what was the difference in policies from the Obama administration to the the Biden administration? That means that it wasn't happening then, but it is happening now.
The Obama administration. That's another one. But I looked into that one in a bit because I was comparing it, and I did see that he did deport a lot. So this border crisis wasn't a crisis then, but Trump was going to fix it to where it won't be a crisis at all. And then all of a sudden
So-
Biden comes in, and bam, we got a crisis.
Yeah. So again, what policy specifically caused this? Because it just sounds environmental.
It sounds like a lack thereof a policy.
Again, if it's a lack of a policy, well, then how is there a difference between the Obama administration and the Biden administration to then mean it would happen now? Seems like the policy is not even different.
I'm sorry, man. Just Trump's is way better for us, for you and me.
And you can't even give me any reason.
Don't need a reason.
You don't need a reason? Okay,
Trump's
well,
more
then
good.
Trump's worse for us.
No, I can't say that.
Yeah, I can. He's a proven sexual abuser, proven fraudster. He sent 83% of his taxes to the top 1% people who make over $500,000 a year, and it decreased after-tax income for the middle class, the lowest quintile, increased it for the highest quintile, the top 1%, and the top 0.1%. Okay? So
Does
that
Biden
is
still
terrible
vote for children?
policy. What's up?
I think Biden is a pervert.
Well, I can actually prove that Trump is. Trump's a proven sexual abuser. Trump has literally claimed that it was justified for him to walk into changing rooms of little girls because it is the case that he owns the place. He said that he would date his daughter if she wasn't his daughter. I can show you a video right now of Trump specifically saying that he'll be dating a 10-year-old in 10 years. Are you going to hear it?
No, that don't make
You don't want to
sense.
hear it? Well, too bad. You're going to hear it anyway.
I think that's AI.
It's not. It's not AI.
It's AI.
When you say it's
Yeah,
AI, that
that's
just means
okay.
that you're not willing to accept reality at this point.
Trump 2024, man.
I'm gonna be dating her in 10 years. Can you believe it?
Fucking 10-year-old, dude.
Trump 2024, man.
Yeah, you're disgusting. How can you hear that and be like Trump 2024?
I don't believe it.
Yeah, because you're literally delusional. He said so many lies that you don't even know what's lie and what's not anymore.
I feel safer with Trump. I'll tell you that
Yeah,
much.
you feel safer with fascists, right? You feel safer with people
No.
who. Yeah,
Biden's more fascist.
wait, actually, if you look at the 14 points of fascism, Trump basically runs off every one. So if you're going to consider, like, how many points do you have to hit to be considered a fascist, right? Trump is going to hit those points.
Well, Trump isn't eliminating his opposition from elections.
Who is?
Biden is.
It's not Biden specifically, and Trump's denying the results of a fair and democratic election, right? Do you want to go through the 14 points of fascism? I promise you more are applicable to Trump than are to Biden.
I think they are more applicable to the entire Democratic Party.
You want to bet?
Yeah.
Okay, let's go over them right now.
I gotta go soon.
Well, you can hear me do it. 14 points of fascism. Fascism. All right, let's pull this up. All right. Right here. Number 1, powerful and continuing nationalism. Oh, that's applicable to Trump. Make America great again. The notion to be super patriotic, making it illegal to burn the American flag, right? Patriotic mottos, slogans, symbols, songs, flags, right? 2, disregard for human rights, right? We could say this in the context of him trying to get rid of women's access to abortion. We could say this as it relates to the context of death penalty for being a drug dealer. We could say this as it
That's
relates.
good.
It also says approval of executions, which is.
I agree with everything that's on there.
Death
Yes.
penalty. 4% of people on death row are innocent.
Yes.
Right. He's
Yes.
also has a disregard for Muslims. Right. He's called for a complete and total shutdown of Muslims entering this country. That's disregard for human rights.
Period, yes.
Identification of enemies as a unifying cause. Okay. What one can we apply for this? Immigrants.
Yes.
Socialists, communists.
I agree
right?
with everything.
Okay,
that's
so
on there.
all
That's why-
3 of those are
listen,
applicable to
you're
Trump
not
so
making
far.
a case against him.
Supremacy of the military. Trump
Yes.
advocates for supremacy of
I
the
love
military.
military.
Widespread sexism, right? Grab them by the P word. Right?
He was young.
The
when he said
invoking of traditional gender roles, the notion of being against abortion.
Yes.
You claimed against being gay.
Yes. Yes.
Controlled mass media, right? I don't know if this would necessarily
I don't
be
like that
applicable
part.
to Trump, but
That's what's going on right now.
yeah, I mean, I don't know if I would apply this to him, but you could say that it's applicable in the context of what he likes to take down on his own sites and whatnot about his behavior and how he is.
All right, I gotta go, but the other things you
obsession with
mentioned are
national
the points that
security.
I support for him.
Trump uses fear as a motivational tool to get people to think that like their elections have been stolen. So that's definitely there. Religion and government intertwined. Trump's definitely advocated for that. Corporate power protected. Trump absolutely supports corporate power. Labor power suppressed. I can show you Trump's anti-union record. He has one of the biggest anti-union records, right? His disrespect for the intellectuals and the arts. He constantly denies climate change. He constantly denies, right, consensus as it relates to science. Obsession with crime and punishment. He constantly references the context of law and order. Rampant
Yes,
cronyism
yes,
and corruption. There were
yes.
more people that were indicted under his administration than even Nixon's administration. He specifically even claims that the federally, actually as it relates to this, the election was stolen from him, but he appointed corrupt judges then that would have stolen the election from him. So he agrees there's corruption that he's implementing. And then fraudulent elections, claiming fraudulent elections. Oh,
Yes,
so let's look at
I
this,
believe it was
right?
too.
Number 1 is applicable to Trump. Number 2 is applicable to Trump. Number 3 is applicable to Trump. Number 4 is applicable to Trump. Number 5 is applicable to Trump. Number 6 is not. Number 7 is applicable to Trump. Number 8 is applicable to Trump. Number 9 is applicable to Trump. Number 10 is applicable to Trump. Number 11 is applicable to Trump. Number 12 is applicable to Trump. Number 14 is applicable to Trump. Number 14 is applicable to Trump. Trump hits 13 of 14 of the points of the 14 points of fascism. Okay,
Most of
and
those-
you were sitting there agreeing with it. So
Yes.
you're agreeing with fascism.
You should too. No, I don't agree with fascism.
So you think you should agree with fascism?
No.
Oh, okay. So you think you should disagree with Trump as it relates to the 13 points that he fulfills of the 14 points of fascism?
I believe when Trump, when he does what he does and says what he says. But I gotta go.
Would
Okay.
So you just agreed with fascism. You gave me no response, and then said you didn't agree with it.
I got to go.
Okay, bud. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will. Vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We have like no guest requests. I think we might have the following glitch today, everyone. I don't know. Alrighty. Let's try to get this person up here. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Alright. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello? Oh. Let's try this next person, everyone. Give it 1 second. Let me try this next person. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey man, I'm old.
Are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
And why is that?
Well, I feel the economy was better during his time. Even though you'll say, hey, you know, this statistical things, it shows here and then there that, you know, it's better.
Wait, say that one more time. I didn't even catch what you're saying.
You know, I think the economy was much better back then than now. Even though you might say, oh, statistically, this and that shows that it's much better now and than
I don't even have to do
before.
that. Let's assume that it's worse off now, okay?
Yeah.
How does that mean that it was caused by Biden?
How it means that it was caused by Biden? Well, for one thing, like I remember during the, if we look at the inflation, right? You can say, how was it caused by Biden or Democrats? I would look at, I remember like Republicans and Trump, they were cautious at the stimulus. They knew like when you want to print 3 trillion and give it to people, that's just gonna cause inflation.
Wait. They don't print. So the Federal Reserve would, and that they would digitally add currency. Okay. So Trump was
remember
in
during
office when
COVID,
they approved trillions of
remember
dollars in spending
when it
too.
was still-
Hold up. Let me finish. Trump
Yeah.
was in office when they approved trillions of dollars in spending as well.
I remember, yeah, I remember. It was like 2020, and okay, next stimulus, how much are we approving? Trump would push, hey, let's be a little conservative. I mean, if you just recall, you know, the news, right? Republicans and Trump would be like, hey, let's like.
Okay, so then
Democrats
why
would
was Trump
say,
giving
hey,
tax
3
cuts to the rich, increasing the federal deficit from from $450 billion a year to almost $1 trillion pre-COVID?
Let me just finish this point that I'm trying to make, was that this stimulus, Trump felt like doing the right thing, like, hey, stimulus 3 trillion instead of 3 trillion, let's, you know, make it 2 trillion, because it's when you give too much rent forgiveness.
I don't even know if Trump said that, so I'd love to see that.
Trumps and Republicans, I mean, we can look it up. I'm just saying it from my memory. They were pushing more.
And also, right,
because-
can you name something bad with the particular like infrastructure, the particular policies that he passed, the American Rescue Plan, Build Back Better? These funded American infrastructure. They funded businesses in America. They helped people out who are in need, right? Whereas Trump's tax policy took from the poor and gave to the rich.
If Democrats, they did a lot of people. I live in LA. A lot of people.
I live
that
in Los
know-
Angeles too.
Okay, a lot of people that I know. Like I'm in a high bracket.
You're cutting out. Hello? You're paused. I cannot hear you. By the way, everyone, tap that screen, share the
I
live,
know
everyone.
a lot of people that during COVID, like for a year or half a year, didn't pay rent. They could, but it was so easy to just file and then get the grants, and they just avoided paying rent. There was too much stimulus, too much money given without like giving much, you know, consideration, and that's what typically Democrats do. When that happens, what does that result in? It results in inflation, and people like us, you know, who.
Okay, so like if you're saying the
Well-
spending policies are what caused inflation, why is there global inflation?
Why is there global inflation? I mean, similar thing happened in Europe, in around the world as well.
No,
Like,
it's
we're
mainly
not,
it's mainly related to gas prices. So gas prices increase the prices of commodities worldwide because it relates to the entire point of commodity production. That's why they literally released, particularly like reserves from the U.S. into places around the world to decrease global commodity prices. One, 2.
you're an econ major, right?
Mhm.
You should know. You should. I watch you sometimes. If
Yeah.
you just print $1 million and if you give everybody in US $1 million, what do you think will happen?
Well, you can look at stagflation. Stagflation was also related to like global oil prices increasing. So I'd say the oil prices probably have a larger impact on that than like the spending policies.
Oil prices have definitely an impact too, and oil prices were on average during Trump's presidency for those 4 years were, by the way, much better than they're getting better now. But 2 years into I don't know how 2 years into presidency they're getting better, but they were pretty damn bad for the last 2 years, right? And you would say, how is that Biden's fault? Well, if you're a guy who finds a common language with OPEC, Saudis, and you can make it happen. And as a president of the biggest, like United States, you can probably. It's political too. You can maybe make affect oil prices basically, or maybe increase your production.
We increased production in the United States. We have more oil production now than in Trump's administration.
We did.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
In the U.S.
Yeah. There's too many things. There's too many things that go into oil prices. For example, you can just if you allow Iran to produce oil, if you don't have a war going on with Russia, and I mean all of those things, they play into like the global oil prices. But
and that would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. So what makes you think specifically Biden is at fault?
One thing I'm saying, I'm a software engineer. During all of Trump's presidency, it was just the big tech was hiring. It was just better. Now they're laying off. They're very cautious. That's an indication of a lot worse economy.
Well, that's because they increase interest rates to be able to deal with price stability. So that's again not anything related to Biden specifically. If you can't give me something related to Biden specifically, then you're not providing a relevant difference between Trump and Biden to say that Trump is a better candidate to vote for.
Okay, so if I think a lot more stimulus was given to people than should have been done, and that causes inflation, and to fight the inflation, the Fed needs to, raise the rates.
That's not the main cause or main driver for inflation. I've already gone over with you that it's oil prices. Okay, which is related to things that do not relate to the president. Secondly, Congress is the one literally determining the spending.
Yeah, but the
president influences it. But the point I would make is that like the point that you would say is different between Trump and Biden, I don't think would have an impact on inflation.
Okay. Second reason. When Trump was running in the first thing, I voted for Hillary. I mean, he seemed like a loose cannon. I was like, if this guy becomes a president, he would, he would probably start World War III. I mean, he left that kind of impression. But now looking back, the world seemed like a lot more stable place than during Biden, right? It's just like the world in the last 2 years seems like on the verge of World War III, like every day kind of thing.
I don't see us to be on the verge of World War III right now.
No.
No, and I mean you could have said the same thing under Trump's administration.
There is a major war going on, Ukraine and Russia, and
that's been like
United
since
States
2014.
2014, there was no active war.
Annexation of Crimea, remember?
Yeah, I remember, but there was no war where United States was.
So there's an invasion, but you can argue war. But I just want to say, like, the point I'm making is that I don't see how this specifically like indicates one is better than the other. All you're just telling me is that there's wars, right? Like, dude, I don't see how this indicates a relevant difference between candidates to say that one candidate would be better than the other.
Yeah, I'll tell you. Talking about the topic of war, I'll tell you how. I think United States was the party. He could have avoided the war, and I think Trump would have averted the war.
What makes you think that?
What makes me think that? Because what happened was Russia was saying, all I wanted from the United States is a promise that, they're not going to admit Ukraine to NATO. United States didn't give that promise. And Russia started this war. And now they're not admitting.
So why do they care about Ukraine joining NATO?
Why do they care?
Yeah.
Why does Russia care?
Because then they can't take Ukraine.
Russia cared just like we cared about Cuba.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious because again, there were already countries on the context of the Russian border that have already been NATO countries since the early 2000s. Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania are on the border of.
Yeah. But it's just something this one would have been pushing it overboard.
I don't see how that's pushing it overboard. How is it pushing it overboard?
Because when Russia wanted to put the missiles in Cuba, that was 40 miles away from.
Yeah, that was during the context of the Cold War.
Yeah.
Right. The whole existence of the whole reason NATO exists is to. The whole reason NATO exists is to literally stop Russian expansionism. You know that, right?
Russian expansionism?
That is the main reason NATO exists.
Okay. But Russia hasn't been expanding, and NATO has been expanding.
Okay, and that's again to limit Russian aggression into Europe. That's because Russia's been expanding as well.
Anyway, my comparison, should be kind of natural. Like if we didn't like Russia putting their missiles in Cuba, or if Russia today wanted to pull Mexico into some kind of a military alliance and put their missiles, like we wouldn't like that. So obviously they would not like NATO expanding into Ukraine, right? It's just,
Did you hear my response to that?
Say your response again. Because it was during Cold War?
One, it was during the Cold War. Two, we've already been on the border of Russia for literally over a decade. Right? Almost two at this point. 2 decades. Right? So I don't see why this changes anything.
Latvia is like if you spit on the floor, they would be as big as Estonia and Latvia and Lithuania.
Not true.
Ukraine, yeah. Like in comparison.
Want me to show you a map?
I know, dude. I know. In comparison to Ukraine,
I'm not saying it's as big as Ukraine, but what I'm saying is it's on the border.
Yeah, it's on the border. I'm saying there.
So then, what's the relevant difference between these two?
Relevant difference is the size of the land. Like once.
Okay, I don't see how that's relevant.
Well,
because Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia are pretty close in size to Ukraine if you add them all up.
If you add it, well, this one was going to be like a Ukraine strategically. If you add them all up, yeah. If you add them all up, still not as big, but just you're contradicting yourself here, right? That's how big Ukraine is.
How am I contradicting myself?
All of them up to get to Ukraine size.
I'm asking how I contradicted myself.
I'm saying Ukraine is a lot bigger than Latvia, Lithuania, and Estonia. And you're saying if you add them all up. Well, yeah, if you add them all up,
because they all joined in the early
sometimes
2000s.
you're saying that you're by saying that you're saying that Ukraine is a lot bigger than any one of these countries. It was a big.
Oh, I thought I got banned for a second. I'm not disputing that you. Okay, I just don't even care to respond to this. Are you done? I'm done. Do you have anything else you want to talk about, Arad?
No.
All right. Okay, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. We are just looking for some debates. All right, let's try this next person, everyone. Oh, they literally joined as soon as I ended them. Unfortunate. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
35.
For sure. Do you think that you should vote? Are you going to vote for Trump?
Yes.
Okay, why so?
Well, Biden is a murderous tyrant
How
who
so?
has committed crimes against humanity.
Are you talking about in terms of genocide in Palestine?
Yes.
Trump claims he's the most pro-Israel president. He's the best for Israel.
Right, but he never actually committed genocide, did he?
He literally funded Israel in its occupation over the region.
But he wasn't the president at the
He
time.
moved
that
it.
they're
He
killing
moved
all
the.
people.
That doesn't mean that Trump didn't influence it or didn't want that to occur. The same thing would have happened under Trump, if not more.
Okay, but you don't know that. You're.
I
making
do know that.
assumptions.
Trump claims it himself. Trump sent funding. Trump moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which provoked conflict in the region. Trump, have you seen what Trump said about Hamas and what he thinks that they should do as it relates to it?
You're again posing hypotheticals. You don't know that he would actually have provided.
Hey, I just
military-
told you what he would do, okay? And I
He-
told you what
he
he has
says-
done. I gave you the specific things where he's done. I told you what he's going to do, and you're not taking any of that into account. You're just saying, "Oh, Biden has done these things." That was a terrible way to look at this because you're not looking
No,
at what
it's
they
a great
what
way
they-
to look at it.
You're not looking at what they would do if they're in office, okay? And that's what's relevant in comparing these two.
No, when he was in office, that didn't happen. Okay, for one.
No
Second
shit,
thing
dude,
is,
that's such a dumb
if someone,
point, though. I just
if
explained why
someone,
it's dumb.
no, that's not a dumb point.
Did you listen to
If
what I just
someone-
said? What did I just say?
Hear me out.
Answer what I just said. Tell me what I just said.
You just said that you explained why Trump would have done the same thing.
What did I say?
That's what I heard.
No, what did I say? What did I say why he was?
Go ahead and repeat yourself.
Can you tell me?
Because he's pro-Israel.
What did I say he did? What did I say? What else?
Oh yeah,
Is that
he gave land which provoked tension in the region.
He moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, which made the capital of Jerusalem. 1, 2, which provoked conflict in the region. 2, he gave billions of dollars in funding to Israel every single year, right, to establish the defense mechanisms that they could use to then do this. He said specifically that he's the best for Israel, claimed that he wants to totally, completely wipe out Hamas, right, as it relates to this, right? And I mean, there's definitely a disregard for Palestinians as it relates to that. Again,
Okay,
I'm not against getting rid of Hamas. What I'm against is the unnecessary killing of innocent civilians to do so.
Agreed. So now, hear me out though. If someone does murder someone, and you have proof that they murdered someone, do you want them to be your president?
Obviously, I don't want murderers as president, but what I would acknowledge is that they would have both done this. If not, Trump would have done more.
You're assuming that the same crime would have been committed, but it wasn't. So you have no.
And I gave you many
justification.
fucking reasons. If you listen to what I just said. Okay?
No. You're
How
literally
many
like
reasons
some.
did I give you?
You're stereotyping someone. You're like, okay, so this
What do you
guy
mean
would have done the same
stereotyping?
thing.
I gave you fucking reasons to indicate why he would be
It
likely
doesn't
to
matter.
do this.
He
and you're
didn't
not
do it though.
engaging.
He didn't do it. He
because
didn't commit the crime. You
He
are
literally did. He gave fucking billions of dollars every single year to Israel.
No, that doesn't mean he.
What do you mean?
he's
No,
giving
they were
weapons to
occupying
Israel
the
to kill
region.
people.
They were
He's-
literally occupying the region
Biden
and killing
literally-
Palestinians.
No, Biden
He also helped specifically the Saudis blockade Yemen, which then led to 85,000 Yemeni children starving to death. You care about that? Did you even hear about that? Did you even look into that?
He's not giving guns to murderers.
He did.
It's
he literally
different.
helped the Saudi blockade.
So he
that
gave
starved
guns
Yemeni
to them so that
children.
they could blow their
He
brains
gave
out? Is
guns-
that what he did?
Yes, he gave guns to Israel, which then gave them the ability to do this.
So
You understand that's what
no,
funding
no,
for
no.
foreign aid does, right?
Every president in like since 1948 has been giving weapons to Israel. Okay.
Exactly my fucking point.
No, but my point is, we are complicit as a country. He is complicit as a leader in murdering
and Trump would do the
over
same, if not
30,000
more.
people.
And Trump would do the same, if not more.
No, but he didn't. You are espousing some sort of
42. Did 85,000 Yemeni children starve to death under Biden's watch?
Did Biden or did
Answer the
Biden-
question. Yeah, 42. Answer the question.
I have no idea.
Okay, not to the same degree. So again, if you're going to relate to this specifically, I think that you can't not acknowledge this.
Okay. If you're saying that someone
It's literally
did
more
something-
people, by the way.
That doesn't matter. He didn't give.
What do you
he's
mean
not-
that doesn't? What do you mean that doesn't fucking matter? It happened.
He's
Trump
not
did it.
actively blowing people's brains out.
Trump literally funded a blockade that starved children. And you're saying, oh, he's not blowing their brains out, so it's okay. He increased military drone strikes by 450% in the Middle East, which led to
You're
innocent
literally
civilians
espousing
dying.
some random thing that he did to some random thing that happened.
What?
But you're not. Yes, you think he 100% knew that there were going to be 40,000 children starving? Is that what you're saying?
If you're supporting a blockade, well, couldn't you say the same thing about Biden as it relates to the amount of Palestinians that have died?
No, Biden is literally
No?
giving them weapons, bombs, guns.
Yeah, and Trump did the same thing in the funding of Saudi Arabia. Trump took money from Saudi Arabia and his businesses. Trump constantly defended Saudi Arabia. He gave them funding to then literally commit this blockade to kill people. Okay,
But you don't
And he
get it.
still
We're
supported
still-
them after.
We're actively Biden bypassed Congress to give weapons to Israel.
Again, which Trump would have done the exact same thing for, which he's claimed he would do.
You don't know that. There is no evidence of that.
42.
You have.
He claimed that he would do it. I have just given you the evidence.
I don't care
like
if he's
6
claimed he would do
fucking
it.
times. You
People all the
absolute-
time.
You're literally ignoring the evidence when it's blatantly.
No,
in front of you, when
you're
I've
not
told you
listening.
like 6 times. Listen to what I just said. He literally, I gave you multiple fucking reasons to do that. He would do this. Multiple reasons.
You are saying that someone would have done that because they said they would have done it.
He
Now, there are
said he
people all the
would.
time. Listen, there are people all the time saying that they would kill someone all the time. They didn't kill them. They just said they would.
Do you not understand the difference?
Do you not
between what
understand that?
Hey, dumbass, do you not understand what the difference is between presidents literally claiming what they're going to do versus an everyday average fucking citizen? Appreciate the cap. Thank you so much.
Okay, then tell me what the difference is.
The difference is one literally is influencing the different types of policy that they engaged in. When Trump specifically claims that he wants a complete and total shutdown of Muslims coming to this country, when he literally advocated for it later on, was that likely to happen? Yes, it did. He fucking did call for that in Congress. So a lot of the things that presidents call for actually fucking occur. For you to completely dispute this and deny this based upon what he said is ridiculous and it's absurd. You wouldn't do this for any other president. You'd look at particularly what Biden said as it relates to what he would do, right? You obviously would look at that. You're obviously going to look at what Trump would do. He literally claimed he's the best for Israel. He claimed that he would do this. He claimed that he would give them this funding. He claimed that he wants to completely destroy their presence in the Middle East. I appreciate the cowboy. Thank you so much. In terms of Palestinians, the Abraham Accords specifically didn't even take into account Palestinians. Okay.
Okay, but you're
He
still.
moved the
again,
embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem, making the capital Jerusalem, which also provoked conflict in the region. He literally
You
gave
are-
billions of dollars in funding to the occupying forces in Israel to then have the funding necessary to then commit these actions. Appreciate the handouts. Thank you so much. And none
Okay.
of these you're taking into account?
No, what I'm saying is that Biden is a criminal. What you're saying is that Trump
is
sounds like he might be a criminal.
No, it's not that he might be. It's that he is. He backed Saudi Arabia's blockade, which led to 85,000 Yemeni children starving to death. You're just completely ignoring that. He increased military drone strikes in the Middle East by 450%, got rid of our ability to actually count civilian deaths. Okay?
Okay, look, Biden, if this continues the way that things are going now, Biden is going to be behind starving 2 million people. Okay? So I don't want to hear that he
Wait,
40,000.
what study says that?
What is the population of Palestine, of Gaza?
I agree, but you're saying every single person is going to starve to death there. Obviously, that isn't necessarily
If we
what's
brought
going to
aid there,
happen
if
with
we
the-
were
with
able
the
to bring aid in
humanitarian
now,
fund-
people would still be
42,
starving.
42, with the humanitarian funding that Biden helped pass. Andrea, I appreciate the champion. Thank you so much. I appreciate it, Andrea.
while he is actively giving guns and weapons to murderers.
Again, I think that's hypocritical, but Trump is going to do the same thing. When you say Trump is not, I think you're just denying reality. Okay? Because
No,
I've given you
I'm
plenty
not-
of reasons to say that
no,
he would.
I'm not saying that he would not. I am saying that you are currently
What would he do?
supporting a criminal right now.
Hey,
that
hey,
is
what
a
would he
criminal
do?
right now.
42. What would he do? They're
I
both
have no
criminals.
idea.
Okay, if you have no idea, you're just not involved enough in politics.
No, you are literally saying that you would support someone who actively murdered 30,000 civilians. Over 30,000 civilians.
Wait, he didn't murder them himself.
He-
one.
he was
Two,
complicit
if you-
in the act.
I
As far
agree,
as
I
law is
agree.
concerned,
Can I
it's the same
finish?
thing.
Can I finish? It's by the way, it's not the same thing. One, two. If you want to
It
relate
is
to
the
this,
same thing.
Can I finish? Do I need to mute you?
Go on.
Okay. So one, it's not the same thing. Two, if you want to relate to this, Trump would have done the exact same thing, right? And three, right? If you want to relate to this, again, you're not actually acknowledging that it's one or the other. It's Trump or Biden. I'm not saying I like these things. What I'm saying is that it's one piece of shit versus two pieces of shit. Okay? And if
That's
you can't
stupid.
acknowledge
Why
that,
would
I don't
you
know what
eat
to tell
shit?
you.
Why would you eat shit?
Yeah, it's you have to eat shit. Okay?
No,
It's-
you don't.
listen.
You don't eat the shit. You break the plate. You throw it in the trash. You don't eat the shit.
Can you listen to what I'm saying, or do I need to mute you again?
Go ahead.
Okay. So again, right? It is the case that you cannot break the system. That's not how it fucking works, right? It's literally Trump or Biden. At the end of the day, one of them is going to be president. If you can't accept that, you're delusional, okay? If you think
do
that you can just
accept that.
snap your fingers and make the system go bye-bye, right? I'm sorry to break it to you. That's not how it fucking works, dumbass, okay? So clearly, if you look at stop talking. Clearly, if you look at what we've seen in terms of political history, there's no other options than the two parties, okay? I'm saying it's one plate of shit or two plates of shit. Which one's worse, Trump or Biden? Tell me.
Why would you eat shit, man?
Which
I don't know
one's
what's wrong
worse?
with you. What is wrong with you, Parker? Why are you eating shit?
Okay, so people wonder why I'm insulting. It's because he's not actually engaging with anything I have to say here, and he's saying the same
No,
shit over and over again. I'm gonna give it to you again, right? It's one or the other. Can you explain to me any other option here?
Okay, so one person is actively murdering people. One
42,
person
if you don't
you
answer
think
my
may
question, I'm gonna
murder.
go to the next person. Can you
Then
answer
I'm
the question?
not gonna. I'm gonna choose the person who isn't
Answer the
actively
question.
murdering people. That is my
Which one?
answer.
Which one is that?
Trump.
Trump's not okay. So Trump literally did that. Trump literally supported a blockade which starved 85 fucking thousand children. Okay.
He didn't put guns in the murderer's hands.
Yes, he fucking did.
No,
he
he
gave
didn't.
money. Yes, he did.
They blow out their children's brains?
Yes,
because that's what's happening in Gaza.
Yes, 42, 450,000 or 450% increase in military drone strikes in the Middle East, which killed innocent civilians in the Middle East.
I mean, if you wanted to argue that,
Lewis,
like,
thank you so much for the $10 on Cash App. Thank you so much. You're just gonna ignore that because it's fucking beneficial for you.
No, the U.S. has Iraq. Do you not remember Iraq?
I do
Okay,
remember.
we killed like 2 million people, man.
And I disagree with all. I condemn all of that. Right?
Okay, what I'm saying is there's a very huge difference between blowing people's brains out and not giving them food.
Wait, you just said they both lead to the deaths of people, right? Wait, and it's not just not giving them food. It's not just not giving them aid. It's you engaged in a blockade to starve them of resources. So. Are you saying that famines aren't like that bad? If someone forcibly,
No, they're horrible.
So, for example, Holodomor, where specifically Stalin engaged in forcible famine in Ukraine. Okay, he forced famine in Ukraine. Was that bad?
Yes.
Okay, so did he murder those Ukrainians?
I don't know about the specific details.
Yes, he did. He murdered millions of Ukrainians by forcibly starving them with famine. That was forcible famine. That was artificially created famine. Okay? Similarly, with the blockade on Yemen, that is artificially created famine. That's murdering people. Okay? The same way that when Israel is blockading Gaza and it's starving people, that's also murdering people. Okay? So if you're going to consider it murdering in the fucking context of Gaza, why don't you consider it murdering in the context of Yemen?
Because it's not the same thing.
How is it different?
So, again, if I
we
were
were giving
to
weapons of war to Saudi Arabia as well.
No, let me put it this
Yes,
way.
we were.
If I were to give a gun to someone and that person were to go blow a child's brains out, I am directly responsible for that outcome.
And if
If
you
that
support
person-
a country that is blockading another country that to starve children, you're also fucking responsible for it.
Okay. And in the same scenario, would I be responsible if some, like, let's say there was a parent or something, and I was like, yeah, I support you, and then they starve
and then
their
they
child?
forcibly starve their child. Yes, you are. Yes. If you are giving them funding to starve their children, yes, that is bad.
What if I gave them the funding thinking that they were going to feed their children?
That's different. That's humanitarian aid.
But that could have been very well exactly what Biden did.
That's
or
what we need.
Trump did it for.
No, that's not
Yeah.
what Trump was doing. Trump
You
was
don't
not
know
doing
that.
it to give Yes, I do. I've looked at the fucking context of the policy.
Okay, so you're saying that he knew that they were actively murdering.
Yes, blockade. What is a blockade? It's starving a fucking country of resources. Okay, he knew that people in Yemen were starving.
No, this is again goes back to the exact same scenario.
So
that
the
I'm talking about.
president of the United States, with access to the greatest level of intelligence worldwide, had no clue that children were starving in Yemen.
He doesn't know what the person he's giving the money to is going to do with it. Biden
Okay,
does.
so Biden. Okay, how does Biden know?
Biden literally is like, they're like, yeah, we're going to go in there and kill Hamas, and there's
Yeah, they're
people
saying they're
behind.
going to kill. Wait.
No, hear me out.
Listen. No, you hear me out. They're saying they're going to kill
Okay.
terrorists. They're not going to kill innocent civilians. How'd you know then? How is it Biden's fault then? If they say that they're going to kill terrorists and not civilians, how do you know then?
But at the time in which he gave the
You use
he
your fucking
bypassed
brain
Congress.
cells and realize that they're killing innocents. Same thing with Saudi Arabia. Use your fucking brain cells, 42.
But at the time
this
in which
this is actually ridiculous levels of ignorance. You're being willfully
no, at the
ignorant
time
right
that no.
Yes, you are.
At the
Yes,
time
you are.
In
You're
which
being
Biden
disingenuous and willfully ignorant. right now.
bypassed Congress, in the time that would Biden bypassed Congress in order to give funding to Israel, it was very clear that Israel is killing
Yes,
civilians.
and in Trump's support of Saudi Arabia, it was very fucking clear they were starving tens of thousands of fucking Yemeni children. Okay. So what's your point?
As far as Trump's concerned, he might think that they're going to give aid that or help the Yemeni children. Like,
Wait. Couldn't
money.
Biden say that about Israel? They could say that they think Israel is going to try and get rid of Hamas, and
Yeah,
help the Palestinian children, which they're clearly not doing.
Okay, that's like someone saying, I'm going to go, there's a shooter in a school, I'm going to go blow up the school.
That's
Give
like
me the
someone
bombs.
saying. That's like someone saying, "Let's fund Stalin and him literally causing mass famine in Ukraine." Okay, get a fucking grip on reality, 42.
There's a very clear correlation between giving bombs to people and those people getting
Yeah,
bombed.
and Trump
Where
also
were
gave-
those bombs going to be
Trump
used
also
if not
gave
to
fucking
bomb those people?
You know, Trump also gave weapons to Saudi Arabia. You know, Trump also gave weapons right to Israel. Did you know that?
Yeah, I'm aware. Every president has.
Okay, so you're just gonna
They-
deny
they're-
all the funding and
No,
all
no.
the shit that Trump does, and you're gonna only
No,
apply it to the context
every
of Biden.
president has-
Not only
because
is this
it's
fucking risky as it
defensive.
relates to people around the world, as it relates to foreign policy, but it's also risky for people here in the United States domestically. Trump has called for specifically federal abortion ban, which would then lead to women in America not having access or the right to abortion. He's put in Supreme Court justices that overturned Roe versus Wade and led to 13-year-olds in this country being forced to go through pregnancies. He's denied elections, right, fair and democratic elections, repeatedly, undermining our American democracy and our ability to be able to change policy in this country. He's a proven sexual abuser. He's a proven fraudster. He sent 83% of his taxes to the top 1%, people making over $500,000 in this country, increasing after-tax income for the top 1%, top 0.1%, and the highest quintile, while decreasing after-tax income for the lowest quintile for the middle class. Okay, so taking money from the fucking poor people in this country, from the middle class, and giving it to rich people in this country. He's called for the death penalty, which 4% of people in death row are innocent. He's called for a Muslim ban, which is religious persecution, a complete and total shutdown to Muslims entering the country. Right? He said that specifically, people who come in this country from Mexico, they're rapists, they're criminals. Some, I assume, are good people. Some's an unspecified number that typically refers to a minority of people. If he actually cared about people coming to the country, why wouldn't he say most, I assume, are good people? Why would he only say some? Okay? So you can
Again, we're
constantly
going
see
back to
what
what he
Trump has
said.
done domestically and in terms of foreign policy that is significantly worse than Biden. You sit here and claim that Biden is worse. You have no fucking clue what you're talking about.
Okay. How about this? As far as you seem to be concerned with domestic policies, very much over the fact that we're literally murdering people in another country. But
you didn't listen to anything I said. Trump murdered Yemeni children by literally supporting
Okay.
Saudi Arabia's blockade over Yemen. You didn't listen to that. Trump increased military drone strikes in the Middle East, which literally led to kids in the Middle East dying. Trump specifically moved the embassy from Tel Aviv to Jerusalem. He gave billions of dollars in funding to Israel. He claims he's the most Israel president in fucking American history. He said he's going to do way more than fucking Biden does.
Okay,
right? He's very clearly in support of Netanyahu's actions. He has not condemned
You know what?
them at all. Right? Biden has drawn a specific line as it relates to it. Right? At least in some ways, has given unprecedented funding to children in fucking Gaza. Right? And Biden has claimed none of it. I mean, Trump has claimed none of it, okay? You have no fucking clue what you're talking about. You're sitting here and supporting the actions of a literal murderous individual. I appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. For no fucking reason.
the president you're supporting is far more murderous. I don't know what you're talking about.
I just gave you a reason. Can you give me anything?
Okay,
Give me something.
Look, you're looking at things like, oh, he banned abortions or whatever. For one, that wasn't even him. That was the Supreme Court. Secondly,
which three
now-
Supreme Court justices were
Okay,
appointed by him
and that's
specifically. Him appointing those judges led to it being overturned. You cannot deny that. You can't dispute that. That's literally undisputable.
All right. Now, how many thousands of people have died from that decision?
I can't count specifically. I can't even approximate.
I know. That's my
But
point.
That's millions of people in this country who do not have access to
Okay,
abortion
okay,
because of
tell me-
Trump's particular policy.
No.
You don't care
Tell me
about
some
them.
more. Okay, what other policies do you have a problem with? Just name one.
What other policies do I have a problem with as it relates to the context of Trump?
Yes.
I already told you the Muslim ban, right? I
Okay,
have a
how many
problem
people
with him-
died from the... No. How many people died from the Muslim ban?
I
Can you
don't know.
quantify that?
I
Okay.
can't quantify that.
Go ahead. Give me another one.
Give you another one?
Yeah, give me another one that you...
Okay. Trump is for getting rid of the ACA, which tens of millions of people are on healthcare. In the
How many
ACA.
people have died from that?
Tens of thousands.
No, do you have
Tens
actual
of thousands?
figures?
Yes.
Show me those
A
figures.
Yale study indicated that
A
universal.
Yale study?
Can I finish? A Yale study indicated that Medicare for All specifically would save 68,000 American lives in this country, which means 68,000 American lives die in this country every single year because of lack of access to healthcare. Those
Okay.
numbers were higher when we had less coverage of people as it relates
No.
to access of healthcare. The ACA has
You missed the
helped
point of my
diminish
question.
that. I can. What do you stop? What?
Okay, you are, again, projecting into what may have happened. I am telling you what did happen.
Hey, dumbass! I'm giving you studies that indicate this is likely to happen. If
Studies
you
that
fucking
project
listen to
which
what I
may
said.
happen.
The studies don't reject what I say; they support the
Again-
notions I just referenced. I'm not giving you dumbass
No, I'm not
fucking
saying
random
that-
claims.
I'm not saying that you're-
I'm literally giving you specifically evidence to indicate that it's probable this would be the case. Evidence that this is specifically
Probable.
happening in this country.
Probable
that lack of
cause.
healthcare
Probable.
specifically leads to this. Every claim is based upon
legally,
probability.
if you were to give someone
42. 42.
look.
Every claim is based on probability.
But we have factual evidence that Biden
That
is
is based
giving
upon
guns to
probability.
murderers.
That is based upon probability.
That is
Every
not a
claim
probability.
Yes, it is.
That is a fact.
Every
that
claim is
actually
based-
happened.
Yes, because it is. I agree it's a fact, right? But that fact is based upon probability. Okay, it's for most
How?
likely to be true. Because, right, any claim is. There's a problem in philosophy called hard solipsism. It basically critiques the notion of certainty that things couldn't possibly be otherwise, right? That's just like it. There's always a logical possibility otherwise. So you base everything on probability. Is it
Okay.
very probable? Yes. Is it very probable Trump's a proven sexual abuser? Yes. Is it very probable that Trump starved Yemeni children due to the blockade over Yemen specifically? Yes. Did Trump specifically give funding and weapons to Israel to continue its occupation and then in genocide in Gaza? Yes. Did Trump specifically increase military drone strikes in the Middle East? Yes. Did Trump specifically give give money to rich people at the expense of poor people in this country? Yes.
Okay, you still don't have like you're. I understand that you're saying it's everything's a probability, and yeah, there's a probability of some variation of how many people that Biden has directly funded their murder. Okay, that's true. Okay, but we're talking about in like the 99.99% chance versus maybe 60 or 50%.
It's not 60 or 50%. I've already told you multiple times. You're willfully ignorant at this point. You're not listening to anything I said. Okay?
I just told you multiple fucking times, Trump literally backed Saudi Arabia in starving fucking tens of thousands of Yemeni children. Have you heard me clearly yet? Have you heard that?
Yes,
That's
I've heard you.
literally
Multiple
giving
times.
funding, that's giving money, that's giving ideological support for a country that is starving tens of thousands
Okay.
of children. Don't
Did
sit here
Saudi
and argue
Arabia-
that like Biden's doing this for murder when literally Trump did the exact same thing to a greater extent and literally claims he would do more in the context of Gaza.
Okay.
Get
Did
a fucking
Saudi
grip.
Arabia? Did Saudi Arabia blow those children's brains out? Did
Yes.
He bombed? No, they didn't.
And they starved them.
Okay.
I don't know why you're laughing when it literally fucking happened. We have evidence that this happened. This is not
Okay.
disputed internationally, okay?
Now, again, if we're looking at projections, and this is what I'm trying to get to, okay, is
You're
if we're
literally
looking
laughing
at
at children
projections.
dying.
No, I'm
You
laughing
just
at
did.
the
You
fact that
literally just
you're
did.
you're not making coherent arguments.
How-
Listen,
What did I not make that's coherent? I've given it to you like 7
will you
fucking
let me
times.
finish?
Yeah, I will.
Okay, what I'm saying is, if we are to continue down this projection path, that you're looking at projections in order to make your argument. If we were to look down that projection path, guess what? 2 million Gazans are going to die.
I wasn't looking at projections. I looked at what fucking happened. I told you already, okay? Any numbers are projections, and the projections don't say 2 million people are going to die, right? Because of humanitarian aid that has been going through the region.
If
okay?
there's no food or nothing coming in, then yes, they will die.
There is food going in because of American
No,
humanitarian
they're
aid.
dropping them through planes. There's no way that that's feeding even
That-
a
that-
fraction of the population.
That is
No,
feeding
that-
people.
No, what percentage? How much food? How many calories are going into the country through the year's
Billions of
airdrops?
dollars in aid. Billions of dollars
No,
in
no,
aid. There's
no,
like,
I don't care
there
if
was
you say
6
random
billion-
numbers.
There was $6 billion in funding in terms of humanitarian
It
aid.
doesn't
that was given.
matter. How many calories?
What do you mean it
How many-
doesn't matter? I don't know the
'Cause that
specific
doesn't- you can spend as
42.
much money as
That
you
is
want, it doesn't mean
disingenuous. That
anything.
is disingenuous for you to say how many calories when it's $6 billion in
No.
humanitarian funding. Because I don't know the calorie count doesn't change shit.
No, that does change everything. Don't
No,
you
it
get
doesn't.
it? If you're airdropping it, you're spending millions of dollars to airdrop. Okay,
Yeah, you
you're
understand that
wasting
it's-
most of that money. Only a
Oh my
fraction of those
God, oh my
calories are
God.
actually making it to the people.
They have split up in the policy the fucking transportation and the money specifically for the food. If you actually looked at the policy and actually listened to what I was saying, you would have heard that.
Okay, look, how many? This is what I'm trying to say to you. Okay, how many calories does an individual need to survive each day? Okay, now we multiply that by the population in Gaza. Okay, 2 million. Now, how many calories has the U.S. actually dropped into Gaza?
I already
A
told you I don't.
fraction. A fraction.
Wait, how many calories? Tell me. You don't know. You're just saying bullshit.
Do you
okay?
know?
No. I told you already I don't fucking know. And you literally asked that question again.
You realize, like,
You're disingenuous. You're literally disingenuous because I already told you this.
We're sending $6 billion in aid over there, is what you said,
We
right?
sent $6 billion in humanitarian aid last time I checked.
Okay, 6 billion probably, if you're counting for airdrops, is a fraction of the calories. Okay, I'll just say probably because
42?
it's very
42. I
what?
just told you the policy differentiates. Okay.
Look, the
42.
UN every.
I'm not going to tell you if you literally one more time go against something that I literally just told you 3 fucking times. I'm going to go to the next person. I don't know how many more
Okay.
times I have to tell you the same information because you literally aren't listening to me.
So why did Biden let UNRWA get defunded?
I don't know specifically.
Okay, so that's another policy where he is starving people. So that's really quite comparable to what you're talking about.
What are you referencing?
UNRWA provides aid. UNRWA is constructed specifically to provide aid to the Palestinian people, and that is how they've been getting food.
Wait. He sent $6 billion of funding for humanitarian aid. That is unprecedented. No other president has even come close to that.
Yeah, after he sent $14 billion in bombs. What are you talking about?
I agree that. Well, actually, it's not all in bombs. By the way, there's defense and stuff like that.
Okay. Well,
and whatnot. So
some fraction of that. Yeah.
Yeah, so some fraction of that is specifically bombs, but and I'm not disputing that. I definitely have called that out. I've literally said millions of times. Right, that's bad. But what you're not acknowledging is that Trump supports the exact same thing, if not more. He says he's the most pro-Israel president, and he's also done even more in the context of Saudi Arabia. That you're just literally, I mean, the context of Yemen,
Okay.
that you're just literally ignoring. Okay, when you just ignore 85,000 children that got starved in Yemen, that's ridiculous. Okay,
I
that's
thought it was
systematic
40,000.
murder.
You just changed the number.
What?
I thought you said 40,000.
No, I didn't.
It's 85,000. 80. What?
I said that since the beginning.
Okay, that.
I
was
didn't
quite
change
a
the
bit of
number.
people.
You misheard me.
Okay,
That tells me you're literally not listening.
I am listening to you.
Because in no time did I say that.
Okay, well, regardless, we're still talking about what someone through proxy may have done. Okay, versus someone literally giving these
What do you
specific
mean
bombs
through
that are
proxy
being dropped.
may have done? You understand that? Oh my God! I literally already told you this. He gave money to Saudi Arabia in terms of weapons.
Okay,
Specifically.
money is fungible.
And then also,
money
are you
is
against?
not.
Are you against Biden supporting the blockade? Oh wait, no, he's against the blockade. Okay. Are you for specifically? Would you be against a president being in support of the blockade over Palestine?
Yeah, they should blockade Israel.
Okay, so if you think that you would be against that, why would you be against it?
Wait, what?
Why would you be against it?
Be against what?
Why would you be against a president supporting the blockade?
Which blockade?
The one in Gaza.
Okay, so why would I be for a president supporting the blockade?
Why would you be for a president being against it?
Because there's very clearly a power dynamic here in which Israel is blockading land, sea, and air supplies from hitting Gaza, except for now they've allowed a few airdrops.
And
So-
and that's bad because it starves children, right? And it starves people, right?
I mean, yeah.
Okay. What about in Yemen?
Okay, so again, if Biden's whole thing, if the problem that okay, let me pose it this way: if the
Don't
problem
you fucking
was
change my question.
no, I'm not changing your question. If
You
the
literally
problem
are.
was
Answer it specifically. I'm not going to ask you again.
no, I think that's wrong. Okay, but look, if the problem
Why?
was
I want you to explain fully.
because people are dying.
Oh, okay. So you think it's wrong for Trump to support a country that systematically murdered 85,000 people through a blockade? And that
Alright.
were children.
Just hear me out. Just hear me out.
Wait, no. I want you to say that. I want
You
to.
just-
I want you
you
to
won't
say.
let me-
I want you to say that Trump supported a country that systematically murdered people. Right. I want you to say
Okay.
that.
Yeah, that happened. Okay.
Okay.
Now,
and it was
hear
to
me
a
out.
greater extent than Biden.
Will you let me finish what I'm saying?
No. I want you to say this, and it was to a greater extent than Biden.
I don't know that for sure.
We do. 85,000 children died. Okay.
But we don't know that they wouldn't have done that anyways. They're also extremely
Oh, they wouldn't have done that
wealthy, so-
anyways. Oh.
No,
okay,
no,
so
no,
couldn't
no.
you say this? Couldn't you say the same thing as it relates to the context of Israel?
Okay. I don't see how the small amount of money that we sent to Saudi Arabia funded the whole operation, considering
What
they
do you
have
mean the small amount of money that you mean?
billions and billions of dollars in oil money.
We've sent billions. We've
Okay,
also had
that's fine.
ideological
It's
support.
That's a drop in the bucket. Is my point.
No, it's not.
Do you even know how much money Saudi Arabia makes from oil?
Yes, and again, this money still allows them to perpetuate this particular conflict as it relates to Yemen. Okay.
In fact, I wouldn't
That's
even
what
be
you're not
surprised if we
understanding.
sent them the money in exchange for oil.
Yeah. So again, you're literally just like I like how you're just ignoring
Okay,
it, and you're just
can
like
I-
you're just like, oh, it would have happened regardless, right?
No,
for
this
that,
is-
but then you don't say it would have happened.
I'm trying to
regardless.
address what you're saying.
Then you're
in
okay.
a-
Wait. I actually think it's funny that then you bring up.
But you won't let me
hypothetical
talk.
Yeah, don't talk. I think it's funny that you say that I bring up hypothetical scenarios. Oh, would have happened regardless. I appreciate the Little Crown. Thank you so much. As it relates to this, but then when I made the exact same claim as it relates to Trump, you're like, oh, you can't say that because it's hypothetical.
No. I'm saying that the hypothetical that we're looking at in the near future from Biden, if he remains in office and if things continue the way that they are is a massive scale worse, on the order of Holocaust level.
Respond. What did I just say to you?
You said that I keep giving you our hypotheticals, and I keep telling you that you
Listen
can't make
to what I say. I'm gonna one more time. If you don't even respond to what I'm saying, I'm going to the next person. I'm done with this. This is unbelievable. Okay. I want you to actually tell me what you think I said.
Will you let me finish my point that I've been trying to say for the last 15 minutes?
You understand that I'm not letting you finish because you're fucking not listening to what I'm saying.
And you're not listening to what I'm saying.
I am. I've listened to everything you've said and I've responded to it.
This very much is pertinent to what you're saying. What I'm trying to get out.
Well, then what did I say? Tell me what I said.
Is this how you win every argument? You just like
Tell me
be
what I
like,
said.
Give me evidence. Give
Tell
me
me
evidence.
Tell me. You see how he's pivoting? Tell me what I said. He's gonna say, "No, I don't remember now."
No, you said you were again, as multiple times you've said, Trump had given money to Saudi Arabia to starve 85,000 children.
That's not what I just said.
Okay, what did you just say?
So you didn't hear what I just said. I told
Go
you
on.
if you didn't hear what I said, I'm gonna go.
Do you want me to start doing that to you and start asking you what you just said? I think
I
that
would
this
absolutely
dynamic
be-
would quickly change.
I would absolutely be able to. And again, I'm gonna go on to the next person because it's unfucking believable.
No,
how
I
many
just want to say
times
one thing to you.
I have to go.
Will you let
no,
me say one
no,
thing?
No.
No.
Because you're not engaging with what I have to say. Why would I give you the ability to speak?
Then tell me what you said and I'll engage with it. Go ahead.
I've literally already had to do that so many times. I told you that was my last time. Okay.
No.
I did. I already told you. At 42, I already told you that was my last time. Okay, multiple times.
Can we just be civil for a second, man?
I was being civil, and you literally did not want to do that.
No, you're using a power dynamic. You're trying to manipulate the situation.
It's not. I'm not manipulating anything.
Can I just say one thing
You're
to you?
literally.
Will you let me
literally-
talk for like 1 second?
No, because you didn't listen to anything I said.
Oh, okay. Look at you.
Yeah, look at me. Look at me. Look at me. Right? I'm not going to accept bullshit consistently. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Too old for the kitten to lead the cat.
For sure. Will you vote for
Can you
Trump in
hear me,
2024?
Parker? Wait a minute, I'm trying to turn it up. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I do hear you. Are you going to vote for Trump
Can
in
you hear me,
2024?
Parker?
I do.
Can you hear me? Parker.
Let's go to the next person. Everyone, at least in a guest request, if you will, vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going? I'm going to vote for Trump. I just think that your cussing and your yelling is showing your immaturity. I just came on here for mainly one subject, and you want a federal, or you're saying that Trump is saying that he wanted a federal ban on, we'll call it AB. I suppose that's a cancel word now.
Oh no, you can say abortion. There's no issue with that. And the reason why I was responding that way was because of the disingenuous nature of how the guest was responding to everything that was being said.
Well, I try to be real quick in here because typically when I go in and debate and just have a normal conversation with you guys, the chat somehow gets rid of my live. I've been off a month just for having a normal conversation with you guys. So
I'm on a 6th account right now.
I came in here to say that Trump didn't want a nationwide ban. That's why he put it to the states. Just like marijuana, it's put on by the states. If we did a federal vote, then that means each state is not getting their word out or what they want to vote on. When you do a federal blanket, so let's say Texas wants AB and California does it, move to California. But if you do a federal-wide ban on something, then that means it's federally done and nobody gets to speak their words. That's why they give it to the states and not for the federal government.
Yeah, but that leads to people in this country being forced. Like, say, for example, there were 13-year-olds in this country that were forced to go through pregnancies because of abortion law being left up to the states.
And I'll tell you what, as a conservative, I am against certain things, molestation, and I'm not, like I said, even Trump got in trouble. They got trouble by them saying put it to the states. The Republicans were mad at him about that. I'm not for certain things for abortion. I had a ex-wife who got an abortion when I was young, and she used it for contraceptive all the time. I'm not saying that all people do, but what I'm saying is it shouldn't be a nationwide blanket thing. It should be put to the states just like anything. And everybody wants a federal blanket of marijuana being, I'm against marijuana. I don't think that it should be, but the one thing I do agree about marijuana.
Okay, I have a few things I want to address here. One, you
Yeah,
can't say that term.
go
Just
ahead.
use just say M drug or
Okay.
something.
Yeah, see, everything's
Two,
canceled. I'm sorry.
no, it's just certain things like that. Two, I have no issue with it being federal. I think it should be federal for a lot of these things. Like it should be federally protected. It shouldn't be the case that people based upon where they live, they could be subject to going to prison for just possession of M drug, right?
Right.
Do you think you should go to prison for possession?
Absolutely not. I'm a retired correctional officer, and I met many guys who are in prison for wrong things. Like I said, there should be regulations on it. And I think it did reduce a lot of people smuggling into the country and marijuana, and you do get to tax it, which I'm a capitalist, and I believe, hey, you're a capitalist. I don't agree a lot of things on the marijuana. I don't think it should be federally, I'm sorry. I don't think it should be a federal thing. I think it should be done by the states, just like it is. Just
Well,
like
then you're going to acknowledge that people are put in jail for having possession of it, which is ridiculous. One, two.
I agree with that.
You
It is
also
ridiculous.
acknowledge that, like, if you leave abortion law up to the states, there are going to be cases where 10-year-olds, like in Ohio, were forced to go through pregnancies.
AK, I'm not for alcohol either. So I mean,
Did you hear
should be
that?
left to the states as
They're
well.
forced to go through pregnancies.
Yes, and some should be.
And
because
you're okay with that?
Lay in a bed with somebody and
It's,
if two
wait,
people agree.
wait, Mr. Week. We're talking about a 10-year-old.
Okay, no, I don't agree with the 10-year-old being forced to be pregnant. No, I don't. And you
Okay,
name a
but that's-
10-year-old that's being forced to be pregnant,
There's one in Ohio. There's a case where a 10-year-old got pregnant in Ohio.
and they're being forced to have a baby
Yes.
in Ohio.
Mm-hmm.
I would love to hear that because I would love to go advocate against something
Yeah.
like that. I'm against something like that. But what I'm saying is the contraceptive part where people just go and have lay in bed together, and then they're just going to use abortion, AB, whatever for that. And that I think that is wrong. But ultimately, what I think is you and I, at the end of the tunnel, we both agree on things. There just needs to be people that sit down with mature minds rather than the far left and the far right that come together and say, hey, we want the same thing. Let's just come together and let's make these laws right. And that's the problem with, I think, today.
Hey.
It's just and that's disgusting. I agree with that. I agree with you right there. I do agree that is disgusting. No 10-year-old.
Do you think this should have to happen in our country?
Absolutely not. And I
Okay,
think
so
that
federal
should be.
abortion law then.
No, that's
Yeah.
not true. What needs to happen
Federal
is those
abortion
people
law
in
would
that
get rid of
state-
that.
Those people in that state need to come together and say that that's wrong.
Okay, so do you want to prevent this on
No,
a federal
I'm not
scale?
far right.
Wait, if you could
Or-
prevent this
or-
on a federal scale, would you do it?
If I could prevent that, on for sure. But there needs to be
Okay, so
breakdowns.
you would
of what
be
it
so
is.
you would be in support of a federal law then. Okay. So
for
that's
that
one thing.
situation, yes.
Yeah. So then you're against Trump putting in Supreme Court justices in the Supreme Court that overturned Roe versus Wade and left it up to the states.
Left it to the states, and that's what it should be. And people in that state should
Wait,
be
you just-
outraged
dude,
if they
he
make
ju-
that 10-year-old do
Dude,
that.
you just disagreed with it, right? You
I-
you just said that we
I
should
dis-
stop it federally.
We should break it down and not just be a blanket abortion. And that's the problem. Is everything
You're just going back. You're just going back and forth on your own view.
What am I going back and forth?
You said that you'd be okay with the federal one because it is the case that it would prevent things like that from happening. But then you just went back on it and said it should be up to the states, which
It
would
should
then
be-
lead to these things
let's say-
happening.
Let's say we made it
So then you're
federal.
okay with that happening then, under your view?
Let's say if we made it federal, it needs to be broken down into these are the reasons why A, B, and C, and this is the reason we're not going to allow this to happen. So if people are just using it for contraceptive, no, you're going to have that baby. If you're over 18 and you lay in the bed with somebody, you're going to have that baby, and that's what I'm saying. But when you are underage or your daddy or something did that, then absolutely not. I'm against that as well. But people that just go use that just because they laid in bed with somebody, absolutely not. You should not be using it.
And why is that?
Because you made a choice as a grown adult to lay down with somebody and you knew the consequences.
So I don't see it to be valuable prior to sentience.
Just as somebody made the consequence to get in a car and drink and drive and they get in trouble for it. Just as they're all consequences of life.
Wait. So specifically, the context of drinking and driving, that can produce harm, right? Prior to the context of sentience, I don't know what harm is being produced.
Harm is being produced to a baby that should be born.
Wait, no, it's not because there's no sentience.
That is a child that is in somebody's child.
Wait, it has no sentience. How can you even
How
consider
do you
that?
know? How do you know what's
Because
what's
we have
scared or whatever's in there?
we have articles in neuroscience that indicate that it's likely to occur between the 18th through 26th week during after gestation.
Well, I don't know about scientists. You may know.
Mayfield, thank
you may read more books than me.
Savannah, thank
I
you
know
so much
that
for the
God-
dollar. I thank you.
That God created a child to go in somebody's body, and that child deserves to be born.
Wait,
If we
does
chose to lay
God
down-
make it so that you become pregnant?
Does God no? Humans make it because you come pregnant. Once that is in somebody's body, then that is God who created that.
Oh, okay. So if God created that, well then why did God make that 10-year-old who got raped pregnant?
He didn't make that 10-year-old to be pregnant. He created he didn't create that person. That person's evil.
No, so that evil action occurred. Yeah, we agree, right? You'd say that's bad under your worldview. But why did God let her get pregnant? Why didn't God make it so that she didn't have to get pregnant, so that she didn't have to go through the context of an abortion because she was assaulted?
That is called free will. And unfortunately, due to free will,
But
just
no,
like
no,
any crime,
that has nothing to do with
any
free will because
crime,
we're talking about whether or not the egg picked the sperm.
that man had free will to do that child. And due to the reproduction system that was created, that child was created. And now there's laws against it, which God created man to create laws that is inhumane and that needs to be stopped. But that doesn't just, I'm talking about adults. We're talking about grown people who have the knowledge beyond a 10-year-old, beyond this sick person, people who lay down in bed and create a child. That was something that
Yeah, we're just talking about prior to sentience though, because again, I don't care about it prior to sentience. Like, for example, right? If there's like a petri dish, we have a sperm, we have an egg, we cause like a fertilization, which would give us a zygote, a fertilized egg at conception. Do you think I should go to prison for the rest of my life if I slap the zygote and kill it?
Who's talking about people going to prison for the rest of their life?
Well, you think it's murder.
It is murder, but
So if you think it's murder, do you think I should go to prison for the rest of my life?
People are going to prison even in conservative states for the rest of their lives for abortion?
Yes, that would be because you consider it murder. Do you think murderers should be in prison for the rest of their life?
I'm talking about the point of abortion laws. Is there a law out there where
Weak
somebody...
sauce. I'm asking you a question. Do you think that murderers should go to prison for the rest of their lives?
Not all murderers go to prison for the rest of their lives. There are different...
I didn't ask you that. Do you
levels
think
of
murderers...
murder.
Do you think murderers should go to prison for the rest of their lives?
Absolutely not.
No? How
No,
long should
'cause there's
murderers go to
different
prison?
levels of murder. That's why the court system has different levels of murder.
Okay, so what levels
So
of
abortion
murder
would
do
be
you...
a different level than me going down the street and just shooting somebody for no reason. Or pow pow.
First
whatever
degree...
you want.
Should you go to prison for the rest of your life for first degree murder?
For first degree murder, absolutely.
Okay, so this would be first degree murder under your worldview for me to slap the zygote. Do you think I should go to prison for the rest of my life?
Absolutely not. It would be under a different law.
So
and
it's
different
not murder.
You're twisting my words. It's a different law based on the scenario of what
So
you're
it's not
talking
murder?
about.
You said it's a different law, so is it a different law than murder?
Is it a different law than murder? What are you talking about? It is murder of a child, okay?
If it's murder, then I should go to prison for the rest of my life, right? Because it's first degree murder.
Oh my gosh. You're just going in circles, man. It's
I'm
a
not, because
different...
you're not understanding.
I understand what you're saying. You're saying that I'm calling it murder, and it's a different level of murder. This child is not born
Okay,
yet.
so what level of murder is it? What is it? Is it second degree, third degree?
That would be up to the courts to create something
I'm
new.
asking
an
you under
abortion
your
law.
worldview, dude. It's like
In my worldview, there would be abortion law. If you come to my state and you and another consenting adult have a child and figure out a doctor, that doctor will be prosecuted, and both of you will be prosecuted for an abortion murder, which could be different degrees, 5 years, 10 years, whatever it is, because that's
I'm
why we
asking
said
you what you think it should be. Do you think
think
do you
5
think an
years.
abortion? So you think it's not first degree murder?
it's not first degree murder. It's considered
So
a law that you broke.
What
just
is
like
first
any
degree
other
murder
law.
characterized by?
First degree murder is an intent to kill somebody without any kind of justification that you went down and killed somebody for no reason. You
Yeah,
didn't.
I just slapped the zygote. That's literally intentfully killed them with a plan, right?
Yes.
Okay, so based upon your qualifications of what you consider first degree murder, that would be first degree murder.
Under a different statute, though, because now we're talking about something different than just going down and shooting somebody. We're talking about a fetus, a child, being taken out of a body that was growing into something. It wasn't just something on the ground. It was something that is about ready to be created.
Okay, a zygote's
Do you
already
believe in God? Do you believe in God?
no, a zygote's already
And
created.
I think that's the issue. Is
First
we're
Samuel
gonna-
15:3. Read it.
What do you mean? What's
Do
first?
you want me to read
Samuel?
it? Do you want me to read it?
Sure, go ahead.
Yep. Okay, so let's read 1 Samuel 15:3. 1 Samuel 15:3 says, "Now go attack the Amalekites and totally destroy all that belongs to them. Do not spare them. Put to death men and women, children and infants, cattle and sheep, camels and donkeys." Do you think some ethnic cleansing is justified?
That's why Jesus came in. That you're talking about the Old Testament.
Yeah, is some ethnic cleansing justified?
Are some ethnic cleansing justified?
You got age restricted, so I have to go on to the next person. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone, we have like no guest requests, y'all. So do send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hi, I'm 35.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
I absolutely will.
Why so?
Well, there's so many factors. I've been waiting for about an hour to speak with you. The first thing is I'm an expat since November of 2020, living outside of the US, along with 4.1 million expats that leave the US or have left the US because of the issues that we have going on at home. I'm a registered Republican. I was raised in a time when God was respected in schools and we had American values, which
What
were the
are
values.
American values?
Our country was founded on people escaping religious persecution. who
Oh, so
founded
Trump
on
calling for a
Christian-
Muslim ban isn't religious persecution?
No, actually, he didn't call for a Muslim ban. What he wanted was for people who were terrorists or posed a threat to the nation to not enter the nation. He did. Yeah, I think.
Want to
earlier
bet? Want to
today,
bet?
Muslim ban for Muslims entering the U.S.
Yeah, yeah. Do you want to bet?
Okay, that was after the shooting in San Bernardino.
No, I just want to ask you. Do you want to bet?
I don't want to bet.
Complete shutdown of
Complete
Muslims
shutdown,
entering the
absolutely,
United-
of borders.
Donald J. Trump is calling for a total and complete shutdown of Muslims entering the United States.
After
Donald
the
J.
shooting
Trump
of
is
San
calling for a
Bernardino,
total and complete shutdown of
After the-
Muslims entering the United States.
That's religious persecution.
after the shooting of at San Bernardino, that's correct. Yes.
Does that change whether or not it's religious persecution?
That's not religious persecution. He's
That is
not
literally
killing them.
that is literally the basis of religious. Can you describe to me what religious persecution is?
When you kill people in the name of religion, he was not killing people in the name of religion.
So
he was
if I
protecting our
if I
country.
prevent
He was protecting
Christians,
our country at that time. He was protecting our country.
yeah, shut the fuck up. If I prevent
You are
Christians from coming to this country,
so disrespectful. You're
cry about
literally
it.
like
If
20 years older than me.
if I prevent
I have a
Christians from
master's
coming,
degree in international relations and
okay,
economics. Please stop.
if I prevent Christians from coming to this country, is that religious persecution?
It's not. You're not killing in the name of religion.
Okay, so
If
you only
they
you,
shot
so
up people at if
Appreciate the
there's
Panther Paws.
people
Thank
that
you
are
so much.
posing a threat, if there's people that are posing a threat on the nation and he's taking the steps that need to be taken in order to protect the nation, then how is that religious persecution?
because I don't think this is required to protect the country. One, two, the same types of things that he tried to ban people from coming to this country for, right, are actually not applied to other countries. Other countries around the world are not given these same standards, yet they have similar types of levels of violence, things like that. This was particularly
But
for
this is-
Muslims coming
this
into the
is-
country. And if you want to look at the definition of religious persecution, it doesn't only relate to the context of killing people. If you look up religious persecution, let's actually look it up right now. Religious persecution is simply just defined as systematic mistreatment of an individual or group based upon a response to their religious beliefs or affiliations or lack thereof.
Here's my
So this is
question for
religious
you.
persecution because it's systematic
Here-
mistreatment of Muslims entering the country because they're Muslim.
Okay, I'll give you that point. No, that's fine. Let's touch on three things that you've said, that I've heard you say. The first thing you said, Kamala Harris would be a good president. I'd like for
That's
you
not
to
what I said.
explain. You did because someone said.
No, I
if
said
Biden were-
Kamala
if
Harris
Biden
would be
were to
better
die-
than Trump and Biden.
If Biden were, she would absolutely not be. You're speaking to a Latina woman. I'm part of Latinas for Trump, and I'm also a part of momsforliberty.org. So you're
Okay, that doesn't mean your opinion is somehow more valid than mine here.
I was born and raised in New York City. My parents were Democrats. I'm a registered Republican. So I have
Okay, I grew up in a conservative Christian household, and now I'm not.
Okay, but that's you. The reason why I'm
that's
not living
you.
in my home country, the reason why I'm not living in my home country is because my 8-year-old does not need to have points of views imposed on her public education or even private education.
Oh, like the Bible.
Where she's being told
That gay people
she
exist
is-
and you should accept gay people.
No, that's not the case. I have a gay nephew and we love him and adore him. I don't need those views to be imposed on an 8-year-old child. There's a
Oh,
difference.
just that gay people exist and you should accept them. Similarly, how you think
We
that
do accept
people
them.
should
We do.
accept
We love
Christians.
we love
No, this country does not accept gay
I
people.
personally love my
Quenisha, thank you for the
nephew, and he's
$5,
gay.
and Roberta, thank you for the $10. I appreciate it on Venmo. Thank you so much.
He's been
As well
gay
as Kate,
since
thank
he
you for
was
the
3 years
$5.
old, and he's absolutely one of the best human beings alive. However, that doesn't mean that my daughter, who's 8 years old, needs to have transgender drilled into her head at a public
We're not
school.
trying
It's
to
not
drill
okay.
anything into heads. We're just saying it's okay to be gay. It's okay to be trans. There's nothing wrong with that.
It's okay is one thing, and when you're rubbing it and into children's brains and minds, that doesn't happen outside of the U.S.
Wait, we're just saying it's acceptable. That's it. And again,
And
just
another-
because the U.S. and also in Europe
But
they
it
do.
is- it
Yeah,
is-
in
it
Europe
is
it
acceptable.
absolutely it
However,
is the
it's
case.
but it's not okay. I get to choose what my child's culture and upbringing is, because guess
Not
what?
necessarily, right?
I
You don't
really
choose you
do.
don't choose the friends that are
I
around.
brought this child
Not
into
true.
the world.
Not true.
I
Of
formed
course
this
you brought them
child
into the
with her
world,
father.
but you don't choose the entirety of the culture that they grow up in. The culture
Yes,
is not.
we do. That's why we
No,
moved
it's
her
not.
out of the United States. Yes, we do. Absolutely
Okay.
do.
Okay, I was talking about if you keep in yourself in the United States. Not everyone has the
Well,
capacity to move out like that.
4.1 million of us agree with me. And
Okay.
and every
Not-
day
they don't
more and
fully
more
agree with
Americans
you,
leave
but
the
okay.
US because of this. And until it changes, we're not going back. And guess what? When you
Wait,
have
plenty
a
of people
country-
leave the U.S. because they don't have access to health care, child care, right?
Yeah.
Workers'
And
rights,
I have-
unions.
listen, I'm very well off in the U.S. I have properties that are rented in the U.S. If I wanted to live in the U.S., I would be in Naples right now. I'm not in Florida. I'm not in the U.S. because I choose not to be in the U.S. There's reasons behind that. I don't want to have my child go to school and feel like she's going to be shot in the middle of the day while I'm at work. I'm gonna
Well, you should talk to
choose not. I'm
Republicans
gonna
about that
opt out
one.
of that. You don't
Talk
have
to
to worry
Republicans
about
about
that in
that
other
one.
countries.
Yeah,
You
where
have to
they
sit
have
down-
where they have gun control policies that Democrats are advocating for.
No,
Nice.
you have to sit down and analyze what's going on in the U.S. that has created all of these obstacles and all of these problems that are a hindrance to the progress of our society. That is what's
Wait, that's a-
happening.
that's a
People are
two-party
leaving
system.
the U.S. and
Two-party
and
system.
I grew up in a country where guess what? We were singing "God Bless America" from sea to shining sea, and that no longer exists. And people want that
Wait.
back.
They still do that all the times in schools, and that shouldn't be done, right? I don't think we should have to go through the Pledge of Allegiance like I did as a kid. I think that's heavily ridiculous. Reese, thank you for the $5 on Cash App, and Diane, thank you for the $36.66 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Diane. Diane in the comment section. Thank you so much, Diane. I really appreciate that. Can you let me finish saying thank you? Can you let me finish saying thank you? Diane, thank you.
You act like my 16-year-old son is what you act like.
How did I act like your
Here's-
16-year-old? Because I
here's-
said thank you to someone who donated to me? Cry about it.
No, you're talking over people while I'm trying to express my opinion.
I
You can
waited till
say
you were
thank
done,
and
and
move
then I
forward.
said thank you.
All right. So here's the situation.
What? You were
Parker.
actually talking over me saying thank you.
Okay. Well, my apologies. Here's the situation, Parker. I'm sure that other people feel the same way I do, and that's why they're going to vote for Trump. And here's another thing. You keep bringing up that he's a molester, that he's a sexual offender. Listen, that voice note or whatever it is that you have about this young girl, I'm going to date her that was him speaking and saying something. We have videos of Biden literally groping little girls while they're on stage with him, and mothers pulling them away from
Wait,
him.
can you show me the
because they
video?
feel uncomfortable.
Wait, can you show me the
Look
video?
it up. Listen.
Wait, no,
look
I
at-
know.
you-
I would love to see the video. Can you
give
show
you
me?
a minute to look it up on Google.
No,
and look
Ida,
up the
Ida, do you have a
details.
second device?
I do not right now. I'm outside on my porch having some fresh air in front of the ocean.
Yeah, so
what-
I would love to see these videos. I've heard these claims. I'd love to see the video of him specifically
I've
groping.
seen them because-
Can I
listen,
finish my point?
Go ahead.
I'd love to see the video of him specifically doing that, one, and two, we actually have legitimate core evidence that Trump did this. He's a proven sexual abuser. He was held liable for sexual abuse and for defamation.
But you're talking about a 10-year-old. Him
Wait,
running
this was
Miss
that
Universe.
wait,
he
Ida,
owned- he owned-
Ida, you're
Okay.
misunderstanding. That was a separate claim. There's a separate claim that when he was talking to the 10-year-old, he literally asked them if they were going up the escalator, and he said, "Oh, I'm going to be dating them in 10 years," when they were 10 years old. Okay. Nicholas, thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much, Nicholas. Nicholas, thank you so much, man. I really appreciate
Okay,
it.
so if you go on YouTube, you can find Biden touching girls compilation.
Yeah. Can you please show me the video specifically?
Well, I don't have a second device right now, and I'm not. But well, I'm just saying that. I'm just saying this is where you can find it. Where
All right,
the
I'll pull it
girls
up right
you
now.
can actually see
Greg,
the
thank you so
girls.
much for the Zodiac wheel. Thank you so much, Greg. I appreciate that. Thank you so much, man.
You can actually feel the girl. You can actually see the girls who feel uncomfortable. Well, there's no reason why a man should be touching or groping a young girl that way. It's just and not even in public. It's weird. It's weird. Point blank.
Yeah. So do you
Biting,
want?
groping children compilation.
Yeah. So
I mean,
the one I see is literally Biden talking into his grandchild's ear.
nope. There's a young girl in a red dress who's definitely not related to him. There's another.
I
young
don't see the young girl in the red dress one. You'd have to
If
show me
you
that
look-
one. I looked up specifically what you just said. The
Biden
first thing that
touching-
comes up is this from
Biden-
4 years ago of him literally just like taking a picture with someone and then literally hugging them.
This is from 3 years ago, and
This is
the
from 4, so I
person
don't see which one.
Biden touching girls compilation raw C-SPAN footage.
Yeah, Biden touching
Girls compilation raw C-SPAN footage. I'm just saying because you brought it up. I'm just like nobody here is free of accusations because the accusations with him have also been kind of weird. Also, being a Latina who supports Latinos for Trump, I want to let you know Trump is not racist. I'm not sure where you guys where that's coming
He
from.
absolutely is, but wait, let's look at the video.
Okay.
He's talking to her. That's his grandkid, you know that, right?
There's other people that are
That's the first one I see so far. Is that a video
That's
of
not
him
the-
groping
that's
someone?
No, that's not the video.
Okay. Okay, so this is literally the video that you told me to look up. This is the title, okay? So I have one question, right? Are you comparing that to Trump's being a proven sexual abuser? Him literally just talking to his grandkid.
No, because this is what I'm gonna tell you.
I'm pretty sure he kissed
okay?
her on the forehead or something.
This is what I'm gonna tell you.
Rip Dean, everyone. Let me see what happened to Dean, y'all. I'll text him.
This is what I'm gonna tell you. The fact that you said he was walking into women's dressing rooms when he was, owner of Miss Universe or whatever the case is. First of all, you have to be 18 and older to be in Miss Universe. And I mean, I don't
So
agree
he's
with
walking into
people
rooms where
walking into-
18-year-olds are changing.
No, I
Dean got a
don't agree.
permanent ban, by the way, everyone. Holy shit.
Who?
Dean,
Who
my
got a
friend
permanent
Dean.
ban?
My friend Dean.
Oh.
People have been dealing with bans. I'm on my 6th account right now.
Okay, so let's move on from that because it's a situation where neither of them are okay. Going to the abortion situation, here's you have to know a little bit about international relations and what happens in other countries
Oh,
because
by the way, it was a teen one, by the way.
a teen what pregnancy?
It was a teen not Beauty Pageant, it was Miss Teen USA, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, he owned Miss Universe. I wasn't aware he was involved in Miss Teen USA.
Or Miss Teen Universe, it might be that. Something like that. So like wait, that's
Okay, so-
definitely something crazy, right? 1, 2, he's been held liable for sexual abuse. Do you agree that he's a proven sexual abuser?
I have not seen footage of him molesting girls.
No, I'm not saying footage. He's a proven sexual abuser in the context of a civil court.
If they have footage, then I'll believe it. I've never seen footage of Trump sexually abusing anybody.
I'm not saying footage. He was held liable by a jury of his peers. Okay? He
So
claimed
ha-
that he
so-
wouldn't have
so-
sexually
so have- so
Adriana,
have-
thank you so much for the $2.50. He claimed that
Parker,
he
so
he
have
claimed that
90
he claimed
Parker,
he claimed that he wouldn't have engaged in sexually abusing E. Jean Carroll because she's quote unquote not his type. And then also in a deposition mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife, the person who was proven to have sexually abused with his ex-wife. Appreciate the handout. Thank you so much. So apparently she looks similar
Parker,
enough to his
let-
ex-wife
let
for him
me
to
ask
mistake.
you-
So
Okay.
apparently she looks similar enough to his ex-wife that he's going to mistake the two, but then
Let
she's
me
also
ask
not
you-
his type,
let
and
me
that's why
ask
he
you
wouldn't
a
have sexually.
question. Let me ask you a question.
What did I just say?
Prince Andrew.
Ida, if you can't answer me what I just said, I'm going to mute you. Okay? What did I just say?
90%
What
of
did I just say,
politicians
Ida?
have sexual abuse.
Okay, I'm going to tell you one more time, okay? Trump claimed that he would not have sexually abused E. Jean Carroll because she was quote unquote not his type, but then in a deposition mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife. So she looks similar enough to his ex-wife insofar as that he's going to mistake the two, but at the same time claims that he would not have sexually abused her because she's quote unquote not his type. That's him manipulating and lying to you right in front of you. Okay? Do you care about that? I didn't mean to send the camera thing. You can unmute, by the way. Just click the microphone.
I do not care about that because it doesn't talk to me about his policies and what he's doing for the country.
So if he was a grapist, would you still vote for him?
He's not a rapist.
I'm asking you, if he was held liable for grape, would you still vote for him?
Have 90% of politicians been held liable for what they've done? More than 90% of politicians,
No.
including Bill Clinton, amongst many other
I'm asking.
politicians.
Can you answer my question
have been-
specifically? Ida,
You
I'm gonna
can't-
mute.
you
I'm
can't-
about to mute you until you literally answer my question.
Then I'll hang up because I can't.
Okay,
I
hang
can't
up.
continue to argue with a
Hang up.
12-year-old.
Yeah, I'm
Literally.
not 12. I'm not acting 12. You're literally not answering my questions
I'm telling you what the situation is. 90% of
and
politicians
not answering my questions.
have these accusations. Are you talking about them
I'm not
as
just
well?
talking about accusations, and I will talk
Please,
about them.
Let's talk about Prince Andrew. Let's talk about Bill Clinton.
Okay.
Let's talk about all
Okay.
these people who've been to Epstein Island.
Okay, I'm against
Okay.
all of that.
All right.
Let's talk about how
do
Trump
it.
called him a terrific
there-
guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. A lot of them on the younger
Do you
side.
like beautiful women or beautiful men, whatever your preference is?
I don't say that I like beautiful women on the younger side in reference to a person that had a literal child sex trafficking ring.
Listen, Leonardo DiCaprio.
Okay, I'm gonna mute you because you didn't listen to what I just said. Okay, he called specifically Epstein a terrific guy and that he likes beautiful women as much as he does. A lot of them on the younger side. That's a guy that has run a child sex trafficking ring, one of the most well-known ones. Okay.
I know what a sex trafficking ring is. I have an 8-year-old daughter, and that's why I'm not living in the U.S. Puff
Can you
Daddy
respond to what I just said?
is a well-known artist. Another pedophile who's on the
Wait, Ida,
fence.
can you tell me what I just said?
I'm just telling you. I don't think Trump is a pedophile.
Hey, tell me what I just said.
What did you say? Trump is not a pedophile. I mean, I don't understand what you're trying to say.
Okay. If you don't listen to what I say, I can't have a conversation with you. I don't know
told
why this
you-
is so hard for you to realize that
No,
you
what-
are not
what-
having a conversation with me. You did not come on my platform to have a legitimate conversation to grow. You came
No,
on
I
my
came on this
platform
platform
to
to tell
say
you why I'm
shit
voting
without
for Trump.
listening, okay? You're literally
No, I
currently
came on
doing
this
it right now.
platform.
Do I
You
need to
asked
mute you?
me why I'm
do I,
voting for
Ida,
Trump. I'm
do I need to
telling-
mute you every single time I speak? Answer the question. Do I
Listen,
have to?
You can do whatever you'd like. This is your
I will
platform.
have to do that if you don't let me actually
Do-
engage. If you don't
listen, do
engage
what
with
you
anything
need
I have to
do,
say.
buddy. Do what you need to do. I
But
mean,
if you
I'm
don't answer
telling
anything
you,
I have to say, if you don't engage with me, I have to.
what do you want me to tell you? I told you we're not talking about Trump's policies. You haven't asked me why I want to vote for him. You literally have not asked me about why I think dismantling the ACA would actually be a good decision. How that would be a tax break for many businesses and people who have to pay higher taxes, because why people would go to jail if they don't have
No, it's
health
not
insurance.
taxes. It's a mandated insurance
mandated.
program,
I
which
know what
actually
ACA is.
I can show you studies that indicate that it lowers costs. That's the reason why they mandated it in that way, was because it actually lowers costs in the long run. I understand that it goes against what people would want to do as it relates to that because it fines people, but it literally reduces costs as it relates to that. There's studies that indicate that, economics-based
Okay.
studies that indicate that.
There's-
One. Two, I argue for Medicare for all. I want to go further than this, but this literally insures tens of millions of Americans.
Okay. Taxes have gone up. They went up when the ACA went into effect. And several new taxes were passed in law to help pay for ACA. Do you know that? Including taxes on medical devices and pharmaceutical taxes?
The
Yeah.
issue is,
Taxes were increased for
Wait,
people
wait,
with
wait,
high
yeah.
incomes.
yeah, so?
Okay. So do you think that's okay?
Yeah,
You think that's okay?
yes.
So maybe you need to live in Cuba.
What? Me saying I want to increase taxes on rich people to pay for things that basic middle class citizens need is not a crazy thing to say. If you look at Scandinavian countries, they have more human freedom, they have more social freedom. That's what I'm referencing, and they have more economic freedom. Along with that, they also have greater social safety nets. They have broader access to healthcare, broader access to childcare, broader access to education, broader access to vacation time and paid paternity leave and maternity leave. They have broader access to environmental and workers' rights. They have broader access to things that the middle class needs. Appreciate the dollar.
Okay,
Thank you
if,
so much.
if people are working,
Thank you so much,
why?
Savannah. I know there's no
Okay,
update on that.
these business owners already give these people health insurance. So why do the wealthy need to be taxed to pay for people's health insurance? And then business owners get out of it
Because
like that.
because it reduces costs. One, two, it provides people with access to healthcare. Because if we just tie it to employment, when
It would
people are in a
destroy
recession,
jobs.
stop talking. When people
It
are
would
in a,
destroy jobs.
no, it doesn't. Countries around the world have had universal healthcare systems and has not destroyed their jobs, right? Specifically, if you want to reference this, right, it would actually make it so that people wouldn't have their healthcare tied to employment. So in recessionary periods, more people would have access to healthcare, right? They wouldn't lose their healthcare because they lost their job.
It didn't work. It was a disaster. There's a ton of technical problems when it was launched, and it was difficult for people to enroll, and there were delays.
Well, I'm
Look,
not
I mean,
saying that
come
there
on.
weren't any issues, but what I'm saying is that tens of millions of people
mean,
more,
who do you know? Who do you know that was
tens of millions of people more were given access to healthcare in this country, which is a good thing. Do I think it's the best thing possible? No, but I do think that it is better than nothing. Okay.
Yeah, and the reason for that person who said I don't even live there, along with 4.1 million Americans who have left the U.S. because of the disaster our country has become. That's why we don't live there. And yes, we do go back, and I have very well invested my funds in the U.S., okay? The reason why we're not there is because I don't want my kid to be shot in the middle of the day, and I don't need them brainwashed in school either, along with many other people who feel the same way, okay?
Wait, if you don't mind me asking, what country did you go to?
But I'm not going to disclose that information.
That's
I'd
fine.
like to
That's
keep my
fine.
information private.
Yeah, that's completely fine. Because I was just going to see if the same things were applicable. Because if you went to like a country in Europe, right, a lot of those things are taught in Europe. If you know that. And also, right, if you're so patriotic, why wouldn't you want to make America better? Rather than leaving. Hello? You cut out. Ida, you're not there. Hello? Oh, did she leave? Dominican Republic? Okay, I don't know why she wouldn't say it if it's little in her bio. Hello? Hello? Ida's not there anymore, everyone. Can y'all hear her? Because I can't hear her at all. Do tap that screen, everyone. Let's run it up to 200 or to 500,000 likes, everyone. If you want to help get out to more people, everyone, share the live, y'all. We're going to start getting some people up here in a second. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
What was that? How old am I?
Yeah, you seem old enough. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Oh, absolutely.
Why so?
Well, I mean, why would a logical person not vote for Trump? So I sit here and I do.
I can give you a reason.
Well, I know. I'm sure you probably could. You're on Adderall, fucked up, and spouting out stuff to these young women.
I'm not on Adderall at all.
No, all right. Let me put this out there. I debate people like you every night. Me and Harry go back and forth probably 2 or 3 times a week. I mean, you guys are like a replica, like a model of the same person. You guys say the same things.
No, we don't. If you've been on this on live where me and Harry are co-hosting, you'll see some of the differences, right? He's a lot more pro-Biden than I am, right? I definitely critique the Democratic Party significantly more, right? We have disagreements as it relates to policy. I'm a lot more pro-Bernie than he is.
Well,
Right?
absolutely.
I'm a lot more progressive.
No, that I'll agree with. But there's no real policy differences except you're just a little bit farther left.
Yeah, there definitely are policy differences as it relates to Medicare for all, as it relates to climate change, as it relates to paid paternity, maternity leave, as it relates to childcare, as it relates to student loan debt, as it relates to plenty of things, right? There are plenty of disagreements that I would have with mainstream Democrats in terms of their establishment beliefs.
But Harry, no, I mean I agree that that's what you think and you believe, and in a perfect world, yeah, that would be great. But the fact is, you and Harry believe the same thing. Harry just wants what you want. He just
You also
doesn't-
know something crazy? I've been doing these lives before Harry. I told Harry to do these things, and I do other topics that Harry doesn't do. Harry only does politics.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is, you guys are a dime a dozen. You guys are like fit in the same mold. You guys just have.
So we just have
different-
similar beliefs. So you
Yeah.
have similar beliefs to other Trump supporters. What's your point?
Well, my beliefs are not. I would say I'm going to vote for Trump. I wouldn't say that I'm a red hat wearing MAGA supporter. Although
Wait, I'm not a Biden supporter. I'm voting for Biden because he's a better alternative. But I still think he's a piece of shit.
He's not a better alternative. He's not a
He
better.
absolutely is a better alternative. He's not a proven sexual abuser. He's not a proven fraudster. He hasn't been
Neither
lying
is-
about the election for the
neither
past few years, undermining our American democracy. He didn't call for 83% of taxes to go to the top 1%, which led to higher after-tax income for the top 1%, for the top 0.1% for the highest quintile, and lower after-tax income for the lowest quintile for the middle class. He didn't call specifically for it to be illegal to burn the American flag and that you should go to prison. He didn't call for a death penalty, which 4% of people on death row are innocent. He didn't call specifically for Roe versus Wade to be overturned, which led to 13-year-olds in this country being forced to go through pregnancies.
Okay, cool. That was great. All right, now let me speak. So E. Jean Carroll sued him civilly, and it wasn't whether he actually, because if you actually look on the verdict sheet, I know like liberals, like you don't like things and facts and stuff like that, but if you look on the verdict, the actual verdict sheet, I actually would ask, I know you're laughing because you know. So go Google, just Google.
You said I don't like facts, but all I mentioned was facts.
Oh, that's fine. Let me speak then. But if you actually, facts are to you like what water is to fucking a puddle. It's nothing. Literally, if you look
That made
at
no
the
sense.
verdict sheet, if you look at the actual verdict sheet, they said he was not found liable for sexual assault. He was found liable for telling her, for
No, if you looked at the verdict sheet, it said he wasn't held liable for grape and he was held liable for sexual abuse. I clarified,
it's not-
right?
but
I
it
can
was-
show
no.
you. I can show you the sheet if you'd like to see it.
But first of all, you're wrong because it's a
No, I'm not. You
civil
want to put money on
suit.
it? How much?
$50.
Okay, $50.
Because it's a civil suit. $50.
Because
Venmo.
I said it's civil. I already agreed it's civil. Right? So
Yeah, it's
we're
a civil
putting
suit.
50.
So it doesn't
we're-
make him liable for rape.
Hold up.
You
We're-
can't
no,
get
no,
liable
I
for
never said he
rape.
was. Listen. I'm saying he was held liable for sexual abuse. Okay, 50. You want to put $50
You
on it?
can't be. He's liable for the
$50 on it, right?
slander. He is liable for
And
the
that's
slander.
also defamation. $50 on it?
He's
He was
liable,
held
for,
liable for
defamation.
sexual abuse.
Yes.
Okay, $50. Okay, now let me pull it up and show you. My Cash App and Venmo's in my bio, by the way. You should already just start
So is
typing
mine.
it in.
So is mine.
Yeah, you should already start typing it in.
Yeah, I've already done this because I've already been on lives with Tara Reid, Juanita Broderick, Laura Loomer. I've already been on fucking, like this. Pull it up, man, because you're gonna make yourself look really dumb.
No, I'm not.
You are, because you can't be found liable for grape or sexual assault.
I said
in a
sexual
civil-
abuse. I said sexual abuse.
Yes. Okay, you're right. Sexual abuse. You cannot be found liable for sexual abuse in a civil matter, no matter what you want, no matter what
Yes, you
say.
can. Look.
Yep. Mr. Carroll, by evidence of.
Can you read
Mr.
number 2,
Carroll-
please?
Mr. Trump sexually abused Miss Carroll. Yes. Okay. So he's not.
Cash
it's
App,
still
Venmo in the
not-
bio.
He's not liable, but you're not understanding.
Really?
The fact.
Really not liable? What does it say it there? 2
It's-
million?
But what I'm saying is, it doesn't.
Wait.
matter.
What does it say there?
I already
Verdict
told you.
form. Sexually abused E. Jean Carroll. Millions
Listen.
of dollars. And if you scroll down further, you can see a lot of them more. He had to pay $5 million for sexual abuse overall.
So you have you just don't fundamentally understand how the criminal and civil justice system works. First of all,
What does this
you-
say? What
you
does it say?
Okay.
Sexually
put a-
abused E. Jean Carroll. Okay. You owe me
Okay.
$50.
Bef-
Cash App,
before-
Venmo in bio.
Before you make yourself look even dumber, because
Because I'm the one that looks dumb right now.
first of all, there has never in the history of criminal justice has somebody been held civilly responsible for sexual assault.
For sexual abuse, yes, they have.
No, they haven't. Because you
Didn't
can't.
Bill Cosby get held liable? Appreciate the hat and mustache. Thank you so much. O.J. Simpson?
Yeah, it was criminal.
No,
It was criminal.
those were civil courts.
It was not. O.J. Simpson was not accused of sexual assault in criminal court. or
Sexual
in civil court.
abuse.
sexual abort. O.J. Simpson was not. Bill Cosby.
I'm pretty sure
I
he
know
was.
Personally,
It might not be OJ. I could be wrong on that, but I
Not
definitely
OJ.
know the
OJ
first
was-
one is. I think Cosby's applicable.
Okay, Bill Cosby originally.
Kevin Spacey.
So now Bill Cosby originally. Well, no, you can sue somebody for damages, but that doesn't mean that it happened.
Oh, I think he was cleared actually. Kevin Spacey.
But if you look at Bill Cosby's case, he originally did a case where there was a bunch of NDAs, so nobody actually knows what was in the case. So a bunch of women. I think there was.
Oh,
Like
by the way, the Venmo's in my bio. Everyone, for people asking, it's Parker COL if you want to look it up.
And if you want to talk, like what I actually wanted to explain was in the specifics of the case, right? You, Harry, and all these guys, and this is the main point that I wanted to make. You guys will
Dean's
bring
main
this
just
up.
got a perm ban again. Everyone.
You guys will bring this up that E. Jean Carroll, because I watched from start to finish the entire civil trial, right? Or at least read the transcripts and matched what I could with what they had. E. Jean Carroll didn't know within a 10-year period when it happened. Now, if you want to take that and say, okay, maybe she didn't know within a decade.
Wait, so this is completely different. You owe me the $50 because he was held liable.
But he wasn't, because he's still in a.
He was held liable. He actually was held liable. I
He's
just showed you.
appealing. Yeah, but he's appealing it, so it doesn't matter.
Okay, so that you're now you're
moving.
moving the goalpost. Okay, you still owe me the $50.
Okay, cool. So, but what I'm saying
Cash
is,
App, Venmo, and bio.
yep. So what I'm saying is, you
How
don't
much?
like.
What are the odds you actually pay?
Well, you don't like the fact that Donald Trump is not held liable because his case is not out of court yet. His case is still being argued between a 5-judge panel. So they're still going to find out whether this is.
No,
even
but
gonna
he
be
was held
upheld.
liable.
But he hasn't been yet.
He
because he's
has been
still
held
appealing.
liable.
He has not. Listen, dude. Are you like that mental of a midget? Like, do you not
Yeah,
have?
of course you're gonna use slurs, dude. What the fuck is wrong with you, dude?
No, but do you not have?
Why
a
are you using
general-
slurs? Why are you using slurs?
What slur did I use?
The M word?
Mental?
No.
That's what I said.
No, the other word you're
Midget.
referring to. Yeah, that's a slur. You should not be using that. Don't use that.
Okay. If that's a slur, if somebody takes offense to that, then I apologize. I didn't think it was a slur. I have friends that consider themselves that. But anyway, so what you don't understand is that a court case is not over until it's settled and finally settled, and the defendant, in this case, decides to stop appealing it. It's before a 5-judge panel because it was a circus of a court. E. Jean Carroll did not know within a 10-year period when
Okay,
this.
can you just acknowledge that he literally did get held liable? One,
He did
two.
not
Again,
get
not
held liable.
knowing when it
Well, you're-
happened is completely legitimate, right?
You have
There
a
are plenty of
judge
people
juvenile-
that don't. Wait, there are plenty of people that don't know what happened. I know people specifically. I have friends that it's happened to them and they wouldn't know specifically.
Okay, I understand that, and I do too, and I do as well. I actually work with women. I don't know if you've ever watched the Netflix documentary, The Program. It's a very popular documentary. It's actually the most popular documentary on Netflix right now. I actually work with a lot of the survivors that are in that documentary, a lot of the young women, and I'm actually working with the second part series to that documentary. So I know a little bit about trauma and sexual assault and things like that. Now, it's one thing to be like, look, I don't know the day, the time, or the hour. I know a general thing, but to not know within a decade, a 10-year period, when it happened is absurd.
That can happen after decades of things happening. Okay,
And it's-
I
it's
think that's
also-
completely legitimate. And for you to say that it didn't happen because of this, I think is ridiculous.
Okay, well, I am saying I don't think it happened. What I'm also saying is
Yeah,
that,
I know you are saying that, and I don't think you have sufficient proofs for that.
Okay, so my question to you then, right? It'll probably be the final question is, Tara Reid knows the day, the time, and the hour that she got raped by Joe Biden when he was a senator, and then you also have Juanita Broderick, who knows the date.
You got hate speech and hateful behaviors, bro. I have to go on to the next person. Dude, I get banned too. I'm literally on a 6th account. My main account's banned for a week right now. But yeah, Tara Reid hasn't gone through the context of a court system. 1, 2. She also perjured herself in court. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, everyone, because he's not going to send me that 50. You already know it. And Leah, thank you so much for the $35 on Venmo. Thank you so much, Leah. I appreciate that. W Leah, thank you so much. I appreciate it. W Leah in the comment section. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Hey, how's it going?
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
No, I just wanted to correct the guy before you. I would never vote for Trump. I'm not that stupid. But the guy before you is dead wrong. You were completely right. When a jury finds you liable, you are liable. He just kept saying, oh, but it's on appeal. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, that doesn't change
That's
liability.
why, exactly. It's just frustrating when there's morons. So, hey, thanks
I get you.
for
Appreciate
your
you
great
coming up.
live. Have a good one.
You as well. You as well. Let's get the next person. Everyone only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone keep tapping that screen. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 20. I'm 20, but I just had a question. How do you feel about
You cut out.
Oh, I'm sorry. How do you feel about Jasmine Sherman
Don't know who that is.
running as a third party? She's a
Third parties can't make it, but appreciate you coming up.
Okay, thank.
Let's go to the next person, everyone. Third parties have no chance in America. If you want third parties to have a chance, you have to have ranked choice voting, which actually would legitimize third parties in the U.S., but they're currently not able to win. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
28.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
I believe so.
Okay, why so?
Because a lot of his beliefs match mine.
Like what?
How I believe that every working American should get what they deserve, and
Really?
I agree with that 100%.
Okay. Can you name one policy that Trump influenced to get passed that benefited the middle class?
Yeah, he lowered my taxes when he was in office.
So the Tax Cut and Jobs Act from 2020, 2017
Did
to
you hear what I said?
2027.
Did you hear what I said?
Yes.
Okay, he lowered my taxes. That's
Can I
good enough for
respond?
me. Okay, yeah, sure.
Yeah, the Tax Cut and Jobs Act from 2017 to 2027, where it actually led to lower after-tax income for the lowest quintile, the middle class, and it led to higher after-tax income for the highest quintile, the top 1% and the top 0.1%. So actually, right, you might think that it specifically lowered your taxes then, but over the entirety of the tax policy through 2027, you actually get less money if you are part of the middle class or the lowest quintile.
And that's fine. If that comes to be, that comes to be. But until that happens, until I see that, I'm not going to believe that. I'm sorry, but it hasn't
Well,
happened
you're
yet.
currently under Trump's tax policy, and I can send you the Brookings report on this specifically.
Okay, you can
Right,
send me
this is a
whatever.
fact.
You can
It's
send
from
me
the, it's
whatever.
from an analysis of the Tax Policy Center and the Joint Committee on Taxation.
And I understand that completely. But what you're not hearing is what I'm saying. That hasn't happened yet. And since Biden got in office, mine and my wife's taxes have gone up. So until
Hey, if you know how tax policy works, you'd know you're still under Trump tax policy. Sorry to break it to you.
So
this is still Trump tax policy. So your taxes going up, that was Trump's tax policy.
so Trump's tax policy
Made your taxes go up. Yep.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, show me that.
Again, the Brookings report specifically. I'll pull it up for you right now.
Show me it.
Yeah, I'm pulling it up right now. Give me 1 second. Oh no, but sorry, it's bringing up
Oh.
No, it was bringing up the
Oh.
Brooks. Sorry.
Oh, well.
The
That's a
middle
picture of
class.
Trump.
The middle
Where's
class
the-
needs a
where's the
tax cut. Trump didn't give it to them.
Where's
right?
the
That is
proof?
the title. Here's the thing from the distributional analysis.
Okay.
Right here. Oh, sorry, I'm Xing out something.
Right.
This is from the
Okay.
Tax Policy Center.
So by 2012, okay. Well, once again, that's when Trump was in office, my taxes were lower. So
Yeah. Trump's tax policy increased your taxes. It's still under Trump tax policy.
wait
Look.
a minute. So if Trump's tax policy is raising my taxes, then why hasn't Biden done anything to stop it?
Because that's legislative branch. It's based upon influence, and Biden's done as much as he can to get rid of those things and improve the child tax credit, which he has.
So he can
only do so much.
He's the president.
Yeah, I understand, but president doesn't conduct all policy.
Oh, wait, you just said that, but Trump can affect taxes for the next 10 years?
Yeah, he can influence it to get passed. That was his main tax
But
policy
Biden
that he wanted to
can't-
get
Biden
passed.
can't get that,
And
but
actually,
Biden
by the way,
can't lower
and by the
those?
way, you were the one that claimed that he got the tax policy passed, not me.
I didn't say that. I
You
said
did that. You
when
did say
Trump
that.
was
You.
in
I
office,
asked
my
you. I
taxes
asked
were
you for
lower.
one policy that Trump
I
got passed.
said-
I asked you for one
Parker,
policy that I asked you
Parker,
for one
Parker.
I asked you for one policy that Trump got passed that influenced the middle class in a positive light, and that's what you gave.
Parker, you asked me why I'm voting for Trump.
No,
told
I
you.
asked you specifically. No, I asked you what's one policy that Trump helped get passed. I appreciate the hand art. Thank you so much. That actually benefited the middle class. That's what I asked you.
I personally, I don't know the ins and outs. I don't know specifically, but what I'm telling you that I'm voting for Trump because what he did.
You
and
can't
what he
give me one
believes
policy that
matches me.
benefited the middle class.
What he did and what he believes benefits me and my family.
Yo, hello. Thank you so much for the perfect. I appreciate it. Thank you so much.
That's the whole point of your.
Okay,
spiel.
okay. So if there was a person who was advocating for slavery for people to be owned by you specifically because it benefits you, would you support it?
I'm sorry. Ask that one more time.
Yeah, if there was a policy that gave you access to being able to own slaves legally because it would benefit you in this country, would you support it?
Absolutely not.
Just because something benefits you doesn't mean it's a good reason to support it. So can you give me any reason to support this?
Wait a minute. So I shouldn't. So wait a minute. Wait a minute. I don't. So what you just told me is.
Yeah, just because something benefits you doesn't mean it's good policy, right? So can you give me good reason to support this? Because again, I told you it leads to lower after-tax income for the lowest quintile, the middle class, lower for both of those, and higher for the highest quintile, the top 1% and the top 0.1%. So it's literally Robin Hood for the rich. Take money from the poor, give it to the rich. Yo, Alexander, thank you for the $20.24. Thank you so much, Alexander. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you.
Once again, it's what the point of your spiel here is why I'm voting for Trump is because he is doing. I don't care what he's doing for other people. He's doing better for me and my family, and he's giving me a better opportunity to support me and my family.
Not over the entire tax policy, because if you're a part of the middle
When
class,
that happens,
are you a
I
part of
will
the
no
middle
longer
class or
support
the
Trump.
lowest quintile?
When that happens, I will no longer support Trump.
Are you said your taxes went up? That's still tax policy for Trump.
Once again, that's what I'm saying. I'm saying what you're asking me. I'm voting for Trump because he believes in what I believe.
Yeah, but the tax policy increased your taxes.
He believes in making my life. When he was in office, my life was easier.
Are you part of the middle class?
I'm not really 100% sure if I am or not.
Okay, so if you are part of the middle class, then literally Trump decreased, right, how much you're going to be getting, right? He decreased after-tax income for the middle class, okay? That effectively increased your taxes. The tax increase that you saw during the past few years, that was not Biden, that was Trump.
Now, mind you, I did switch careers at the point, but when I was...
That's also important.
Now, when I was at my job previously, I was there for 10 years. I was there when Obama was in office, and I was there when Trump was in office. Within months of Trump being in office, I was getting so much more money coming into my household because of less taxes. That's why
Wait, Trump's tax policy didn't go into effect right away.
It was when Trump was in office. That's what matters.
Wait, like right when he got into office?
No, I said months afterwards.
Okay. So again, right, if you want to relate to this, I literally am showing you a distributional analysis. You can sit here and deny reality and deny facts all you want, but this is what the facts say.
Okay, well, when that becomes fact and...
It's not becomes fact, it already is fact, okay?
Well, no, you said by 2027 it'll
I'm saying the analysis from 2017 to 2027 shows this overall, but it's already started to occur.
Okay. So this is just another reason why I like Trump, or because I'm voting. I don't necessarily, now mind you, I'm just like you. I don't like Trump. I'm not a red hat MAGA Republican. I consider myself an independent. I support whoever has my beliefs in common.
Yeah, and again, it seems like you can't even really mention what is going to be beneficial that Trump supports. And if you can't mention that, then like, why are you voting for him?
Is it that
Trump
he's a proven
supports
sexual
Trump.
abuser? Is it that he's a proven fraudster? Is that he denies fair and democratic election? Is that he gives money from rich people from poor people? Is it that he calls for the death penalty, which leads to 4% of people in death row dying that are innocent? Is it because he calls for a lack of freedom as it relates to the context of putting people in prison for burning the American flag, for literally making it illegal to get access to gender affirming care as an adult, for you people literally to have less access to health care through the context of health insurance policy because he wants to repeal the ACA, but he's shown no effective plan to replace it? Like nothing that actually benefits people.
So what has Biden done that's helping me?
Yeah, so the PACT Act, the CHIPS Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, the Build Back Better, American Rescue Plan, the infrastructure bill, right? All of these things benefit people, right? They
In
create
what way?
jobs in America, right? They invest in substitutes for gas through renewable energy. They provide significantly greater access to what's it called, to funding for American businesses to be able to produce and maintain supply long term, like supply chains, cleaner air, clear water through environmental regulations and policies, right? Plenty of things.
Environmental, all that. I guess.
Yeah, like the CAFE standards that Trump tried to get rid of that specifically made it so that each particular type of firm that sells cars specifically have to have a particular average mileage that they're selling. So essentially it increases the fuel efficiency of cars, which makes us use less gas and increases the supply of oil in the United States, therefore making it that gas is less costly.
Okay. So so this is actually interesting. I would like to ask you an interesting question. You said you don't fully support Biden, but you think he's the better.
Yeah,
he's the
yeah,
better
yeah.
candidate? He how long has he been in politics?
Like 40 years.
So why is he doing this all now?
Because he's president. He's one of the, I mean, he's passed some of the most legislation out of any politician. There's public records on the legislation that they influence to get passed or that their name is a part of. And if you look at him specifically, he's passed some of the most legislation out of any person in American history. Okay?
Like
so to
what?
say that he hasn't passed policy, I think is ridiculous.
Like what?
I'm not going to be able to name everything off for you, but I've already mentioned a few things that he helped influence to get passed in the context of the presidency.
I think you know what I'm talking about, the big one.
If you're going to talk about the crime bill, I definitely am against the crime bill. He's also, he says that he thinks that that was bad, right, and that he's against it now, right? But that was a bipartisan bill that was supported by most Democrats and most Republicans at the time.
Okay, and that's fine. And you say that you don't support that at all, correct?
No, I don't.
So why did you vote for Biden if you don't support that?
There are certain things I don't support of Biden. There are certain things I don't support of Trump. I'm saying that
So
there are
just
more
because-
things
so
of.
just-
I'm
hold
saying
on,
there are
so
more
hold on,
things
hold
of
on,
Trump.
hold on, hold on, hold on,
I'm saying there are more things of Trump that I don't support than of Biden.
Okay, that's fine. But you're telling me because of a few things that I don't agree with Trump that I'm a terrible person? I don't think you're terrible because
The
you vote
proven
for
sexual
Biden.
abuser, proven fraudster, election denier. These things are worse.
How does any of that have to do with policy in the country?
It relates to, again, how they influence policy, right? How they influence voters in this country that then can impact policy in the
So
future.
that kind of stuff influences policy, really?
Yes, absolutely. It
In what
influences policy under his and policy in the future.
And
by getting particular types of people to vote for this type of legislation in the future, by influencing this character in the American public because he's literally a president of the United States, influencing this character in the context of Congress because he gets votes for having this particular character. Plenty of things that we would consider detrimental towards policy in the future and policy now in the context of the United States.
So you're
Right?
telling me
His
the
election
sexual-
denial
so you're telling me
obviously relates to policy because then
So
that
you're
would
telling me the
reduce the
sexual preference
effectiveness
of a
of
man
policy.
is affecting his. It will be effective in his.
Yeah,
policy?
us voting for a sexual abuser can impact policy in the future because it reduces the accountability of politicians for engaging in bad and violent behavior.
But it's okay to vote for a guy that basically held the flag and led the way to lock up millions of African Americans, right?
So again, this specifically
no
was a
reason.
bipartisan bill supported by both Republicans and Democrats, right?
That's so.
Okay,
you're
so
not-
this was supported by a majority of Congress at that time.
So
to
it's
only
okay. So
attribute
it's
this
not okay to
specifically
vote
to
for
Biden
Trump
is
because of
ridiculous,
sexual
and especially
abuse,
since
but
he's
it's
gone
okay
against
to
these
vote
things.
for Biden when he locked up millions of African Americans for no reason. And come on,
Again, I've literally already addressed this. And again, if you're going to talk about this, the crime bill specifically, you wouldn't say millions, but you'd say hundreds of thousands, right, of people right across the board, right? And that was, again, not good policy, right? And again, I disagree with that, right?
And
But
I
again,
disagree with Trump being.
but again, as it relates to what's going to be implemented,
the sexual preferences of everything that's happened with Donald Trump. But
it's not just sexual preferences. It's literally him abusing a woman. Okay.
and I don't agree with that.
Okay.
But
And
that
do,
has
do you
nothing to
think
do
that
with
he
the
should be in? It does have to do with it. I just told
In
you
what
what
way?
it has to do with it.
In
Because
what way?
Because it influences the character of future politicians. It influences the character of future presidents. It
It
influences
influences-
the
okay, so what's
character.
the
It
fault?
influences the character of people in the context of our voter base that are then voting for politicians, which all impacts the future policy that exists in this country.
Okay, so can you show me where you got that crystal ball? Because I would love one.
That didn't indicate a crystal ball.
You're telling me stuff you think is going to happen. It's not proven.
No, I'm telling you what is literally happening right now. I'm observing facts of reality.
Once again, you're saying that his sexual
They're not holding him accountable for being a sexual abuser, which then sets precedents for a lack of accountability for other types of politicians.
You're literally
And for
saying what you
similar
think is gonna
character in
happen.
other politicians.
You cannot prove that that's going to happen.
What? Yes, I absolutely can.
Go ahead.
Because if we continually continue these types of things in our culture, it leads to a culture of a lack of accountability. We've seen this in the context of the patriarchy. When people make claims, boys will be boys, that reduces accountability. Look at Matt Gaetz, right? Look at Republican politicians that have engaged in similar types of behaviors, right? There's plenty of things I can reference.
You mean
right?
like Bill Clinton?
Bill, that wasn't that consensual, one, and two. I'd also argue that Bill Clinton isn't someone I would vote for either.
Okay, but once again, this is something that you in your opinion cannot prove.
You just keep saying that, and I actually gave you a response to this already. I think it's disingenuous for you to not acknowledge what I said and for you to say the same
I'm
damn
acknowledging
bullshit.
it, but I'm telling you that I just simply don't believe what
What did I
by
say?
your words.
What did I say?
I'm not believing you because of your words, because you
What-
don't
what
know
reasoning did I-
You don't know what
Hey.
the sexual
Hey, what reasoning did I give?
You once again, you don't you saying that doesn't make it true.
What reasoning did I give?
You were naming off things, okay?
Like what?
You were
You
naming
see how
off
you didn't
things.
listen?
Go ahead, say it again.
So again, it's going to influence the character, right, of future politicians because they see that it's acceptable for politicians to
Where
act
has
this
that happened
way.
in the future?
Can I
Where has that
finish?
happened in the past?
Can I finish?
Where has that happened in the past?
I've actually already said this, but if you didn't listen,
Where has that
you're
happened
not
in the
going to hear
past?
it. I'm going to mute you if you don't listen, okay? Because I just explained this. It has happened in the past throughout the context of things, for example, the patriarchy, right? Boys will be boys, right? Has reduced accountability for, right, men as it relates to the actions that they engage in. Because they don't apply accountability to the particular people that they're referencing in that scenario, it creates a culture of a lack of accountability, right? Which this can protrude into the people that follow Trump because they follow him in a cult-like manner. It can protrude into politicians that see that they can continue to get support if they engage in this particular behavior, right? It can continue in the context of his policy as it relates to things that he is then going to implement in the future, right?
Okay. That's fine. And I understand. I heard you and I understand that. But has he been found guilty of anything yet?
He's been held liable for sexual abuse
That's not what I
by a
asked you.
jury.
That's not what I asked you.
That's guilty in the context of a civil court.
That's not guilty by a judge.
It's guilty in the context of a civil court by a jury, and the judge of that particular case said he raped her. Okay.
The judge, where did the judge say that?
The judge is very open with that. I can pull up the article for you right now if you'd like to see it. Would you like to see it?
Sure.
Okay, for sure. I got you. Give me a second. You can talk about something in the meantime.
No, I'll wait.
You're gonna sit here and just be quiet? I have a live
I'm
to
gonna
run,
wait
bro.
for you to pull up the proof that you just said. Yeah, I'm not gonna let you. I'm not gonna say something else and let you get off topic.
I'm not gonna get off.
Go ahead. I'll wait.
Yeah, but like you understand, I'm running a live here, right? If I just sit here and I'm looking something up for like 2 minutes, there's not anything going on.
Okay, but if you were ready to prove that he was guilty and has been proven guilty by a judge, you would have already had it ready to roll.
Yeah, I can pull it up right now. I can literally
Go
show
ahead.
you.
I will wait. I will wait here all day.
Yeah, and you understand that I'm trying to run our live, so you're just being a little bit of a dickhead. Okay.
Okay. Oh wow. You're so wait. You slandered someone for calling you a name. You just called me a name. Why?
What? How did I slander someone? And what
You
name
just
are
called
you
me a
referencing?
dickhead. Why'd you call me a dickhead?
Because you're being a dickhead. Like when I'm clearly, literally referencing that. Like I want to run a live
so
here.
it's okay for you to call people a dickhead, but it's not okay for other people to call you names? Come on, dude.
Wait. What name did I get mad at?
The
If someone
last
calls me a
dude that
dickhead, I'll
called
respond
you,
to it.
That called you the M word? I've been watching your live, dude.
Yeah, if someone calls me the N-word, I'm going to kick them because they said a fucking slur.
Okay, but you just called me a dickhead, but it wasn't okay for that guy
Dickhead
to
is
call
not
you
a
that?
slur, dude.
Dude, a dickhead is a slur to me. Where's the
Dickhead is not a
judge
slur.
said? That doesn't say judge has found Trump guilty. That
I
says
never
judge
said. I never. Wait. I never said that. I said specifically the judge said that he did this and that he was held liable by
Okay,
the
well, until a
jury.
judge convicts him of it, he's not guilty.
He was held liable for sexual abuse.
You're right. He's been held liable, but until a
That
judge
was by a jury.
until
This is
a
what
judge,
the
until a
judge
judge
said,
convicts
dude.
him
This
of
is
it,
literally what the judge
he's not
said.
guilty of it.
Well, you understand that the judge isn't the one that determines this. It would be the jury.
The judge is the one that the judge is the
No,
one
it's
that
the jury.
determines whether he's guilty or innocent.
No, it's the jury.
The judge is the one that finalizes the verdict.
It's jury. Wait.
Then why
So
hasn't the judge finalized the verdict?
it is the jury that does this because it's a civil case.
So why hasn't Trump been taken off the ballots?
Okay, because this wouldn't take him off the ballot.
If
This-
you're found guilty of
Yeah,
sexual
if you're
abuse,
guilty in a civil court for sexual abuse or held liable for sexual abuse in a civil court, you can still run for president.
I'm unaware of this. Where can you show me that, please?
Yeah.
Well, once again, you know more about that than I do. I was just like so you were more than welcome to show me that.
Liable and civil. Well, he's running right now, but all right, you can show this, right? CBS News did an article on this, right? Can Trump still be president if he's convicted of a crime or held liable? New York Times also did an article on this. Can Trump still run for president if he's convicted? ABC News brought experts down to say that he can still run. Same thing with The Independent, WTF News, PBS, right? The Hill.
Okay. So it seems that like a lot of your points are surrounded by this sexual abuse thing.
That was just the one point you were addressing.
Mm,
I've
well, that
literally
seems
given
that's
like
the one
so
thing
many
you've been
points. I've given like so many points, dude.
Okay, so let's bring up another point.
Okay.
This is another reason why that I don't really. Trump is for border security. He agrees with it in a way that I believe would make a difference. Just a few months ago, my governor, who is a Democrat, let out a video telling people that live in our state to allow illegal immigrants to come into our home and live there. Illegal immigrants.
Oh, okay. So what you're referencing is asylum seekers, and you're also it's just like they asked you. Okay. And then also, if you want to do something as it relates to the border, Trump said blame it on me if the border bill fails.
So can I finish what I was saying?
Yeah, but did you hear anything I just said?
Well, I wasn't finished. So Democrats want me to open up my home to an illegal. If you're seeking asylum, you're seeking asylum. That's not for me to deal with. It's not for me to it's not my responsibility to open up my home to you. What I would rather open up my home to a child that's living on the street. But Democrats don't care about them.
Oh, you just got flagged for harassment and bullying, man. I got flagged for harassment and bullying too. Great, dude. Fuck TikTok. What the hell, TikTok, bro? It's actually unbelievable. But we already responded to that. So we're gonna go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Parker's best friend. Why would you report me? If you report me, like, I mean, why would you say that in my comment section? You just want to get blocked? Yo, what's up? How old are you?
How old am I?
You seem old enough. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah.
Why so?
And why? Because I believe he's a heck of a lot better than Biden. And you seem to bring up this sexual thing. Well, you know, Biden sexually abused Tara Reid, and it was all covered up. She tried to report it and wasn't allowed. This was back in the 90s.
She perjured herself and then went to Russia.
No, she didn't.
Yeah, she did perjure herself. That's one thing.
No,
Two,
she didn't.
Also, Trump has been held liable in a court, right? The
Yeah,
same
he
thing's not
was
been
held
true
liable.
for. The same
And
thing
did
is-
you also
the same
know
thing-
that she
the same
went
thing-
on
the same
NBC,
thing- the same thing. I'm going to mute you if you don't be quiet. Okay. The same thing is not true for the context of Biden. Okay, he was not held liable for sexual abuse. So I think that we have significantly more reason to believe this is applicable to Trump than to believe that this is applicable to Biden specifically.
Okay. Do you know that she went on MSNBC twice and admitted that Trump did not rape her?
Give me a source.
In 2 interviews.
Show me the interview because that's not true.
Yeah, it is.
No, not
It's
true.
on MSNBC.
Not true. False.
360.
False. MSNBC did not report on that.
MSNBC and
MSNBC
CNN.
did not say that. No. False.
CNN too.
CNN did not say that either. False.
Yes, I'm telling you.
False.
E. Jean Carroll
Give
in
me
an
the title. Give me
interview.
the title of the article or the video.
The white-haired, no, the guy with the
Perfect
white
mix.
hair.
Thank you for the $20 on Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. Yeah,
I'm
thank you so
telling
much.
you
I
that-
appreciate it. The people I've had today are wild.
I'm trying to remember the white-haired guy that does the interviews. Vanderbilt's son.
Oh, I know who you're talking about, but literally,
He
literally,
did
they
an
did
interview.
not.
No,
She
he
did-
interviewed
she did not say that.
E. Jean Carroll.
She did not say she was not graped. One, two. What Trump was held liable for wasn't grape; it was sexual abuse.
I know.
Okay, but the judge indicated that based upon a colloquial usage of the term grape, right, it would be defined that way. It's just under the context of the court
No.
system, the way
She
that it's defined
said-
is not the way it's colloquially defined.
But she went on CNN and MSNBC, 2 different interviews, and said it wasn't rape.
I promise you, she did not do that.
Yep.
No, she didn't. You're lying.
Well, I promise you she did. I watched
I
the
promise
interview.
you. I promise you. You misheard
I'm
it, or
telling
something off
you.
is there. That did
I'm
not happen.
telling you, I watched the interviews.
No, it
both
wouldn't.
of them.
No, that would have been submitted in the context of the courts, bro.
No, because
Give me-
they're
give
going
me
to
any evidence.
They're going to
Give me
use
any
it
evidence.
in the.
You're just
no,
claiming.
she did
Give
it
me any
after.
evidence.
She did it after the trial, and Alina Habba is going to use
Give
it.
me the title. Give me the title.
I don't know what the title of the interview is.
Yeah, so go. You should go
but
find
I
it.
know that Alina Habba
Because it
is
did not
gonna
happen.
use-
That is such bullshit.
No,
Everyone here knows that didn't happen. Be so fucking for real.
I'm
And for the people who are confused about my eyes, my eye bags are always there. I've had them since I was a child. They're hereditary. They're genetic. And then also, if you want to support me, everyone, Venmo, Cash App in the bio. Also, everyone, tap that screen. Let's run up to 750,000 likes. Also, follow me here if you haven't already. I'm on my 6th account right now because I've been banned on my main account. Plus, my main account hasn't been sending out at all. I've been getting a following glitch. Actually, it has been sending out, but I get like 45% following in my lives. Whereas on this account, it actually does end up sending out. So that's why we have 3.5K people in here. Actually, I don't know if it is sending out because we've only had 54,000 people overall, which is still a lot of people, by the way. But that's not what we would typically see for over 3K for like most of the live. Dude, if you come back, I can't hear you right now. Is it okay if I draw you? Absolutely. Go for it. You can always do that. I didn't get a notice. Yeah, make sure to follow me here and turn on the things. Someone said you're done here, China. Unbelievable. Happy belated birthday, Parker. I appreciate that. My birthday was 2 days ago for people who are wondering. W drawing Parker. W, man. Yo, man, come back. I can't hear you, man. Come back into the app. I can't hear you currently, man. So are you voting for Biden? Yes. I don't like Biden, but he is better than Trump. Happy belated birthday. Oh, I appreciate y'all. Appreciate it, everyone. Have you ever been to Croatia? No, not. But my girlfriend has. Thank you for the hand hearts. I appreciate it. All right, Patrick, come on, man. Come back, bro. In the meantime, I'll get someone else up here. Hey, what's up? How old are you?
What's up, brother? I'm 25.
What's up, brother? Are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, I'll be voting for Trump.
And why is that, brother? Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
Hold up. Was that you the other day on the motivational speech?
What motivational speech?
All right, never mind. Probably the wrong person. All right, so I come across these freaking lies all the time. Like, I'm like, dude, this kid's always talking about Biden and shit. Yeah, I mean, I respect your opinion and all, whatever, you know. Of course, there's gonna be the liberals out there, the Democrats, whatever you want to call it. But to be honest, dude, like, I'm a big conservative. I believe everything the right believes in. I hate Biden. I hated Obama. I think they're both horrible. Well, Obama's for another different conversation, but Biden's the worst president we've ever had.
Oh,
Honestly,
okay.
I'm
Worst
saying-
president we've ever
honestly, I
had.
believe
So let me
ever
ask you that
had in
question.
the history of America, Biden's the worst president we've ever had. The illegals, all these
Wait,
illegals
wait,
coming into our
conspiracy.
country,
Can I ask you a
is
question
a
about that?
disaster. It's a disaster. These illegals coming in is a disaster.
Hey, can I ask you a question?
Go ahead.
He's worse than Andrew Jackson?
I don't
Trail
know
of
about
Tears?
that. Whatever. It is what it is. Well, look. Let's just focus on what Biden has done compared to Trump. Let's just focus on those two.
Okay, so he
Biden
wasn't the
is-
worst.
Biden-
Courtney, thank you for the $15 on Venmo. Thank
Biden-
you so much,
Biden-
Courtney. I
Biden-
appreciate it. Thank you so much, Courtney. Now, conspiracy, answer this question. What was one bad thing Biden did?
Look at all these illegals coming into the country. It's fucking unbelievable.
Yeah, so if you're talking about the amount of people coming to the country, what is the
It's
relevant
destroying
difference?
the country. It's destroying the country.
Okay. What is the relevant difference between the not the Trump, the Biden administration and the Obama administration as it relates?
Trump. Well, here's the thing.
I'm gonna
Trump's
mute
a
you.
freedom.
Okay. All right. Please be quiet, man. Right. Unbelievable. I don't know how many times more I have to ask for it. Okay. I'm still finishing the point. Right. I didn't even make the point yet. Okay. What is the relevant difference in terms of policy between the Obama administration with immigration comparative to the Biden administration with immigration? That means more immigrants are coming now comparative to Obama's administration. You can unmute.
What are you trying to ask? I don't understand your question.
What is the relevant difference in terms of immigration policy between the Obama and the Biden administration? That means that more immigrants that are undocumented are coming now than under the Obama administration.
So you're saying that more are coming now than when Obama was the president?
Yes.
But like, what's your question in comparison, though?
What is the relevant difference in policy between the Obama administration and the Biden administration? That means more immigrants come now versus then.
Well, I don't know what you're trying to ask.
Dude, this isn't rocket science.
You do
This is
realize
not rocket
the more
science, man.
people that come into the country, the more illegals that come in destroy the country, right?
He's like actually like lost, bro. I'm asking you the question again. What's the relevant difference?
I don't know.
Between...
I don't know what the difference.
Okay, so if you don't know the difference in immigration policy, what that demonstrates, because they have the same immigration policy, is that it's environmental. It's not policy related. So if it's not policy related, it's not Biden's fault.
When Trump was the president, he wanted to close the borders, and everyone called him a racist. No, it's a good idea for the close
So
the borders.
actually, right now, Biden, that was the other person who left. Biden wants to close the border, where once there's 5,000 people in the country, he conceded to conservative border policy, and he said, and then Trump went against this border bill and said, blame it on me if the border bill fails.
No. Trump wants the border bill. He wants Trump literally says it in every prep rally. What the hell is Biden doing? Biden's calling Easter Sunday
Can you read this
Transgender
for me, please?
Visibility Day.
Hey, conspiracy, read this.
Yeah. Listen. But Trump doesn't
Blame
want
it
the
on
illegals-
me.
Cherry picking. You're just cherry picking.
I'm not cherry picking shit, and you're covering your mic, man.
He sends everything to Ukraine.
You're covering your mic, man. Blame it on me. I can't hear you, bro. You're covering your mic, man.
How is the housing market? How are the gas prices? How is the
Can you give me
day-to-day
any
life?
reason that
A lot
Biden
better.
paused these?
He sends everything to Ukraine. It's simple, supply and demand.
Sending money to
When you
Ukraine?
send things to Ukraine to go help the country, that it inflates everything in America because they take all the money and they put it to another country. Do you not understand how inflation works?
Conspiracy?
Dude, that's how it works.
You have no understanding of how inflation works. Let me explain it to you, okay?
inflation would fucking go down if that happens, okay? Because there would be less money domestically. So domestic prices, consumer prices would go down because there's less money in America. But what we did was we took money from our government as it relates to military, and we sent it over to Ukraine. So that money wouldn't have been used in the U.S. towards consumer prices anyway. Second of all, couldn't influence inflation at all. Why do you just leave? Bro, why do you just leave? I don't understand people. Literally, how would that even impact inflation in a negative light? Bro doesn't understand inflation at all. Take an econ course, bro. Please, man. Please, bro. Bro, you don't know what you're talking about? If you know anything about economics, you know that I was right there, right? I'm literally an econ major. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Are you asking me?
Yeah, you seem old enough. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Fuck no. Are you kidding
Appreciate
me?
the boxing
Fuck that
gloves.
guy.
Thank
He's
you
an
so
idiot.
much.
I can't vote for a rapist.
W. All right, let's get the next person, everyone. W. W's in the chat. W's. W. W chat. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yes, sir.
Hello?
Yes,
All
sir.
right. Let's get the next person up here. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. You ever admit you're wrong? Absolutely. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
April 14, 2005.
For sure. You wouldn't be, actually you would be 18.
I'd be almost 19.
Yeah, you're almost 19. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
I was, but not anymore. I'm going to leave. I'm just going to say, after hearing all of these.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much. I do appreciate you agreeing. I am just trying to get to the next person, though, to make sure I can get some people up here. I do need to check my math. That was so bad. My quick maths were terrible there, bro. Actually horrendous. Okay, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Rude. I have boundaries. Okay, if you violate my boundaries, I'm gonna kick you. Okay, I've clarified my boundaries on this live. How many times? How could you say it's not rude for people to violate my boundaries, please? Yo, what's up? How old are you? You just cut out. All right, let's go to the next person, everyone. Only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. You, what's up? How old are you? How old are you?
I love you, Parker.
For sure. For the person advocating me to go in a safe space in the chat, I bet you're pro-Israel and arguing that they need a safe space, bro. Get a fucking grip, dude. They need a safe space, and that's why it's okay for them to kill innocent Palestinians. Crazy. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
Yo.
Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah.
Okay, why so?
Because I want to.
How old are you?
18.
What's your birth year?
May 6, 2005.
Okay. Why are you gonna vote for Trump in 2024?
Cause
why?
Because
only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. All right, let's get this next person up here, everyone. Please only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, everyone. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
23.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
For sure, man.
Why so?
I don't know. I just felt like crime was down, and
Appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much.
people were a little bit happier.
Yeah, so crime was down. So actually, crime has been reducing the past few years. Plus, how do you know that's specifically
Where
related
do you
to
see
Trump
that?
or Biden?
Where do you see that though?
The overall crime statistics.
So you're telling me in America right now it's better than what it was 4 years ago?
No,
Is that
I'm
what
just saying it
you're
was
telling me?
better than a few years ago when Trump was in office. Because I mean, it was like 2021, it was higher.
So you mean to tell
2022, it was
me
highest.
4 years there was immigrants stealing innocent women and children stuff in the streets
Yeah, and
4 years ago?
undocumented immigrants and documented migrants are less likely to commit crimes than natural-born U.S. citizens.
They're multiple times less likely to commit
Yeah.
drug crime, multiple
See,
times less
see,
likely to commit violent crime, and
when
multiple
when
times
was
less likely
that?
to commit property crime. That's
When was that taken though? That's like a whole bunch of bullshit. Because right now you can
that's
go
from specifically the
anywhere.
Cato Institute. So you can sit there and cry, but that's a reputable institution that
I'm
indicates you're
not
fucking
crying,
wrong,
bro.
bud.
No, I'm not.
Yes, you are.
If you go out in the real world, you will actually see what's going on.
If you go out in the real world and you look at statistics that actually indicate truth, right, you're going to be able to determine that you're literally wrong, bud. Right? I'm not saying that it isn't the case that people who are immigrants come to this country and commit crime. They absolutely do. But American citizens commit crimes at higher rates. So if you're saying that there's an
Right.
issue with specifically immigrants, right, say that
No,
there's an issue with
I'm
your fucking neighbor.
I'm saying that there is an issue, more of an issue now with immigrants.
Are
than
you
there ever
Christian?
was before. Yes.
So you're supposed to accept people in this country no matter what, right?
Yeah, I accept
Would
anybody.
Jesus
I'm
turn
not-
would Jesus turn away people?
No.
Okay, so then why are you advocating to turn away people and going against what Jesus would advocate
I'm
for?
not advocating to turn them away. I'm just saying.
You're advocating against what Jesus would advocate for. You said that you
That's what
follow
you're-
Jesus, but you're disagreeing with Jesus here.
Yeah, but that's what you're saying. You're saying that I'm saying that, but I'm not saying.
Wait,
that.
no, wait, you follow Jesus, right? And Jesus would accept these people into the country, right?
Well, that's the thing. You can't really say that though. That's the thing.
Wait, I can't say that. It says in the Bible, doesn't it?
Bro, in the Bible it says nothing about the country.
It absolutely says that you shouldn't turn people away and that you should love thy neighbor.
Correct.
Okay, so then why are you doing the opposite here?
I'm not though. That's the thing.
Oh, by the way, chat, me calling out hypocrisy isn't me hating on Christians.
No, I get that. I'm not saying you do, dude.
Oh, I wasn't
I'm
saying
just
you.
saying,
You were. The people in
if-
the chat are just weird.
If it's just right now in today's day and age, if I go to New York City right now, more than likely, I'm gonna see something that they didn't come into the country the proper way that they should have. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I just feel like there's more of that right now than there ever has been.
There's more of what? Sorry.
More of immigrants, pretty much.
Wait, that doesn't mean it's Biden's fault. One, two. Your
Yeah, but if you
literally
look at the
Bible.
numbers-
Your Bible commands you to literally
Yeah, no,
give
see,
all
that's
of
the
your
thing,
money
though.
to the your Bible commands you to give your money to the poor to support people in need. So asylum seekers, you should be supporting them and you should be giving your money to them. Not only that, but you should also be doing that otherwise. So when you vote for Republicans that consistently vote for policies that reduce the money for poor people, you're doing the complete opposite. When you give taxes to poor people to give money to rich people, that's exactly the opposite of what Jesus commands you to do. Jackson, I appreciate the $6.66. Thank you so much, Jackson.
I see what you're saying, but what you have to understand is, in today's day and age and world, if you want money or if you want something, you have to get off your ass and go get it. That's how I feel about it. I don't.
Yeah, and
think,
Jesus would disagree with you there. Jesus would say, you
Yeah,
as
but
the
that's-
church should
that-
give people food who don't have food. You should give people money who don't have money. You should give people healthcare who don't have healthcare. You should give people childcare who don't have childcare. You should give people housing who don't have housing. Help the homeless, help the poor, help the sick, right? And that's not what Trump is advocating for.
How many people advocate for that though? That's the thing. Not that many.
Well, Democrats are more likely to advocate for these things than Republicans. Who would Jesus vote for, Trump or Biden?
That's a great question. That's a great fucking question, man.
And I have a feeling you want to say Biden.
No, I that's a great question. I can't tell you who, you know what I'm saying? I can't tell you who. That's
Jesus
not,
was definitely more on the liberal side. Be so real.
yeah, but that's the thing. How do you know that if he's not here? If you never met him?
Because you can look at the Bible and read it.
Yeah, bro. But that you just because it's hard to explain. It's very hard to explain. It's like to try to get into it. I just feel as if you're poor for a reason, because you didn't get up off your ass to make sure you're not poor.
Yeah, you saying it's poor people's fault that they're poor, I think is ridiculous, especially when socioeconomic status is heavily correlated and associated specifically with where you're born. People that are born in privileged areas are significantly more likely to do better off because of the information, because of the access to things, because of the infrastructure, right? Plenty of things, right? So for you to say it's poor people in their country, it's their fault that they need to pull themselves by their bootstraps. When this country, they're strapped with their medical debt. They're living paycheck to paycheck. They can't afford a $400 random expense. How the fuck are they supposed to do that without being able to do that?
Like I just said, I just feel as you don't want to be poor, you will make sure you're not poor. That's just what it is. Like you right now, you're on here working, right? Making a living for yourself.
Because I
Just
grew
like
up in a household where I didn't have to work when I was in college, right? I had the time to be able to take off and be able to put it into stuff like this because I wasn't specifically having to do things to be able to put food on my table, because I had parents that were able to help me out in these types of circumstances, because I had the financial stability that if I needed
Yeah.
to, I could pull out debt if I need to.
I get that, but
Because I had information from people around me to go to particularly cheaper universities rather than going to more expensive ones. I had the infrastructure to be able to do that. I live in a state that specifically funds 80% of my college tuition. Okay? I have privilege, right? And that privilege has increased my ability to be able to set myself up for success. Appreciate the handouts. Thank you so much. And that's not the same for many people in this country. If you look at countries around the world, the countries that have the best access to social services and social mobility are countries that are Scandinavian countries that have broader access to social services. Not the United States. The United States lacks in social mobility. It lacks in access to healthcare. It lacks in access to education. It lacks in access to childcare. It lacks in access to basic necessities that people need on a daily basis that have not been provided in this country, yet have been provided in decades in developed European countries for a very long time. Because they
Yeah,
actually care about their
yeah,
people,
I
not
completely,
us.
I completely agree with you on that, 100%. But there's just some things as if, like, I grew up in the city and I moved to Pennsylvania, right? I had a choice
For the person who
on,
thinks I'm reading, I'm literally playing 2K.
I had a choice on whether to go down the right road or go down the wrong road, and I feel like everybody has that choice, and it's up to you whether you prosper in what you want to do or you don't.
It is not totally up to you. For you to say that, I think is a bit ridiculous. I think there are actually real systemic barriers towards people being able to get access to these things. And I think it's just like saying that like anyone can be rich is also unrealistic, right?
How though?
It's unrealistic because what is required to be able to become rich in the first place is access to lots of information that you probably won't have access to if you were born in plenty of different areas. Right? Like the reason why I'm successful, right, is partially because of luck. Right? Huge portion because of luck. Yeah, I put in a lot of work. Yeah, I've dedicated a lot into stuff like this, but it's absolutely because I was lucky that people responded to my content in a positive light. It's because I was lucky being in the right place at the right time. It was because I was lucky that I was interested in
can't.
these things. It was because I was lucky that I
You
had
can't
people
say
that
it's luck,
influenced me
though,
to start
because
doing these types of things. It
you
absolutely,
can't. No,
it
you
absolutely
can't
is
say
luck.
it's luck, man. Because when you're consistent, that's what happens.
Wait, I was consistent, but I required luck to get to this spot in the first place. I wouldn't have been able to be here if it wasn't for luck. Okay.
See, but I don't agree with
Consistency
you
is
then.
necessary. I don't
Because
dispute you on
if
that,
you work
but it's
hard, if you work
absolutely
hard for
luck
something,
based.
if you work hard for something, I truly believe that you can achieve whatever it is that you work hard for, and that's up to
You
you.
can, but that doesn't necessarily mean you will. There are plenty of people that I know that do lives every single day on this platform that didn't have the same opportunities as me because of the luck that I found in the algorithm.
Yeah, see, but that's what I'm saying. You worked for that, and you were.
I did
consistent
work
enough.
really hard for it. I'm
So
not disputing that.
that's what
But
I'm
again,
saying. So
how many
I just,
how many people work hard at their jobs every single day and don't receive the same type of stuff that I receive? There are people out there that work significantly harder than I do, and they get
no,
paid significantly less.
I get, yeah, that's 100% true. I'm an electrician, man. I know how this shit goes, but it's just like I just feel as if, as a person, if you have kids and you have to take care of who you have to take care of, you're gonna get up and do what you have to do to make sure that your family is all right. And just because you grew up in a bad area doesn't mean you can't make it out.
I'm not saying you can't make it out. What I'm saying is that there are huge barriers towards people being able to do this. So you saying it's just because people are lazy is absolutely not true. There are hard workers that are poor in this country. Very hard workers that are poor. There are people that can barely pay their bills that are working multiple jobs. I don't have to work multiple jobs. I understand I'm going to college. I'm keeping a good GPA. I'm fucking working a lot on TikTok. That's a lot of fucking work. But you should not have to work more than 40 hours in this country to be able to pay your bills. Appreciate the crown. Thank you so much. That is bullshit.
No, yeah, you're completely right, man. I mean, I don't know. I just see life differently because, of course, I've came from a different place. But it's just like I just was always taught, you work hard for something and you can't achieve it. There's nobody.
That's the American dream, and it's just that, a dream. Okay. So
Yeah,
all
but
these people think that
if
they're
you
going to be
work
billionaires,
hard,
think that they're going to be millionaires. You are less likely to be a millionaire or a billionaire than you are to than you are to like for plenty of things to happen to you, right? That you would consider extraordinarily unlikely, right?
Yeah, I see. I see what you're saying, but I just feel like as if you really want to take care of yourself, you can. Because to money is not everything to me, man. Like, uh, I just feel
Yeah,
like
and
as
that's
a
because you have the baseline level of necessities met. And a lot of people in this country, they don't have that. They're food insecure. They don't have access to health care. They don't have access to child care. Their kids don't have access to being around their parents or being with loved ones all the time because they're out working 12 to 16-hour shifts because they have to work multiple jobs just to put food on the table for their kids. That should not exist in this country, right? I think that is ridiculous. And I think that we need better living standards for the average person. We need base necessities. We need everyone to have houses in this country. We need everyone to have access to healthcare in this country. Everyone to have access to education. Everyone to have access to childcare. Basic necessities should not be lost because they can't afford it in this country. Appreciate the cowboy. Thank you so much. We are the richest country in the history of the world. And you're saying we can't do this when other developed nations around the world have been able to do this for decades? We can't do this because they spend hundreds of millions of dollars, billions of dollars, right? Literally trillions of dollars, right, on war, on benefits for our companies, for our corporations in this country. But where's
yeah,
the benefit for the middle class?
there's
Where's the
nothing.
benefit for people in need? And I'm not saying that this isn't applicable to Democrats too. Democrats have absolutely done this historically speaking. I'm just arguing they're better than Republicans. There's a whole lot of fucking work we got to do in this country, right? And I think that people like Donald Trump, when they deny the democratic and fair elections that this country runs, that it actually holds us back from that progression. It creates a society of less accountability when we already lack accountability with our two-party system. Thank you for the galaxy. I appreciate it, Lisa. Thank you so much.
No, yeah, you're completely right. I completely agree with you there. I just feel like no matter what party it is, there's always somebody out to collect a check or something, no matter who it is. I mean, that's just what it is at the end of the
There
day.
always is. I'm just telling you which
And
one we're going to be better off under, right?
yeah, but that's the thing. How could you say that when like Trump helped a lot of people with that stimulus package? He helped plenty of
There was
families.
more stimulus given under Biden. There's more infrastructure. There was more
Dude,
help with plenty of things. There was a PACT Act,
there's
the
no
CHIPS
way.
Act, the Inflation
I,
Reduction Act,
he
Build
was
Back
supposed
Better,
to,
American Rescue Plan. He cut
whatever happened, he
$10,000
paid
of
off.
student debt for
That's not
people
true though.
struggling with student debt.
He
He
couldn't even
provided
take away
billions
any
of dollars in housing development for low-income families. He provided billions of dollars of funding for historically black universities in this country. Plenty of things.
Yeah, I don't know, man. I don't think a lot of that is
Thank you,
accurate.
Sunglasses. Thank you. No, it absolutely is, right? I'm not lying at all. I'm giving you the facts straight up.
So where are you finding this?
You can find this specifically on the Congress website. You can find this from the whitehouse.gov. You can find this from the top media sources, whether it be The
But
Hill, whether it be AP
when
News, whether it be Reuters.
when did the majority of that go into play? Like what year?
The past 3 years.
So past 3 years, not 4. Is that what you're saying?
Obviously past 3 years because that's when Biden was in office. Adrian, thank you for the $10 in Cash App. Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
I don't know, man. I think no matter what, the government is out to go for whoever can give them the most money. At the end of the day, is what it is. They don't really care about everybody. They don't care. I mean, think about it. Like you just said, there's how many people they can't afford a meal right now, and they're trying to take down a fucking app. What does that tell you? You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I think that's heavily ridiculous. Again, I think that
so
Congress is not held accountable. But when you vote for people that constantly demean and disparage fair and democratic elections, right, and get tens of millions of people to not engage in the American democratic processes because they're disenfranchised, that makes our country less accountable as it relates to our politicians. Okay, so I'm trying to increase accountability, right?
yeah, but the same politicians have been in office for years.
Yeah, and you decreasing accountability by not accepting the fair and democratic election results decreases that accountability.
How?
Because, right, the method of democracy is our system of accountability, is our system of limiting tyranny. That is how we limit tyranny, right? That is the whole point of democracy, right? There are plenty of critiques of democracy. There are plenty of people I probably out there wouldn't want voting because they're extremely low information, right? But it is the case that it is our safeguard for tyranny, okay? It's not perfect, but it's the best we got.
I see what you're saying, man, but I don't know. I just feel like no matter what, they're not looking out for us as American people. at the end of the day.
Yeah, because there's a lack of accountability in our two-party system.
But we allow it. That's the thing. So how can you say the Democrats are going to be better? But both parties have been allowing it for years.
Yeah, because Democrats provide better social services for the average American.
And they take more from the average American as well.
And again, I don't think you want to say that, because if we look at the tax policy that
Dude,
you're specifically relating to in
I
terms
can
of the tax
I
cut
can
and jobs,
literally
if you're
I
gonna
can
reference,
literally go for my pay stubs from 4 years ago to now. I can tell you right now, they're taking more taxes out right now. than they
well,
were
funny
4
thing
years
is we're still under Trump tax policy. Jokes. So if you want to reference the no, we're still under Trump tax policy. Like, that's actually a legitimate thing. Like, those taxes are specifically because of Trump. If you want to talk about this though, right, I think it's important to acknowledge that under the Tax Cut and Jobs Act, over the past 10 years, from 2017, or I mean not 10 years, the past few years, right, and going into 2027 for 10 years, right, it decreases after-tax income for the middle class and for the lowest quintile, and it increases after-tax income for the top 1%, for the top 0.1%, and for the highest quintile.
Well, that's the thing. I also read something that from 2019 to now, is the $120,000 is this, as of right now, is $30,000 in like buying power. So how does that make sense?
According to what standards? And you might be relating to housing. I don't know what you're talking about, because
Yeah, I'm related to housing
interest
right
rates are extremely high right now to decrease price instability. So it will go back to
But
different.
that's what I'm saying. How is that helping the people?
Well, that's meant to decrease price instability.
So
that was the
you're-
Federal
you're-
Reserve.
so
not,
you're not-
That's
so
the
now
federal.
you're not-
That's the Federal Reserve, not Biden.
Yeah, but he could do something about it if he wanted to.
No.
Just like how he could pay all these student loans off.
Young Metro, completely wrong. Biden can't increase the interest rate. That's the Fed.
Yeah, but I don't know, man. I just feel like
Appreciate the money gun. Thank you so much, Angie. Andy, thank you.
2019, I was able to get an interest rate of 3.5, and now you can't even get one at
Yeah,
7%.
interest rate is the Federal Reserve. It's not the president.
Yeah, but he plays part in everything, man.
No, he
You can't
doesn't.
tell me he doesn't.
You-
You cannot
no,
tell
he
me
doesn't. You have no clue how the Federal Reserve works. It is Jerome Powell, the chairman of the Fed. That's who releases the target rates, okay, which then influences the interest rates, okay, and they do it for a dual mandate called price stability and maximum employment, okay, because there was price instability. They're going to sacrifice maximum employment, or they're going to sacrifice employment by increasing interest rate to decrease aggregate demand, to then bring back price stability, which is decreased inflation, which is the increase in prices. So that's disinflation, not deflation, a decrease in prices, disinflation, a reduction in the increase in pricing.
So let me ask you this. 4 years ago, do you think stuff was cheaper or not?
Stuff was cheaper, yes.
So how did that change? And what's your opinion of that? How do you
Why did that happen? That
Yeah.
specifically happened because of global oil prices. Inflation has happened globally because
but
oil prices have gone
are
up
about the
due
same
to
as what they were
not
4
true.
years ago right now.
Not true.
And gas is still the same.
No, it's not. Gas is more expensive now. Gas is more expensive
Yeah,
because
that's what I'm saying.
OPEC,
Gas is still expensive. It hasn't never went down since he came in office.
again, because of plenty of different issues, like OPEC limiting their distribution of oil worldwide, like we're getting less oil from Russia because of the Russia-Ukraine situation, which would have happened regardless of Trump or Biden in office. Okay.
Well, I agree with that. You're 100% right there. I know about that, but I just feel like it's dragged out. It got dragged out, and we're paying the price.
So can you give me any reason that Biden caused that?
I cannot.
So
just
you can't give
doesn't.
me any reason, so stop. If you can't give me any reason, then stop applying it to Biden.
I'm not applying it to Biden. You're taking
You
it
literally
as-
were. You literally were trying to apply it to Biden.
But see, if you feel like I was trying to apply it to Biden, so obviously it's applied to Biden. Everybody applied. to
No,
Biden.
you were trying to apply it to Biden, and just because I felt like you were trying to apply it to Biden doesn't mean it was that it was actually applied to Biden. Please take an economics course.
Dude, I don't need to do that.
Yes, you do.
No, I do not.
If you're gonna make claims on economics and then you're gonna literally not be trying to take any information from people that would know what they're referencing here, well then I don't know what to tell you, dude. Right?
So what do you think about drilling? You think we should drill or not?
Depends on how much. The question isn't should we drill. The question is how much should we drill.
What do you think about drilling though?
I would like to get away from these things in the future.
And what do you think will be able to supply all the people on this earth?
Nuclear
without-
power, solar, and wind in the future.
Do you know how efficient solar and wind is?
Right now, it's increasing in efficiency. It's had the biggest rapid increase in efficiency, but right now it cannot sustain global electricity.
It will not be able to sustain global electricity. I can tell you that right now.
Not right now, but in the future.
I
it
install
can.
solar panels. I don't believe that if every single person got an electric car, that the solar would or wind.
I didn't
wheels or
argue
anything
for
like
that.
Yeah, I'm just saying. There's no way that would be the thing, dude. Like we would have to literally have miles and miles and miles and miles of solar panels, and then you got to think about it. After 5 years,
Yeah, they're gonna
go
have that,
back.
and then also the technology for solar panels is becoming more efficient over time.
Yeah, now
which
it
is
is.
decreasing the cost of energy and increasing how much energy we can have access to. Again, like I told you, right? It is increasing in its productivity over time. I'm not saying it's able to do it right now. What I'm saying is it's going to over time. Right now, what's capable for us to do is nuclear energy, like they do in France. Okay.
Yeah, but that's not that safe.
It is safe. It is absolutely very safe.
So you think it's safer than drilling?
How many people have died from nuclear power related incidents? How many people die from pollution? Way more people die from pollution than have died from nuclear power incidents. There's only been like 3 major ones that you can specifically reference. Okay.
Yeah, but three major ones that was enough to be able to reference is what I'm saying.
There's like 1,000 deaths directly from those ones.
Yeah, that
Less
we
than
know of.
1,000. Okay. Those are I'm saying direct things specifically, right? And there's significantly more from pollution. Okay. So nuclear power is our best route towards going towards what's it called? Renewable energy. And thorium is a part of that process, but it takes time to build those molten salt reactors. And
Well, that's
there
what
are
I'm
issues
saying.
with it.
It's too much money to maintain.
No, maintaining these nuclear power plants is actually really cost effective. That's really cheap. It's the startup fixed costs. So like
Yeah,
setting up these plants in the first
They're
place.
expensive.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so setting up the plants is expensive in the first place, but they last on average over 40 years. Modern ones can last up to 80 years. Okay.
Yeah,
And that's
but-
for each plant. And each plant can run 24/7. It can run on extremely low amounts of costs, right? And the mining process used for uranium in the first place is significantly less harmful to the environment than fracking, significantly less harmful to the environment than coal and pollution, significantly less harmful to the
But how many
environment
years have
than
they studied
basically every other mechanism of getting energy. Okay?
How many years have they studied that though? Because
We've studied this for decades.
that's the thing. So then why isn't it a thing?
It is in France. Why isn't it a thing to a larger extent? Because it requires high upfront costs, and because of things like Chernobyl and Fukushima and things like that, where people were scared. But these particular things are extremely unlikely to occur. So, like the internalization of costs as it relates to nuclear power is significantly lower than the internalization of costs as it relates to basically every other form of getting electricity. And also, Biden is also, helping set up things for nuclear power plants and stuff like that. So,
Yeah, but I don't know. I feel like he says one thing and then does opposite. So that's just how I feel.
well,
about
that's
it.
what he did. He's already doing it.
So you're gonna vote for Biden?
Yeah.
Yeah, you're not like a libertarian or anything like that.
No, I'm not a libertarian. I'm a social democrat.
So what's the difference between a social democrat and a Democrat?
Okay, social democrat is a bit different. It's a more progressive liberal.
So you're a liberal.
I'm a more progressive liberal. Democrats.
See, I-
basically everyone's liberal.
I consider a liberal and a Democrat two different things.
Yeah, I understand. A lot of liberals, right, are Democrats, right? But some liberals are Republicans. Some liberals are further to the left, right? It just depends. I'm saying I'm a more progressive Democrat, right? That's essentially what I'm saying.
All right, man. It was nice talking to you. I don't really have anything else to say.
For sure. All right, let's go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024. Everyone, we are just looking for some debates, y'all. Yo, what's up? How old are you? Thank you for the starlight. I appreciate it. Thank you. Hello?
Hi, I'm 20. I just had to speak something that I just you that with your friend.
Okay, they're lagging really bad, so we're gonna go to the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. Why are you not a leftist? Because the models of leftism do not show that it's probabilistically going to be better for human beings' flourishment. What's up? How old are you?
You me?
You seem old enough. Are you going to vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, dude, I'm 54.
Is there a way you can get rid of the background noise? I'm getting some echo on my voice.
How's that?
Thank you so much, man. So yeah, why will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Well, number one, I'm a Republican. And I don't know, man. I want to say I've watched you for a while, months now. Sometimes I listen to you, and it's like, yeah, I can pick up what you're putting down. Sometimes I listen to you, I get really pissed off. Just got to say, but look, man, I know you're young. I know you're college educated. You're getting there, and
Jason, they give you the $5 in Cash App.
Parker, I gotta say, man, I at my age, we look for honesty. Even if you're wrong, we don't care as long as people are being intellectually honest. And in my opinion, both sides are crooked as hell. Right? You nailed it on the head. You say all the time, two-party system's a failure. Right? The system is a failure, but it's what we have. I was 30 years old, 20 some years ago, and I said the only way to fix this system is to tear it down. Because there's no
I've
way.
said the same thing. I used to be a communist.
Yeah, I was never really a communist. I'm not going to say a communist, but
oh no, I used to be. That's what I was saying.
But you get to a point. You get to a point, man, where things have gone so bad for so long. There's no turning the ship around. You just have to sink the ship and start over. But look, intellectually, being intellectually honest, you have to admit that there's something wrong with Biden. There is something wrong. When you see a man say some words behind a podium, walk off the podium, he doesn't know which way to go. He tries to shake hands with people that aren't there. Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. I mean,
Michael,
what the hell was that?
Can I reference this? So, obviously,
yeah,
there's gonna be incoherent things that you could say. I could say incoherent things sometimes, right? Same thing with Trump. We could point to those. But I mean, if you want to reference this, not knowing where you were going, that can absolutely happen if you're in a place where you've never been before. And also, it just depends on the clip that you're referencing. So when Republicans say you got to add context because all these different things that Republicans and fake news media take out of context as it relates to Trump, well, it seems like you saying that he was lost after this is taking out a lot of context as well.
Now, but it's not just one time; it's multiple times.
Show me.
Well, I can't show you. I didn't, I pulled over. I went to a parking lot waiting for my turn here. It's not like I have documents ready to go or websites you can go to. And so I know the whole young person thing is, oh, you gave me the trust me, bro argument. I get it. I hear what you're saying. But I mean, I'm on a phone, you're in a room somewhere. How can I show you? It's not like I've knew I was going to be up here and I could prepare my sources for you.
You could just give me a title. And I mean, yeah, you were coming on my live. So I mean, if you've watched me before, you would know that I asked for sources. So, I mean,
yeah,
I'm not necessarily, I'm just saying
is there something, I just got off work, I'm driving.
Yeah. Is there something that you can use to indicate this? Because if you don't have nothing to show this or to indicate this, well, then it's just a claim. And then I can make the claim that you're wrong. Right. And then I can dismiss it with no evidence.
But being intellectually honest, Parker, when you look at all the sources, I mean, what was I don't even know where he was not long ago, within a month ago. He's talking about brewing beer, and he was incoherent and then making a statement, ooh, Earth Rider, thanks for the Great Lakes. What the hell was he trying to say, man?
I don't know, but there are plenty of times where I don't know what Trump's trying to say. So I don't see this specifically.
At least, you know what? I'm going to tell you, I'm voting for Trump. I got to be honest with you. Trump's an asshole.
Hey, man, are you driving now?
No. I'm in a parking lot.
I was just making sure.
Oh yeah. So, dude, Trump's an asshole. But you know why people like him, right?
Because they feel disenfranchised. I don't know why people like him though, fully, because there's just so much shit about him that's terrible. Dude, I used to be a Trump supporter. I used to be pro-Trump, right? I can't even make sense of why people are. Okay. right? The
Well,
person that exists today that is running for office is nowhere near the same thing that, like, when I was younger, I was deceived into believing.
Deceived, and I'm explain.
Yeah, like, I didn't know he was a proven sexual abuser. I didn't know he was a proven fraudster. I didn't know he would deny the election for the past few years with no sufficient evidence to indicate that. I didn't know that he was going to refer to people who are Mexican coming across the border, right, as rapists and criminals, and that only some he assumes are good people, instead of saying most I assume are good people. I didn't know he was going to refer to people in Charlottesville who were white supremacists and whatnot as very fine people. Appreciate the hot dog. Appreciate the $10. Thank you so much. I didn't know that he was going to incite an insurrection. I didn't know that he was going to say that people who burn the American flag should go to prison. I didn't know that he was going to call for all of these things that I consider bad.
On the other hand, you got a geriatric old man that can't put two words together.
Trump or Biden absolutely can. I appreciate the boxing gloves. Thank you so much, Blue Sky. If we're being intellectually honest, you know that he can.
Yeah. Okay. Yes. The
You know that's
exaggeration of two words together.
extreme. That's an extreme
But you know this
over-exaggeration.
man is being handled. You know this man is being handled. He's not in charge.
No, he is. He is absolutely is. Can you give me any evidence he's not?
Can you give me evidence he is?
Yeah, he's president of the United States. He was inaugurated on what, January? Was it January 6th or was that January 20th? I can't remember. I think it's January 20th. But like literally was inaugurated. He has signed like a shit ton of legislation in office. Some of the most executive orders out of any president in American history. Right? He's helped influence pass the PACT Act, the
Because
Inflation
someone's
Reduction Act, the
inaugurated doesn't
CHIPS
mean they're
Act.
coherent.
Right? He's also helped pass Build Back Better, the infrastructure bill, the American Rescue Plan, $10,000 of canceling for student loan debt. He's helped pull American soldiers
who is
out of the
that- who is that
conflicts of
helping?
Afghanistan. What's up?
Who is that helping?
American people.
By increasing all these things that he passed are unfunded mandates that have to be funded somehow. So how do you fund it? You print more money.
Oh, so it would be that you digitally create money, and I mean, or you could borrow it. And as it relates to the context of this money, it was no different than the deficit spending that we would specifically see under the context of Trump. Trump added trillions to the deficit, right? I think Trump added more than Biden has. Biden's added 6 trillion, Trump 7.
Well, he had a pandemic to deal with.
So did Biden.
It was ending under Biden.
Huh?
It was ending under Biden. It was coming to an end.
No, there was like another. There was only Trump was only president a year into COVID.
Yeah, you're right on that. Not bad. But it was $1 trillion
let
of
alone, like, the
stimulus money, and a lot of that stimulus money didn't even go to people.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to talk about it, it went to like businesses. Holding up businesses maintains jobs.
So it was corporate welfare.
You understand that corporate welfare that you're particularly referencing in certain scenarios maintains a lower unemployment, which means that less people die, less people get negatively impacted, and more people have jobs, right?
We're not going to agree on this one.
I mean, I agree that like the way that they've done this gives too much funding to corporations that have been doing bad things and can generate moral hazard. But you also have to acknowledge that like it can also lead to destabilization if we have these particular types of industries completely eroded.
We're not going to agree.
I don't know why you're not agreeing.
Because I've been around too long.
Saying you've been around long isn't a response to my problem. There are plenty of people who are older than you in the comment section that agree with what I just said.
I've been around too long, Parker. These
Okay,
are
and they've
games
been
that
around
people
longer
play.
than you. Apparently not long
Yeah.
enough.
Yeah, but these are games that people play, and you have to see that. You have to see through the facade of everything.
What games are you referencing? And if they're games, why are you saying one's preferable to the other?
Oh, I already said Trump's an asshole.
I mean, do you think he's better than Biden?
He's a complete asshole.
Is
But
he
the
better
thing
than
is, I think that Biden is not in control of what he's doing. He's being handled.
Is Trump better than Biden?
I think he is, yes.
Okay, so why?
I think he's better because he is the asshole. He's the guy that'll say what people won't say.
So you like him because he's a bad person.
That's not what I said.
An
They're
asshole
all
is a bad
bad.
person.
They're all bad. There's no one good in any of this.
Why would you want someone to be an asshole?
The system is corrupt. This is a man that's outside the system.
Then how do he win?
Because people voted for him.
Okay, so it's not corrupt?
What do you mean?
So if it was corrupt, then how would he have won?
The system is corrupt. Like I said, both sides are.
What do you mean
fucked
by
up,
corrupt?
Parker.
What do you mean by corrupt?
This is all, like I said, just like we agreed on in the beginning. This ship needs to sink.
No, I'm asking you, what do you mean by corrupt?
I don't know how I should word this. Both sides are an opposite side of the same coin.
Okay, if it's the same coin, how could you say one candidate's preferable to the other one? And then how could you say that Trump is working outside of the system if he won, if it's two sides of the same coin?
No, I'm
Because
not
the
saying
two sides of the same
I'm not saying
coin
he's- I'm not
wouldn't
saying
let
he's-
a coin that's not on the sides win. That doesn't make any sense.
I didn't say he's working outside the system, but he came from outside the system. He's not a career
he's-
politician.
Okay, but you said he's part of the two sides of one coin.
The parties are. The two-party system is two sides of one
But
coin.
he's working within the party. So how does he have power in
'Cause-
the
'cause-
party
'cause-
if it's two sides of the one coin and he's different than the rest? That would be saying that they're different and the same simultaneously. That's contradictory.
It's not if you listen. You're trying. I know what you're doing. You're playing debate tactics, and I get it.
I'm
you're
debating you,
using.
that's what I'm doing. I'm critiquing
Yeah,
your
I
worldview.
get it, and I'm, I'm not a what's the word I'm looking for? A debatist. This is not what I do for a living. This is not what I've studied. Debate
you're not a master
tactics,
debater?
debate. I'm not a master debater. Okay, I know. It's hilarious. You're hilarious. But look, I believe JFK was trying. He was another one that he wanted to turn the system around, and I think they killed him for it.
Okay, I don't know who they is, but sure, right? Whatever you want to believe in as relates to that. Again, if you think it's all rigged, okay, every single one is rigged. Well, then why wasn't the election of Trump winning rigged?
Because they didn't see it coming. The left didn't see it coming.
They rig everything, they control everything, but they just didn't see it coming. What?
They didn't see it coming. They didn't see it coming.
What?
That's why they rigged the second one.
Come on, bro. How do you not? What do you mean they didn't see a general election coming? Like, come
Look,
on.
you had all the celebrities, all the news pundits.
That means it's literally not corrupt, Michael.
George Clooney, all these other guys, all the talk show people saying, "Oh, there's no way Trump's going to win. No way Trump's going to win. No way Trump's going to win." No one believes
Okay, so
it.
then it wasn't
no one
two
believed he
sides of
could
the
win.
same coin. So it wasn't two sides of the same coin because the coins were different. when
He's
Trump was
not a
running.
part of that coin. He came in wanting to turn it over.
When you say two sides of the same coin, you're referencing the political parties. You understand
The parties.
Trump quite literally owns most of the Republican Party, right?
What do you mean he owns the party?
Most of the party supports him. He literally destroyed the primaries. Okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, so like, literally, I don't know what that's cult like support too. Like they're gonna vote for Barron Trump if he runs, like that type of shit. Just because he's a Trump, you know what I mean?
And they're going to vote for Michelle when something happens to Biden before the election.
That's not gonna happen. Michelle said she's
Something's
not
going
running.
to happen. Something's going to happen. That man's not going to make it to the election.
You want to bet?
Gentleman's bet. I'm not going to do this thing where you're like $10,000, bro.
I won't do that. How about this? $25.
We don't need to bet money. I don't think the man's going to make it to the election.
It's absurd, obviously.
How is that absurd?
Yeah, because you're gonna see him make it there.
I don't know if I'm going to make it to the election, man.
Come on, bro.
And the man's in poorer health than I am.
If Joe Biden is in poorer health than you, then you're gonna make it to the election.
He probably won't.
I would put money on it, and you wouldn't. So,
real quick, I'm gonna have to go soon. Real quick, just want to throw out a couple things. Jesus wouldn't care who won the election.
that doesn't make any sense. Jesus
Why
wouldn't care
doesn't
whether
it?
or not more or less people are loved. Jesus wouldn't care if a sexual abuser was in office. Jesus wouldn't care.
Jesus wasn't political.
Yeah, Jesus absolutely was political. Okay,
He
if
wasn't
you've read
political.
any of the Bible, he's
Yes, I have.
literally. Yeah. Do you know what he says about rich people?
He says it's easier for a camel to go through an eye of a needle than a rich man to enter the gates of heaven.
There you go, bud. Is that
Yeah.
not applicable to Trump?
He wasn't talking about Trump. He was talking about rich people who love their money more than they love people.
Oh, I'm Trump.
He didn't tell, and you told somebody,
Trump.
one of the previous guys.
Literally Trump.
told
You
one-
literally just described Trump, dude.
No, I didn't. You told one of the previous guys that Jesus said to sell everything you have and give it to the poor. No, he didn't. Jesus told us the poor you're going to have with you always.
Want me to pull it? You want me to show you?
You show me.
I got you.
So you're going to talk about when he says sell your possessions and follow me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Jesus answered, "If you want to be perfect, go, sell your possessions and give to the poor. You will have treasure in heaven. Then come follow me."
And who was he talking to?
He's talking to people.
He was talking to one very rich man who had not good intentions. He knew his intentions before the man came and talked to him. Read the whole passage. Read the whole passage, not the one line.
Is that not him saying to rich people that you
No,
literally
that was him
should...
saying read the whole thing. This was a man that just had ill intentions. This is the man that wanted basically props for saying, "Hey, I'm going to follow you, man." Jesus knew his
I
game
tell
and
you
what
the
he was up
truth, it
to.
will be hard for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven. Yes, I tell you, it's easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than a rich person to enter the kingdom of God. It's not just talking to one person, it's talking about a rich person in general.
That was a
Okay?
different part.
This is the same
And
part.
Jesus-
This is the
and-
same
and
part.
what
I'll
did
read
Jesus
it
say?
together. Jesus answered, "If you want to be perfect, then go sell your possessions and give the money to the poor. If you do this, you will have treasure in heaven. Then come and follow me." But when the young man heard this, he left sorrowfully because he was
Yeah.
rich. Then Jesus said to his followers, I tell you the truth. It will be hard for a rich person to enter the kingdom of heaven. Yes, I tell you that it is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle than for a rich person to enter the kingdom of God.
Yes.
So he was referencing his followers in the second part, not just
He
the
was
rich
referencing
person.
that he was. You got to.
The
You got to
first
read
part was
everything.
referencing the rich
Yeah.
person, and then
Yeah.
the second part was referencing his followers.
He never told his followers to dump all your stuff.
He said that it is harder to his followers for a rich person to make it into the kingdom of heaven than for a camel to go through the eye of a needle. You understand it's not possible, right? So he's basically saying it's impossible for rich people to make it to heaven.
He's not saying that, Parker.
That is literally what it says. He's literally
not
saying
saying
it's
that, Parker.
impossible to make it to heaven if you're
He's
rich.
not saying there's going to be no earthly rich people that are going to make it to heaven.
That's not possible. Is that possible? Is
It's
it
not what he's
easier for
saying.
is it easy for is it possible for a camel to go through an eye of a needle?
The ones I used to smoke, yeah. That was a joke.
You know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. You got to put everything in context to the bigger teaching that he was trying to say, Parker. And I think you get that. If you want to take everything specifically and take everything to 100% literal, I mean,
That's not
that reminds me.
that's
that
a
reminds,
metaphor
that
that
reminds,
literally says it's impossible.
that reminds me of an
I
episode
was
of the Brady
specifically
Bunch.
not taking that literal.
Well, let me go home and grab my Bible so I can basically, get you the whole story that was involved there.
You should.
I
But,
should.
but
Wish-
Jesus
wish I
is
could.
condemning Donald Trump there, just letting you know. My
He
Fairy,
never
thank
called
you
him
for the
out by name.
galaxy. I appreciate it, My Fairy. Thank you so much. Appreciate the hand arts. Thank you.
Jesus wasn't political. Basically, he told people to pay their taxes. He says, whose image is on the face of that coin? And they're like, it's Caesar's. And he's like, give to Caesar's what Caesar's, give to God what is God's. He didn't care about his followers. His followers didn't understand what he was there for, and they expected him to be the king in the vein of David that was going to come and destroy Rome. They never understood what his purpose was.
Okay, I don't know what you're trying to say there, but
Well, the thing is, you try to use Jesus as an argument at being a political person. He wasn't a political person.
I was
He
just saying
wasn't coming with-
he's more liberal, and that's definitely a political statement. Okay, you can't say that's not a political statement. I don't know how you can say that.
because it wasn't a political statement.
What does it mean to be political?
Being involved in the policies of government.
So, do you think this is not something to influence policies of government?
Jesus never tried to influence the policies of the government. He didn't care about man government.
Really? So, like, what's the moral law of the Old Testament supposed to be?
Love God and love man.
Is that not supposed to be law?
That is the law.
Oh, there you go.
That's the law of Torah. Love God and love man. Has nothing to do with politics.
Again, do you think that God says that you should follow the law of the land?
Yes.
Okay, that's a political statement.
You like to nitpick every little thing, don't you?
And you like to avoid accountability whenever I get you.
No, dude. It's just there's things there's more than black and white out there.
Okay, and that's just coping. Appreciate the DMC. Thank you so much. I appreciate the boxing gloves.
There's more than black and white out there, and you want to take something that's in black and white and force it into a narrative when it's obvious not speaking exactly to what you're trying to force it into. But you'll be like, look, it's there in black and white, so it must be
Do you
true.
agree it's political?
It's making a statement of life.
It's making a political statement.
He's saying follow the laws of God and man.
Okay, that's literally a political statement. Marcus, I appreciate the superpower. Thank you so much.
But he wasn't. He wasn't a political person. He didn't come
That
and
literally is
rile
a political
against Rome.
statement. And he
Jesus
did rile
Christ,
against
man.
Rome. He literally did. They literally are the ones that literally murdered him.
Yeah, but he wasn't against Rome. He never came and told people to take arms up against Rome. He never tried to overturn the Roman system.
So then you shouldn't try to overturn your system? Jesus didn't call for that. He's not political. Kristen, thank you
I'm
for
not Jesus.
$6.66. Thank you so much, Kristen.
I'm not Jesus. If I want to talk about politics, I can talk about politics.
Yeah, but that
But-
I mean,
but to- but
again,
to-
but
but
you,
to say
you
that-
should be like Jesus, right?
I'll never be like Jesus, dude.
But you should be like Jesus.
It would be a wonderful thing if I could be.
Yeah. So again, you're making the statement that you should be. So
Wouldn't
but
it be
then, like,
nice?
You're not trying to live in accordance with what he does. So it's kind of funny.
How is that funny?
Because you base your entire life on this, and then when it actually push comes to shove, you don't.
How do I not, dude?
Again, because it literally tells you what to do there, and you were not doing that.
And
You're
but
saying,
what
"Oh,
else is-
I
what,
I
what
want
else?
to."
What else? What else?
should
What
be like
else does the
Jesus.
Bible say, though? What else does the Bible say about man?
What? That's an extremely broad question. It says a lot.
Yeah. What else? But I'll tell you what the Bible says about
Shad
man. It says.
mustache, thank you so
It
much.
says the spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak. It says Paul said that everything that he did that was good and for God and was wonderful was nothing but a pile of shit, because he's a flawed man. And nothing that we can do on earth is going to be Christ-like. We're never going to be like Christ. We may have the desire. We're never going to do it. We're never going to make it. We're never going to be
Lisa, I appreciate the
perfect.
hand art. Thank you so much. I know you're saying you're
But it-
never
but
going to be
it's- but it's
perfect.
a-
That doesn't
but-
mean you
but it's
shouldn't
a-
strive to be under your view.
But it's a guideline to live by. But because Jesus wasn't political, it doesn't mean that all Christians shouldn't be political because Jesus wasn't political.
I think we've already demonstrated Jesus was political. You're just denying reality at this point.
Because he said to obey the laws of man, he didn't go out there and make statements
That's
against
literally
the
a
government.
political statement.
Oh my God! Did he
Appreciate
go
the hand
out
art.
there
Thank you
and
so much. That's a literal.
did he go
political
out there
statement.
and tell his followers to
He said follow
try
the
to
laws of
disrupt
the
the
government.
political
That's
system?
literally a political statement. Whether or not you want to disrupt the political system, it doesn't matter. That's a political statement.
Because someone makes a political statement, does that
and
mean
if you should
that their,
abide by
their
the
whole
laws,
their whole mission was political?
Wait. If you should abide by the laws, well, then you agree with me specifically that Trump is denying the results of the election, and that's against the law. Right?
So did
The
Hillary.
law of the land indicate. Well, okay, so you would disagree with Hillary. I'm saying, do you disagree with Trump here?
He disagreed with the results of the election. He's allowed to disagree.
He's gotten tens of millions of people to believe these lies. He's actually lying about it, okay? There's no sufficient evidence to indicate the election was stolen, right? And he's claiming there is. That's a lie.
The election probably was stolen.
Can you give me any evidence of that?
No, I can't give you evidence. But no,
It
I can't give you
probably
evidence.
was stolen, but I can't give you any evidence. That's called the trust me, bro.
No one has the evidence because it was covered up.
Trust me, bro. CISA.gov indicated it was the most secure election in recorded history. There were over 60 court cases that indicated no sufficient evidence to overturn the election, 17 of which had a federally appointed judges specifically by Trump.
Do you know what?
So either he
I want to tell you
appointed corrupt-
something. You're absolutely right. You're
either he
absolutely
appointed
right.
corrupt judges or
You're
he lost the
absolutely
election.
right. There is no amount of circumstantial evidence that could pile up that could ever make someone believe that the circumstantial evidence is true if there's no hard evidence, that people have come forth with.
Okay, so there's no hard evidence. Why do you believe that he won?
You understand? O.J. Simpson acquitted in a criminal case, found responsible in a civil case, where the burden of proof is different. But they found that there was a preponderance
of the evidence. Yes,
Yeah.
more than likely than not.
Because in the certain case that you're looking at, the legal system says you have to either look at it under a preponderance or beyond the a reasonable doubt. Right?
Yeah,
That's
yeah,
why there's
yeah.
two different verdicts in two different types of cases.
So all you're saying
Now,
is that Trump is more likely than not a sexual abuser.
it is highly.
Okay, that
If
was
you
for the
add up all
civil
the
court. I was referencing the other courts, specifically the ones in which included the courts about the election cases.
Yeah, let me tell you this.
I
When
wasn't
you
talking about
have,
essay there.
I'm not talking about essay.
Well, you were talking civil court.
I was talking about the OJ case.
Yeah, which is a civil case.
It was a civil case, had nothing to do with essay. It was a civil case where they found that he was responsible for the deaths, and he had to pay money to the families. But in the criminal case, he was acquitted. He was acquitted of the unaliving. But in the civil case, he was found responsible for the unaliving and had to pay the family money, restitution.
I don't know what you're trying to say with this.
What I'm saying is, in one situation, you have a criminal case where he was acquitted because the rules of evidence are different than in the civil case. But there was enough evidence in the civil case to say he was responsible for the unaliving of Nicole and Ron Simpson. In the criminal case, they're saying there was a reasonable doubt that he did not unalive them, so he was acquitted. What I'm saying is, in the Trump case with the election results, there was enough circumstantial evidence that if it was on the same standards of the OJ civil case, that people would say, that's strange. This is strange that in all these swing states, when it comes late in the night with all this electronic and technological, abilities that we have, but it ran late into the night, and then all of a sudden, we can't finish counting because there's a water main break. And then all of a sudden, bags show up, and now, Biden's winning. He just, tens of thousands
No,
of votes.
so
that
mail-in
popped up in the
ballots,
bag.
dude, come on. Mail-in ballots were known to go more likely to Biden. Political analysts already determined that this was likely to happen before because Trump specifically told people to vote in person, and Democrats were more likely to social distance than Republicans were.
But it was rigged.
Okay, you're saying it's rigged with no sufficient evidence.
There's enough circumstantial evidence.
No, there's not.
There's enough circumstantial evidence to give reasonable people,
No.
time to look at this and say that doesn't seem right.
No, there's not even a preponderance of the evidence that you could identify. Okay,
Yeah.
so if you were just to critique preponderance of the evidence, saying, "Oh, that's not a sufficient of enough standard," and then also use a standard that literally wouldn't even meet that, is hypocritical.
No, that's not, because it's the evidence
It
is
absolutely
there
is
regardless.
hypocritical.
But when you decide, when you determine ahead of time that regardless your man won, so I'm not looking at anything, you don't.
That's not what I'm determining. Who
Oh,
determined
no?
that?
I guarantee that's what you're doing, Parker.
No, I'm not.
Because if this was reversed,
I would be
And-
arguing
and-
against
and-
Democrats.
Yeah, if this was reversed and then all these and it was a close call, and then all of a sudden all these irregularities, these odd occurrences, and all
And
the
there was
swing
no
states
sufficient
happened where
evidence
they
to
had
indicate that the election was stolen, I still would say that there was no sufficient evidence. Similarly,
But if
with
it
the-
all
with
switched the other way, if it
hold
switched
up,
the other way,
similarly with the
but it
Russia
was so-
situation, similarly with the
what
Russia
Russia situation?
Let me explain. With the Russia situation, in terms of what Hillary was claiming with 2016, right? I disagree with that, right? I don't think there was sufficient evidence to indicate that Russian collusion would have the enough evidence to overturn the election. Okay? Did they?
And then what
try
happened
to-
with her? That whole thing,
Let me
that whole
finish.
dossier
Let
ended
me
up being a
finish.
lie.
Let me finish, dude. Is it the case that they tried to influence the election? Yes, we have evidence of that. Did they influence it enough to overturn the election? Absolutely not. We do not have evidence of that.
How did they influence the election, Parker? How did Russia influence our election?
Yeah. So this was through I mean, this was determined in the context of the courts, right? They tried to do that through the context of social media. It was like Facebook and shit like that. So they definitely tried to, but they didn't have enough of an impact to overturn the election.
And the whole dossier, that whole Russian collusion thing, ended up being, found to be a hoax. It was a made up lie.
Hey,
how come the
did you just
people
hear
that
what I
put that?
said?
What?
Holy fuck, this tells me you're not listening to me at all, dude. I just said they didn't have enough evidence to indicate Russian collusion, like collusion between
I heard that.
Trump
I heard
and
that.
between Russia, but they had
I
enough
heard that.
evidence to substantiate that Russia tried.
But the whole report that Hillary came up with was found to be totally a hoax.
It wasn't Hillary. It was the Mueller report.
The Mueller
And
report
Trump
was a hoax.
obstructed justice in the Mueller report and wasn't even charged for it because you had presidential immunity.
And I guess that's how Biden's going to get away with his crimes.
Again, as it relates to that, no, outside the context of presidential immunity, he didn't demonstrate a willful intent to retain. Similarly, Mike Pence had classified documents, but he didn't demonstrate a willful intent to retain. The reason why Trump is being charged is because he demonstrated a willful intent to retain.
And he disclassified the documents. He declassified
He said he
which
would
he had
have
the right to do.
He said he would have declassified them if he could have. We have him on tape saying that, dude.
And the report on Biden did not say that there was no willful intent. They said they not going to charge him because he's incompetent to stand trial.
No, they said they could not demonstrate a willful intent to retain because he was a well-meaning old man with a foggy memory, right? You could say that I have a foggy memory. You could say that Trump has a foggy memory, especially when Trump mistook E. Jean Carroll for his ex-wife. That's a pretty big foggy memory.
Biden's intent is gone because he's an old man with a foggy memory.
Yeah, that's literally why what they said the court might likely say. That's what they said in the special counsel report.
So
He actually
what they
fucking
said
read
was,
anything.
the court would probably determine that. So they weren't going to bother filing charges. They
No.
should have filed the charges and let the court make the decision and not try to speak for the court.
Again, you can file charges, right? This is independent of that. This is just what the special counsel report was.
What they said was,
and they said
that
no
he-
willful intent multiple times. So
because he's old.
Because he's an elderly man who's well-meaning and has a foggy memory, like you could say Trump does. Trump mistook E. Jean Carroll, the person who was proven to have sexually abused, with his ex-wife. So either he has a foggy memory or he was purposefully manipulating you.
Either way, if there's a criminal case on Trump that's, oh, you know what? I'm sorry. I got two different thoughts in my head. I'm sorry. I'm an old man. But if there's a criminal case on Trump and they have evidence, let them convict him. But they don't have it.
I'm not talking criminal case right now. I'm just talking about civil cases and.
But
stuff
here's
like
what
that.
here's something. And I might just leave.
And if
on
you're
this
talking
thought.
about a criminal case, there they are gonna put him in. They are gonna go through the trial here pretty soon. It's the next few months. It's gonna be trial time.
We'll see what happens. But listen,
I can't
listen
wait.
to this.
Can't wait. I'm gonna get my
Listen-
popcorn. Can't wait for trial
Listen to
time.
this. AOC, Pelosi, Maxine Waters, can't remember her full name, Jackson Lee. I can't remember her first name, but all these people, as soon as the news came out the next day, the next other day, this is the 2016, that Trump won. This was before the inauguration. Might have been right. It was sometime before the election. It's between the election and inauguration. They come out saying, we're going to impeach this man. Because they were so pissed that he won and Hillary didn't win. We're going to
give me
him.
evidence that they said impeach right away.
Google it. It's on there.
Okay, just Google it. You're wrong.
They said it. I actually
Wait,
saw
just
them
Google
say
it. They didn't say it.
They did say it. I saw it.
Just Google it. They didn't say it. I saw it.
I saw it. They said it. We're going to impeach him.
Yeah, they said that we're gonna impeach him like years later. Okay.
No, dude. It was after the election, before the inauguration.
Okay. Can you show me any evidence?
Wait.
Actually, I have a question. How would AOC
Yeah.
have done that if she wasn't even fucking elected at the time?
Maybe it wasn't her. It was definitely the Maxine Waters and the Jackson Lee lady.
I can't, bro. I can't. You don't even know what you're talking about. Give me a source, bro.
Dude, I'm on my phone in a parking lot. I can't get you a source.
All right. Well, then go look for a source, and I'll look for you in the guest box.
Peace.
Did he just get removed for community guidelines, or I don't know if that was just said at the top. I'm not sure because I've removed him. But yo, what's up? How old are you? Hello. All right, let's try the next person. Everyone, only send a guest request if you will vote for Trump in 2024, y'all. If you want to support me, as always, Venmo, Cash App in the bio, as well. Everyone, if you make sure to follow me if you haven't already. We're gonna be on this until the 15th, everyone, because we are banned on the main account for a week. Yo, what's up? How old are you?
I'm 47.
For sure. Will you vote for Trump in 2024?
Yeah, I
Why
will.
so?
Because I'm better off. I was better off under Trump than I am under Biden economically. In my industry, it's been decimated with layoffs.